Chapter 1 The State Sends a Wife. Longhua, on the campus of Tsinghua University and Peking University. Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing. What are you daydreaming about? The beautiful teacher stood on the stage, looking at the dazed Tang Mingxing. A piece of chalk flew over and hit him directly on the forehead. Only then did he come to his senses. Ah? What's wrong? He rubbed his head and looked around. Is this a classroom? What's wrong? What's wrong? The beautiful teacher walked down from the podium and ran towards Tang Mingxing. She is 170 centimeters tall, with a well-proportioned figure, and a pair of tight jeans shows off her perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Her steps are as light as willow branches swaying in the wind. The beautiful teacher twisted Tang Mingxing's ear and said angrily, "I found you several times today. You were either in a daze or in a trance." The male classmate next to me looked at me with envy and said, "I would be willing to have my ears twisted." They all say that the school bell is the most beautiful, but they think this beautiful teacher is the most beautiful. TSK. Tang Mingxing did not resist. The beautiful teacher in front of me is named Su Moli. 24 years old, married, childless. I mainly taught some basic courses in economics and worked as an assistant teacher in this school after graduation. Tang Mingxing felt a little pain from the twisting and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He put his arms around Su Moli's neck and kissed her. Fuck, a uniform voice rang out in the class. This kid Tang Mingxing did what happened in my dream. You've got guts. I heard that teacher Su was married. If her husband knew about this, he would come and kill her. Su Moli was startled by this sudden action and quickly pushed the other person away. You get out and stand here as punishment. Su Moli, who was furious, just said this. Tang Mingxing stretched and walked out. Standing in the corner was impossible, so Tang Mingxing didn't stay at the door and went downstairs for a walk. Teacher, Tang Mingxing has gone downstairs and is not standing at the door as punishment. When the squad leader found out, he immediately reported it to Su Moli. Under the gaze of the whole class, Su Moli felt extremely shy, but she suppressed her dissatisfaction and continued teaching. Don't worry about him, let's continue. The whole class looked at each other in bewilderment. It had come to this point, so how could teacher Su continue? We have to call the police or notify the school and expel Tang Mingxing. Forced kiss on the teacher, how big of a deal is that? It's definitely hooliganism, and it's just going to be let go like this? At this time, Tang Mingxing was walking on the campus playground with two things in his mind. First thing. The Dragon Country has 270 million men, but 750 million women. And the birth rate has fallen sharply. Therefore, the country has regulations that all men between the ages of 21 and 30 must get married. However, people do not have a strong desire to get married. So the policy was introduced. Every month, 100,000 men and women are randomly selected and forcibly bound together. For the sake of humanization, a 1-week screening period is given, during which the system will push suitable people to both men and women. 100 people are selected every day, and if the man and woman recognize each other, the pairing is successful. If no one is satisfactory after 7 days, I'm sorry, I can only bind them randomly. The marriage procedures will be automatically handled by the system, and the marriage certificate will be mailed to your home. Many young people were selected when they were 24 or 25 years old. However, Tang Mingxing received the notice just after her 21st birthday. But I didn't realize that today is already the 8th day. As for the second thing, it is one's own parents. My father, Tang Hai, was a big, rough man who was unkempt and neglected his family all day long. He would go out to work for 3 to 5 months each time. My mother, Zhang Yuanying, was an honest woman who seemed to have experienced a lot. Her conversation showed that she was educated and she went out to work like my father. I grew up eating at many different houses. But just a week ago, my father told me that he was a billionaire. At noon, several Maybachs stopped at the school gate and my father Tang Hai, wearing a well-fitting suit, came to find me. He has the aura of a superior. This is a real father. I have lied to you for 20 years. I am sorry for you, but a noble son is born in a poor family. It is good for you to endure some hardships. Unlike a certain movie, Tang Mingxing grew up without the company of his parents. Most of the time I am alone. I occasionally have memories of eating with my parents when I was very young. Tang Mingxing was still in a daze when his father stuffed a card into his hand. There are 500 million in it. I will ask the butler to give you another 5 million every Monday. If it's not enough, we'll talk to you later. The two chatted for half an hour, but Tang Mingxing still couldn't believe it and insisted that his father tell the truth. But Tang Hai said everything he needed to say, and left in a hurry after paying the money. Oh my god, shouldn't such a big event have a bigger scene? Why did they come and go in such a hurry? Tang Mingxing only had 500 yuan left in his pocket, which his father gave him last month. How come it became 500 million this month? And 5 million every week? It's about $500 a week. Arriving at the ATM machine, Tang Mingxing checked the balance on his card. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100,000, million, 100 million. 505 million has already been deposited for a week? He was a senior student and the most he had in his hand was only 2,000 yuan. It was kind of scary to suddenly have so much money. But inside I was ecstatic. At this time, Tang Mingxing received a call. Who is it? Hello? Hello? The package has been dropped off at your school's message room, remember to pick it up. Express delivery? Tang Mingxing thought about it. I haven't bought anything recently. Could it be? Is it a marriage certificate? So soon? Before Tang Mingxing's birthday, she received a notification from the government that she had been selected for a week-long screening. However, Tang Mingxing only discovered this message early this morning. A week has passed. The result was that he was randomly bound to someone, and the other party was none other than his teacher Su Moli. How long has it been since the marriage certificate was mailed? Walking to the message room, Tang Mingxing received the express delivery. When he opened the package, he saw that it was indeed the marriage certificate. According to Longwei regulations, after obtaining a marriage certificate, you cannot live with your parents. They can only move out, and a specialist will visit them regularly to investigate the relationship between the couple. There will also be regular events for such bonded couples to attend. Therefore, Su Moli must move in with Tang Mingxing today or tomorrow. Thinking of this, Tang Mingxing smiled. This Su Moli was indeed incredibly beautiful. I am really blessed, but after all, he is my teacher and I have known him for more than a year. There is still some resistance and some emotions. Chapter 2 come over tonight. In the afternoon, Su Moli's class ended early. Back in the office, an elderly professor said to Su Moli, "Xiao Su, there is a package for you. I put it on your desk." Su Moli thanked him and went to her office. She knew what was inside. After opening it, she found a thin little red book. The man, Tang Mingxing, the woman, Su Moli, legally become husband and wife from today. Su Moli frowned. According to the regulations of Longwa, divorce is not allowed within 5 years after the binding. I have to wait 5 years and I will be 29 years old already. This is also the reason why I didn't pursue Tang Mingxing in class. This is your husband. If you fire him or call the police to arrest him, you are digging a hole for yourself. Although she was extremely reluctant, she did not dare to disobey. After all, it was illegal. After packing up, Su Moli rode her electric bike back home. She is an intern teaching assistant and has not been hired as a full-time employee, earning 3,500 yuan a month. So she is now working very hard to get a regular job as soon as possible, so that she can get a higher salary. Dragon Kingdom, Yanjing, Hailan Garden. Su Moli just stopped the electric bike and ran upstairs excitedly. "Mom and Dad, I'm back." After opening the door, Su Moli was stunned. There were 2 or 3 suitcases in the living room, and 2 bags of my own packed luggage. This is? Mother Sun Guilan was still packing, with an uncontrollable smile on her face. "Emoli, get the marriage certificate, and you can move in with your partner tomorrow." "Ah." Su Moli blushed and said in embarrassment, "Mom, I don't want to go yet." But his father Su Chang said, "We all follow this rule, and the neighborhood committee will remove your household registration in 2 days, so hurry up. Once you get married, don't stay at home and rely on your parents." My father had no ill intentions, he was just joking about being a parasite. Tears welled up in Su Moli's eyes. "Do you know who I was matched with? My student." After hearing this, Su Chang and Sun Guilan smiled at each other. This is a good relationship. We are together day and night, which will promote the relationship quickly. The old couple didn't take it to heart at all. As long as the man had good character, that was fine. Moreover, Longwei's screening and matching are based on rules, and you can pay to buy a spot. After all, even if all the boys are married, there will still be a lot of single girls left, so I support polygamy. After all, there are more boys than girls, and if the boy has money, you can spend 100,000 to buy a second spot, and 500,000 for a third spot. The fourth spot is 1 million, and so on, the 10th spot is 4 million. There are 10 places in total, totaling 18.1 million. Ordinary people simply can't afford it, there are only 1 or 2 places at most. Inside the Walt Ritz Apartments, a high-end apartment owned by a luxury brand. Tang Mingxing was lying on the bed and talking on the phone. Dad, I mean, I want a watch, but a smartwatch. One that costs thousands of dollars. What the hell are these Richard Miller and Patek Philippe watches of yours? On the other end of the phone, Tang Hai replied, I know, in addition to those watches, there is also a smartwatch inside. Didn't you see it? When Tang Mingxing heard this, he quickly flipped through the package and took out a smartwatch. Little genius. Dad, do you know how old I am? Tang Hai was still unwilling to go on. My son, what's the problem? You are a genius, my little genius. What's wrong with that? Before, Tang Mingxing accidentally mentioned that she liked the latest smartwatch, and Tang Hai immediately had someone send it to her. There are several Richard Miller watches, each of which is worth over 1 million, and the most expensive one with diamonds is worth 3.8 million. I have to say that Tang Mingxing still likes it very much, but it's not what he wants. With the idea of getting something for free from my dad, I didn't want to buy it myself, but after hanging up the phone, I still bought one myself. A total of 7 expensive watches, and a blue and white little genius phone watch. I tried it on and it fits pretty well, but it's a bit too high profile. Moreover, watches like Patek Philippe are not suitable for me. They are too mature and too businesslike. I picked a Richard Miller at random and put it on my wrist. I turned on the computer and started playing games. It's the latest Alienware laptop and playing games is really fun. 2-3. I'm sorry. Tang Mingxing laughed, there's only one card left. Ha ha. At this time, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Tang Mingxing picked up the phone. Hello. Who is this? It's me, Su Moli. The school has the contact information of all students, and Su Moli found it after a quick search. She couldn't stay at home any longer, and her parents urged her to leave, so Su Moli called Tang Mingxing. Oh, Teacher Su, what can I do for you so late at night? Tang Mingxing pretended nothing had happened. Su Moli was angry. Don't pretend. I haven't settled the score with you for what happened during the day. Are you in the dormitory now? Su Moli understood clearly that after the binding, if the man and woman had no fixed place to live, the state would arrange temporary housing for them at a cost of 800 yuan per month. But the conditions of that kind of house are too poor. Yanjing is the capital, so how good can a house worth 800 yuan be? Her mother Sun Guilan gave her 50,000 yuan, which, together with her own savings of 30,000 yuan, was enough to last for a while. But Tang Mingxing is a student with no income, and I will have to support him in the future. You can imagine what life will be like in the future. I'm not in the dormitory. I'm outside. I've signed up for day study. Tang Mingxing replied. Day trip? Su Moli was stunned, and then asked, the house you rent? Tang Mingxing said, I guess so. I just got married to you, so I moved out. I went to see the 800 a month house that the government gave me, but it was too ordinary, and far away. It is true that Tang Mingxing's apartment is not under his name, but he does not rent it either, because the entire building is owned by his father. He was originally given a villa of more than 2,000 square meters, which was very luxurious. But Tang Mingxing only stayed there for one night and never went there again because he felt too lonely. He was all alone in such a big house, and it was creepy especially at night. Tang Mingxing is brave and careful, and he is also a top student. His only weakness is that he is afraid of the dark. Maybe because I have been alone since I was young, this feeling of loneliness is very hurtful. At this time, Su Moli felt much more relieved. Tang Mingxing already had a place to live, so she didn't have to rent another house. I'll be there now. Tell me the address and wait for me downstairs. Ah. You're coming over here now? I'm not ready yet. Unexpectedly, Su Moli would come over tonight. Tang Mingxing looked around the room. A bunch of messy things were placed in a pile. This apartment is a high-end business apartment. Each room is 95 square meters, with one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom. The decoration, furniture and home appliances are all luxury goods. The area is not large, but the cheapest monthly rent is 30,000. Tang Mingxing sent the location and Su Moli told him that she would arrive in 20 minutes, so he quickly cleaned the house and took a shower. After all, that had to be done hygienically. At this time, with the help of her parents, Su Moli moved her luggage one by one onto the small truck that was called. "Mom, can't I stay one more night?" Sun Guilan said, "It's not like we won't be able to see each other anymore. You can just come back in a few days. It's not far away. But you can't live at home anymore. It would make people laugh at you." Chapter 3 Teacher Su and Student Tang. The night wind was a little chilly. It was September, and Tang Mingxing was waiting downstairs wearing a thin coat. "Not here yet?" "It's already been 30 minutes, Tang Mingxing muttered, then looked at his watch. It was 10 o'clock. At this time, a Hualala car slowly drove to the door of the apartment. Su Moli was sitting in the co-pilot seat and saw Tang Mingxing from a distance. She didn't have much resistance in her heart. After all, Tang Mingxing was a student of Peking University and Tsinghua University, and he was also handsome. The future may be bright. But he was her student, so she always felt a little awkward. Every time she taught a class, she always had a stern face, revealing her majesty as a teacher. But now, he is marrying his own student? Tang Mingxing saw the truck and hurried over to it. Su Moli got out of the car, looking a little shy, and nodded, "Student Tang." Tang Mingxing also replied, "Teacher Su." The two of them still used the same name they usually addressed each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Tang Mingxing was quite proactive and helped carry the suitcase, and a few people from the property management also came over to help with the luggage. Su Moli looked at this place strangely. It was not a residential area, but more like a hotel. And the property is so active? Is this a hotel or a residential area? Su Moli asked curiously. Tang Mingxing said, "A hotel-style apartment, just live there." After entering the lobby, Su Moli felt something was unusual. Most hotels have small facades and ordinary decoration. This one is completely different. The first floor is as high as 4 floors. Not only is the decoration magnificent, but there is also an aquarium in the lobby, which houses. "Is this a shark?" Su Moli asked in surprise. This completely overturned her understanding. "Yes." The property staff quickly replied. Originally, they also provided a pickup service and carried the luggage themselves, but it cost money. Today's customer is Tang Mingxing, Tang Hai's son. The entire building belongs to someone else, and everyone is working for the Tang family. How can they ask for money? They are already trying to curry favor with them. Several people carried their luggage and went up to the 16th floor. The apartment is located in the city center, and Su Moli was attracted by the spacious floor-to-ceiling windows as soon as she entered the room. The night in Yanjing is so beautiful. Su Moli couldn't help but admire it, as she had never seen the city from this angle before. No matter how beautiful the night view is, it is not as beautiful as you. Tang Mingxing's voice came from behind. The door was already closed. This guy said this with fear. If Su Moli turns against me, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? But Su Moli didn't reply. She just stood there in a daze, not knowing what was going on in her head. Suddenly said, "Tang Mingxing, you went too far today." "Ah? What's wrong with me? It was just a kiss, wasn't it?" "A kiss? I'm your teacher, you're being disrespectful." Su Moli's expression changed again. "How is the assigned homework? Let me check it." Tang Mingxing could tell from what she heard that this woman was looking for trouble, or was trying to use her status as a teacher to put herself above him. "Isn't it due next Monday?" "It's only Wednesday and I haven't done it yet." Tang Mingxing also took advantage of their marital relationship to get tough. Su Moli looked around the room. It was low-key yet luxurious. She began to doubt Tang Mingxing's identity. Could he be a rich second generation? Seeing Tang Mingxing's bag again, he walked over without saying a word, opened the bag and started checking. Tang Mingxing hurriedly stopped him. "Hey? Teacher Su, as a teacher you have no right to touch my personal belongings, you are invading my privacy." Su Moli sneered, "You are wrong. As a teacher, I do not have the power, but I am checking your bag as your wife and your homework as your teacher. Is that okay?" Damn it, 10,000 alpacas ran through Tang Mingxing's mind. I wanted to flirt, but ended up being taken advantage of. You haven't written a single word of a 5,000-word paper? After looking at Tang Mingxing's results, Su Moli couldn't help but feel a little angry. Tang Mingxing said, "It's only 5,000 words, I finished it in one night over the weekend. Su Moli still insisted, you should study hard, don't fall behind. Tang Mingxing didn't reply, but pulled Su Moli to sit on his lap. Can we talk about something else? Su Moli wanted to struggle, but found that the other party was very strong. Don't go too far. Holding Su Moli's soft waist, Tang Mingxing leaned forward to smell her body fragrance again. He was in a good mood. Let's rest early. It's too early, it's just a little after 10 o'clock. Su Moli hadn't figured out how to spend the night, but she felt that she could not escape his clutches, so she could only make this excuse. I was just looking for trouble on purpose to establish my authority, but I didn't expect Tang Mingxing didn't care at all. It's getting late. If we continue to mess around for a while, it will be 12 o'clock. After saying that, Tang Mingxing picked up Su Moli. The girl was a little shy and didn't know what to do, so she could only hug his neck. Tang, classmate, please be gentle later. To tell you the time. 12 o'clock in Yanjing time. Tang Mingxing, sweating profusely, turned off the time on his mobile phone. In the bathroom, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Su Moli was taking a bath. Tang Mingxing picked up the towel and walked straight in. Ah, a scream. Get out, I'm still taking a shower. Let's go together. It will save time and effort. Early in the morning, Tang Mingxing and Su Moli got up early. Su Moli was still a little embarrassed and agreed with Tang Mingxing that they should try not to go to school together. She left first, and then Tang Mingxing went. I left the electric car at my mother's house. Fortunately, the apartment is not far from the school and I can walk there. However, Su Moli's head was buzzing. She couldn't figure out what Tang Mingxing's background was. In the student information, his parents were both listed as farmers. But the more I look at it, the less it looks like that. I asked him a few questions last night, and he actually said that his father is a very rich man. Su Moli didn't believe a word of it. At this time, Tang Mingxing came to the underground garage of the apartment, a private garage where dozens of luxury cars were parked. Porsche, Lamborghini, Koenigsegg, Ferrari, Pagani. There are also several Maybachs, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, etc. They were all given by Tang Hai. Tang Mingxing picked out the most low-key BMW X7 and drove out. Unfortunately, there was no parking space for him in the school, so he could only park in a nearby paid parking lot. He was just free, and the place could be reached within 10 minutes walk, but he insisted on driving. Just arrived near the door, ready to park in the parking lot of the shopping mall opposite. Then I saw Su Moli, who had just arrived on foot. Tang Mingxing stepped on the accelerator and chased after him. Stop the car. What are you doing? The guard stopped the car directly. A group of people were attracted by the noise here. Su Moli was only 3 or 5 meters away, also looking at this side. I was thinking in my heart, what a joke this guy is, he drives so recklessly. Does the school just let you in casually? The car window rolled down, and Tang Mingxing poked his head out. Security boss. I am a relative of teacher Su Moli. The security guard looked at Tang Mingxing, then at Su Moli beside him. They all knew this beautiful teacher, not because of their understanding of the school environment, but because of their understanding of her beauty. After all, the school has such a stunning female teacher, and all the men in the school know it. Chapter 4. What's the connection? Teacher Su, is this your family member? The security captain confirmed with Su Moli. Su Moli nodded stupidly. Yes, my cousin. Then he reacted and quickly got in the car. The security guard didn't make it difficult and just opened the gate to let us pass. In the car, Su Moli couldn't help but hit Tang Mingxing twice. Didn't I tell you not to go to school with me? Tang Mingxing said innocently, I left late. Who knew you were walking so slowly? Then you can't say you're my family member. How can I explain this to you? I asked you to leave late so that we can keep a low profile and make our relationship public after you graduate. Su Moli was furious. With so many people watching her, she didn't want to get on the bus. Instead, she felt like she was trying to cover up her crime. Tang Mingxing said with reason, I just wanted to save some parking fees. The mall across the street charges 5 yuan per hour, which is too expensive. This was pure Tang Mingxing's nonsense. He just thought it was interesting and wanted to tease Su Moli. After stopping the car, Su Moli quickly trotted away. The morning class was boring. Tang Mingxing was a talented student who could understand things quickly. It was not until lunchtime that Tang Mingxing wanted to send a WeChat message to ask if Su Moli wanted to have lunch together, but was rejected. In the office. Teacher Su, I heard that you got married? Was it matched by the government? A teacher suddenly asked. Su Moli was eating takeout when she choked. Ahem, yes, She lowered her head, not wanting to delve into the topic. The other male teachers of the same age in the office couldn't help but sigh, wondering who had picked such a beautiful flower. Feelings of jealousy and envy filled the entire room. What does the other party do? As expected, someone asked. Su Moli paused for a moment and said, I don't know either. Never met? See, not bad. Su Moli's voice became lower and lower. Then you have money? Can't you tell what you do? When asked this, Su Moli thought of Tang Mengxing's BMW X7 and said, rich. That means you are a small boss. You are so lucky. When words are passed on, they change their meaning. Su Moli's husband is a small boss. Su Moli's husband is a boss. Boss? Impossible, all the people who matched me were under 30 years old. Then Su Moli's husband is a rich second generation. Su Moli's husband is a top rich second generation. The news spread quickly in just one afternoon. Gossip about a stunningly beautiful teacher was bound to spread quickly. During the last class, Su Moli came to the classroom. Tang Mingxing picked a seat in the back row. His former roommate Zhang Ming pushed Tang Mingxing and said, My friend was so awesome yesterday. He forcefully kissed me. The news spread around the school. People said you won't live for a few more days. Why? I heard that teacher Su's husband is a rich second-generation man. I guess he will kill you, huh? The two chatted heartlessly for a while. When they first arrived at school today, Tang Mingxing and Su Moli both felt something was wrong. Although others were trying to hide it, they could feel it. News of yesterday's incident has spread. For this reason, the Dean of Studies found Su Moli and claimed that the student must be severely punished, or even expelled from school. This scared Su Moli. She would have to rely on Tang Mingxing in the future. After all, men should earn money to support the family. The Dean of Studies did not expect that Su Moli would actually plead for Tang Mingxing. Student Tang is usually very obedient. Maybe he was upset yesterday. I just need to do some ideological work on him. After all, it's not easy to get here. Give him another chance. After returning to the office, the Dean of Studies was still a little upset about the matter and received another call from the security department. Director, the family of Su Moli from your department wants to apply for a parking card in the name of Teacher Su. Do you think it's okay? No problem. What's your name? Tang Mingxing. He said he is Teacher Su's cousin. Cousin? The dean stood up from his seat. Holy shit, this is too bloody. What kind of family does she have? It's so messy, my own cousin, actually. Su Moli was standing on the podium at this time. She looked around and then saw Tang Mingxing. The rest of the class was also looking at them. Yesterday's incident still had no conclusion, and many people were waiting to watch the show. However, Su Moli showed no change in emotion and started teaching as usual. Tang Mingxing studied very seriously and his notes filled up the entire notebook. Zhang Ming whispered, Would you like to go to the library to study tonight? No, I'm going back to study. I have other things to do at home. Zhang Ming. Pay attention in class, Su Moli reminded them when she saw them whispering. Zhang Ming quickly replied, I understand. I understand. I'm sorry, Teacher Su. Tang Mingxing also sat upright, looking like a model student. It would be bad if I was caught teaching my wife's class. Get out of class is over. The last class ended at 5 o'clock, and Su Moli took her notebook and prepared to leave. Teacher Su. Tang Mingxing's voice suddenly came, and the whole class stopped moving. Many people had smiles on their faces, and the show began. However, when Tang Mingxing walked over, Su Moli's eyes widened in fear, wondering if what happened yesterday would happen again. I'm sorry for yesterday. Tang Mingxing bowed deeply. TSK, that's it? A disappointed voice came from the students. Su Moli adjusted her mood and replied in an official manner, This matter has passed. You should take care of yourself in the future and never let down the school and your teachers. Tang Mingxing nodded repeatedly, Yes, yes, yes. It's just that I still have a question in class that I don't understand. Can I ask you for help in private? MD, Su Moli cursed in her heart and asked questions, probably deliberately trying to find an opportunity to be alone with him. Let's go to the office. After saying this, Tang Mingxing followed Su Moli out. In the parking lot, in the BMW X7, Su Moli stopped pretending. You heartless person, I don't want to teach your class anymore. Why did you kiss me yesterday? Now the whole school knows about it. Su Moli pinched Tang Mingxing's arm hard. Tang Mingxing hugged Su Moli. I was wrong. I was confused yesterday. I had too many things to do during this period. I thought that you were my wife and it would be okay to kiss you. I didn't pay attention in the classroom. I'm off work and I want to go home. You can drive by yourself. Su Moli was about to get out of the car, but was stopped by Tang Mingxing. Here. Let's improve the relationship, Tang Mingxing pointed to his mouth. Su Moli was angry and embarrassed. She looked around to see if there was anyone around and kissed him lightly. Then he hurried away. Chapter 5 All mine. As soon as Su Moli walked out of the school gate, the X7 behind her caught up with her. Tang Mingxing's car sped past without the two saying hello. It was still early, but when Tang Mingxing returned home, he was in a dilemma. What to eat? At this time Su Moli also came back, and the two of them stared at each other. What are we having for dinner? Tang Mingxing asked. Su Moli crossed her arms and said confidently, I've already said it beforehand. I only have 3,500 yuan a month, which is just enough for my own food and drink. If there's any surplus, I can buy you some milk tea. Don't even think about anything else. Tang Mingxing disagreed. I'll pay for your food and drinks, let's go have a big dinner tonight. Su Moli was not surprised at Tang Mingxing's generosity. When she saw the car he drove, she knew that this guy was rich. Or it could be said that his family is rich, but the contradiction is that the information clearly states that his parents are farmers. It can't be explained in a few words, and Tang Mingxing doesn't want to explain. He patted her butt and said, let's go, my beautiful teacher wife, let's go to Xingyanui for dinner. Su Moli was wearing a well-cut gray hip skirt. The skirt tightly wraps around her graceful figure, showing her sexiness and elegance to the fullest. The skirt perfectly outlines her slender waist and plump hips. She went out first, and Tang Mingxing followed her closely, staring at her perfect waist-to-hip ratio and swallowing. You must eat and drink enough tonight so that you have the strength to do your work. After entering the elevator, Tang Mingxing pressed B3. This was a private garage that only he could access. Classmate Tang, Mingxing, Su Moli called her classmate reflexively, but then she felt it was inappropriate and changed to a more intimate name. Mingxing, I hope you understand me. I don't want to be judged by my colleagues and students at school, so I want to keep a low profile. Tang Mingxing nodded and said, I understand. No, you don't understand. Otherwise you wouldn't drive a luxury car to school. I'm not ready for our marriage yet, even though I've given myself to you. Ding, the elevator rang, and B3 arrived. Tang Mingxing said, I really understand, so the BMW I drive is already my cheapest car. The elevator door slowly opened, and dozens of luxury cars appeared in front of us. Tang Mingxing pressed the car key, and a white LaFerrari flashed its lights. I'm not kidding you, that's really the cheapest car I have here. Su Moli didn't say anything, but just opened her eyes wide and looked at the garage. Unlike ordinary garages with ordinary green floors, this garage floor is made entirely of luxurious tiles. The walls are also decorated with solid wood, with ambient lighting. All the cars in the garage were parked together solemnly, as if they had life, waiting for their owners to arrive. This Su Moli stammered, not knowing how to start. Tang Mingxing hugged her slender waist, feeling the soft elasticity in his hands. This car is all mine. Ha ha ha, Tang Mingxing felt very satisfied. Damn, I was pretending to be her. After all, Su Moli graduated from a prestigious university and had excellent qualities. After a few minutes of surprise, she suppressed her inner shock and said, no matter how much money we have, we can't spend it recklessly. We can't be slaves to material things. Frugality is the traditional virtue of our nation. Can you buy me a bag? Study hard is what you should do. Strive to be a good student with moral integrity, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor skills. Wait a minute, Su Moli seemed to have a lot to say, but Tang Mingxing interrupted. Did I hear you wanted to buy a bag? Su Moli turned her head to the side and muttered softly, I didn't say. It was obvious that she was being pretentious with him, and Tang Mingxing would not pretend not to hear it. After all, the matter had already been settled last night. Ding, Su Moli's WeChat rang. She opened it and saw that it was a money transfer from Tang Mingxing. 100,000, you take the flowers first. How much is the bag? I'll buy it after dinner. Tang Mingxing doesn't want to keep a low profile tonight, she just wants to have fun. The two drove out of the garage in the modified, samurai black Lamborghini. Su Moli felt complicated, but at the same time she was very happy. Her husband was so rich? Then wouldn't I have a place to stay in my next life? On the other hand, she likes her current job, which is her dream, but she and Tang Mingxing are more than just husband and wife. We are also teachers and students, so we should keep a low profile. From now on, night is when we will be doing real activities. During the day, you should still call me Teacher Su. Do you understand? Keep a low profile and don't cause a stir. Su Moli smiled happily and twisted Tang Mingxing's ears again. I understand, Teacher Su. No, you are not allowed to call the teacher at night. Got it, wife. Xingyanui is a high-end restaurant that Tang Mingxing has never been to. But after I became rich, I kept searching for some high-end restaurants to try. But I haven't made any arrangements yet. After all, everyone here goes in pairs, and it would be awkward to come alone. Please take a seat, princess. Tang Mingxing helped Su Moli pull out a seat. Su Moli smiled and nodded in pretentious satisfaction. Well done. After Tang Mingxing took his seat, he asked, is there any reward for good performance? Su Moli pretended not to understand again. What reward do you want? Tang Mingxing smiled and said, from now on, I will listen to you during the day, but at night, no need, just listen to me in bed. Get lost. Su Moli rolled her eyes at him and said, be gentle next time. The two of them flirted and spent 8,000 yuan on the meal. Su Moli felt a little distressed. After all, she had never spent so much money before. In her mind, this amount of money could buy a lot of good things. It's not as delicious as what I cook, Su Moli said proudly after leaving the restaurant. Tang Mingxing held her smooth little hand and echoed, yes, yes. Next time I'll try your cooking skills. After dinner, Tang Mingxing kept his promise and took his wife directly to the largest shopping mall nearby. Huadu City, the largest shopping mall in Yanjing, houses countless luxury goods of all kinds. LV, Hermes, Huadu Tianluan, Versace, Chanel. It is a woman's nature to love bags. When she came here, Su Moli couldn't help herself any longer. Have you confirmed with Tang Mingxing again and again whether you can buy a luxury bag? She thought about it for a long time and saved money for a long time, but it was only a few tens of thousands of dollars, so she still couldn't bear to part with it. Tang Mingxing said, buy whichever one you like. The two were strolling around when Tang Mingxing's phone rang. Dad, what's the matter? Tang Hai called, son, congratulations, you got the marriage certificate. Tang Mingxing said, yes. That's right. Your mother and I will go take a look later. I will also give you a raise. I will give you 10 million a week. If you marry another one in the future, I will give you an extra 5 million a week. Ah? Tang Mingxing was confused. He knew that his father was rich, but he didn't expect him to be so rich. Oh, by the way, the food at Xingyanui is pretty good, and there are a lot of good things in Huadu. Buy more for my daughter-in-law and don't treat her badly, Tang Hai continued. Tang Mingxing was suspicious. How do you know where I went? And how do you know I'm in Huadu? Nebula is my property. What about Huadu? Huadu won't do that. Tang Mingxing sighed, thinking that everything couldn't belonged to him. Then I heard Tang Hai say, Huadu is your mother's property, I have no involvement in commercial real estate. Tang Mingxing thought that he had gotten used to his identity as a rich young man in the past few days and should not be surprised. But he was still shocked by his father. Chapter 6 I am a rich second generation. After hanging up the phone, Tang Mingxing took Su Moli straight to the Chanel store. Su Moli stepped in, still a little excited. My first luxury bag is about to arrive. I have passed by this store countless times, looked at it again and again, but I still can't bring myself to buy it. She has also met many kind-hearted people who, when they saw that Su Moli liked a certain bag, were willing to buy it for her on the condition that they sleep with her for one night. She was also ruthlessly rejected. Standing in front of her favorite bag, Su Moli blinked, looked at Tang Mingxing innocently, and asked, are you really buying it? Tang Mingxing nodded, I must buy it. After saying that, he prepared to ask the clerk to get the bag. Moli. A voice sounded, and Su Moli turned around to look at the person who came. Xiao Xiao. The person who came was Su Moli's high school classmate and best friend, Qin Xiao Xiao. The two of them were very happy to meet each other, but Qin Xiao Xiao did not come alone. There was a middle-aged man following her, who looked to be in his 50s. Xiao, who is she? The man's heartbeat began to accelerate when he saw Su Moli for the first time. Just like a fairy on earth. Tang Mingxing stood aside and watched them greet each other without any hurry. This is my high school classmate and also my best friend. Su Moli. Moli, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Chen Dabiao. Xin Xiaoxiao seemed a little proud. Su Moli was stunned, and Tang Mingxing was also confused. What was there to be proud of when her husband was a man in his 50s? Hello, my name is Chen Dabiao. Chen Dabiao stared at the other person closely, which made Su Moli feel a little uncomfortable. Forget the handshake. Hello, my name is Su Moli. Although Chen Dabiao could see that the girl was unhappy, he was not displeased at all. He thought he had seen a lot of women like this. I thought to myself, God help me, I happened to be in the Chanel store and I basically bought a bag, so I have something to play with in the evening. Tang Mingxing yawned, wife, why don't you introduce me to me? As the protagonist, it would be inappropriate not to show up at this time. The group of people were busy chatting and didn't notice Tang Mingxing at all. This also made him doubt his own appearance. It's not that he is Versailles, but his handsomeness has been recognized by many people since he was a child. Why does it become less useful as it gets bigger? It's useless without money. In the past, the girls in my class would give up snacks worth dozens of dollars from other boys and be willing to stroll with me in the sunset. It's over, being handsome is useless. It used to be the main factor, but now it's just a bonus. Who is he? Xin Xiaoxiao then noticed the handsome boy in front of her. He was really handsome. She looked him up and down and unconsciously looked towards his middle part. Being young is good. Oh, this is my student, my husband, Tang Mingxing. She almost said student, because Xin Xiaoxiao is not a school staff anyway. It doesn't tee her to know the truth. Husband? Chen Dabiao frowned, but soon relaxed. Xiao Zhe's character suddenly came to the fore. What a good wife. Young man, are you here to buy a bag? Chen Dabiao made small talk with a look of contempt. Tang Mingxing said, yeah. It was a very plain sentence, he was too lazy to say more. Which one do you like? Chen Dabiao continued to ask. Su Moli pulled Tang Mingxing's arm and said, let's not buy it today. Let's do it another day. She was afraid of trouble, and it was obvious that Chen Dabiao had bad intentions. Tang Mingxing pointed at the bag and said, this one. Oh. Chen Dabiao glanced at it casually. Tang Mingxing comforted Su Moli and whispered, I smell the smell of pretense. Why don't you leave quickly if you know what's going on? Less trouble is worse than more. Su Moli also understood the current situation. Chen Dabiao gave Xin Xiaoxiao a look, and the latter immediately understood. Xin Xiaoxiao said, Moli, I heard that you make a month as a teacher. 3,500. Su Moli told the truth, but for the sake of face she still explained, I'm doing an internship now, and my salary will increase in the future. What about you, handsome boy? I don't have a job. Tang Mingxing told the truth. Xin Xiaoxiao and Chen Dabiao both looked incredulous. You don't have a job, you can't. Why are you coming to Chanel if you don't have money? Tang Mingxing smiled and said, I am a rich second generation, my family is rich. Ha ha. Chen Dabiao laughed, how can a rich second generation say that he is a rich second generation? But Chen Dabiao didn't believe it at all, and immediately said to the clerk, please give me a bag of this style. What I want is the one that Su Moli likes. Xiaoxiao, I think this bag suits you too. Chen Dabiao took out the bag and let Xin Xiaoxiao try it on. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Su Moli. Su Moli also stared at the bag intently, and in Chen Dabiao's eyes, it was a look of envy. Su Moli was indeed envious in her heart. She was envious that she was matched with Tang Mingxing. You can own this bag yourself. You guys go shopping, I won't disturb you anymore. Chen Dabiao said this, but he would steal glances at Su Moli from time to time, and they looked at the bag very closely. Chen Dabiao said proudly, this one looks good to me, I'll buy one for you, Xiaoxiao. Do you like it? Take it. But Chen Dabiao knew that he would have to spend a lot of money today and he had to attract Su Moli's attention. It's okay to have a husband, you can do it secretly. Su Moli turned a deaf ear, as if she couldn't hear anything. She just held the bag with joy and just looked at the price, 27,000 yuan. Su Moli thought that she and Tang Mingxing had just been married for one day, and wondered if it was a bit extravagant for her to do this. He confirmed again and again, do you really want to buy it? Chen Dabiao heard this and laughed in his heart. Sure enough, he is reluctant to spend it. He must have saved the money for a long time. Xin Xiaoxiao suddenly came over and said, Emily, what do you think of this? Lao Chen just bought it for me. It's the latest model. It's pretty good, right? And this? Tang Mingxing felt nauseous. Hey, Tang Mingxing, right? Why don't you buy one of these for Molly as well? It's only 50,000 yuan. It would be great if our best friends could carry the same bag. Chen Dabiao echoed, yes, good girlfriends, good sisters. People will envy them when they go out. No need, this is enough for me, Su Molly said hurriedly. How can a woman not love bags? But at this moment she felt that it was meaningless to continue comparing, but she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Tang Mingxing couldn't possibly spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy herself a bag after just getting married. That makes sense, Tang Mingxing really thought about it seriously. He really couldn't let Su Molly carry this bag all the time. I didn't think it through enough. I'm sorry, Molly. I don't know if Tang Mingxing was sincere or not, but the atmosphere was like this. Chen Dabiao's meaning was very clear, which was to roast Tang Mingxing over the fire. It depends on whether he can stand the roasting. Hello, please come here, Tang Mingxing shouted to a clerk. The clerk immediately ran over and asked, what do you need, sir? Chapter 7 can't be material. Buy a few bags, Tang Mingxing said easily. The bags on the counter were only priced between 20,000 and 50,000 yuan. Although there are many styles, most of them are black and white. Tang Mingxing picked out 7 or 8 models at random, without caring whether Su Molly was willing or not. Chen Dabiao and Xin Xiaoxiao just looked at him. Emily, your husband is crazy. This kind of kid is prone to borrowing online loans. You better be careful. Xin Xiaoxiao's reminder was not meant kindly, and it was somewhat sarcastic. Chen Dabiao shook his head, alas. Children are like this, they get impulsive after just 1 or 2 words and have to compare. I have also struggled for a long time to get to where I am today. Your husband is too impetuous. Su Molly felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. No matter what Tang Mingxing was like, he was still her man and it was not someone else's turn to say anything. In the end, Tang Mingxing picked 10 bags in one go. Sir, there are 10 bags in total, totaling 337,000 yuan. How would you like to pay? The clerk said with a smile. Swipe the card. Tang Mingxing took out the card and handed it to the other party. Payment successful. Thank you for your patronage. Ah. The payment was successful? Xin Xiaoxiao looked at the other party in amazement, and Chen Dabiao was also a little bit unbelievable. Online loans. Loans at high interest rates. Campus loans, down payments on houses given by parents, and so on. This speculation flashed through the minds of Chen Dabiao and Xin Xiaoxiao. Brother, where did you get this money? Do your parents know that you have so much money? Xin Xiaoxiao wanted to get something out of him, so she kept asking, hoping it would be an online loan. Didn't I say that I'm a rich second generation? The money is my parents' hard-earned money. Well, it's just that their hard-earned money is a little too much. Tang Mingxing still answered truthfully. Xin Xiaoxiao was not convinced. She was extremely dissatisfied in her heart. How could Su Molly find a husband who was so young, handsome, and rich? And Chen Dabiao beside him is already over 50 years old. In contrast, feelings of inferiority spread. It's not a good habit for a young man to brag. Chen Dabiao still refused to believe it. In his eyes, Tang Mingxing's clothes were ordinary. Although they were not from street stalls, they were ordinary clothes that cost 200 or 300 yuan each. Hey! Do you know Richard Miller? I really am a rich second generation. Tang Mingxing suddenly rolled up his sleeves and shook the watch on his wrist. My dad said, no, my dad's housekeeper said it was about 3 million. I don't know exactly, but it should be about the same. How could Chen Dabiao not recognize this watch? It is indeed genuine. It was my own fault that I was short-sighted. I could buy a car with 1 million yuan and a house with 5 million yuan. But I don't have the courage to spend 2 or 3 million to buy a watch. Xin Xiaoxiao couldn't say anything at this time, and quietly let go of the hand that was holding Chen Dabiao's arm. Your watch is worth more than 3 million? Su Molly was shocked. I saw you yesterday, you have several. Oh. Those are not as expensive as this one, they are between 500,000 and 2.5 million. Tang Mengxing said it lightly, as if it was a commonplace matter. In fact, this was all pretend. When Tang Mengxing first learned that his parents were so rich, his expression was similar to Su Moli's current expression. And inside Su Moli's head, two monsters were fighting. One is desire, the other is restraint. Desire, I want them all, that's great. So many bags, I want them all. So beautiful. Reserved, Su Moli, where is your upbringing? You just got married. You've already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on someone. What are you going to pay back? Desire, what? He's your husband. What's wrong with spending some money? He doesn't seem to be short of money at all. Reserved, where are your morals? Where are your accomplishments? You are not the kind of girl who loves vanity. Yes. I am not a vain girl and I cannot be looked down upon. I cannot be materialistic. Su Moli was nervous and comforted herself rationally. I made up my mind and wanted to persuade Tang Mengxing to return the bag and take that one. Just about to speak. At this time, Tang Mengxing took a few bags and stuffed them into Su Moli's arms. Try it on, does it look good? Do you like it? Su Moli looked down, and her determination not to be materialistic was gone. Her eyes smiled like crescent moons again, and she replied, I like it. I love you, husband. After saying that, he kissed Tang Mengxing on the cheek. Go away, be reserved, take a rest first. It is true that Chen Dabiao only wants to leave this place as soon as possible and he has some money. But the other party not only has a lot of money, but is also young. This thing cannot be bought with money. Let's go, Chen Dabiao urged. Qin Xiaoxiao nodded dejectedly. Tang Mengxing didn't care about the two of them. Let them do whatever they want and it's better if they don't bother him. Please deliver these packages to. Tang Mengxing gave the clerk a brief instruction and asked them to deliver the packages to his residence. He took Su Moli with him to check out other stores. Su Moli kept the one she loved most, slung it over her shoulder, and fiddled with it. His face was full of love. I wandered around the other stores and saw LV bags and Cartier bracelets. In short, I bought a lot and spent more than 800,000 yuan in one night. Su Moli was really shocked beyond words. My jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Where did you get this money? Tang Mengxing said, I've told you so many times, it was all given by my dad. Oh no. My dad gave it to me. Chapter 8 Two Faces. The two were tired from playing, and it was obvious that they couldn't carry the pile of luxury goods. The store clerk sent all of them to the apartment front desk. Munching, you are so nice. Su Moli snuggled in Tang Mengxing's arms like a gentle kitten. Tang Mengxing bent down and kissed her forehead. Suddenly Su Moli saw something, let go of her hand abruptly, and walked forward quickly with a nervous look. Hey! What's wrong? Tang Mengxing wondered why his expression suddenly changed. Teacher Su? Student Tang Mengxing. Another voice came from the side. Tang Mengxing looked and found that they were actually classmates from the same class. Zhang Ming is there too. Fuck, Zhang Ming, didn't you say you were going to the library to study at night? Tang Mengxing was surprised to see Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming also joked, what are you talking about? Didn't you say you were going home to study? This mall is your home. Tang Mengxing smiled and said nothing. This shopping mall really is hers. The two smiled at each other and suddenly said at the same time, learn something. There were 3 classmates next to me, 1 boy and 2 girls, all classmates. Teacher Su. A girl continued to shout. Su Moli knew she couldn't pretend she didn't hear it anymore, so she turned around and pretended to be surprised. Ah. Li Yuexin, Zhou Qi, Zhang Ming, Lu Mimi, you are here too. I have to say the acting is pretty poor. Su Moli came over and greeted a few people. Tang Mengxing coughed twice, indicating that there was another person here, and he had to pretend to have just seen him and act more convincingly. After a few pleasantries, Su Moli finally came to her senses and looked at Tang Mengxing and asked, Hey? Tang Mengxing, you're here too? Tang Mengxing smiled uncomfortably, I came earlier. At this time, the girl named Li Yuexin reminded in a low voice, Teacher Su. Tang Mengxing was following you just now, following behind you. Is he sick? It feels so dangerous. Su Moli shook her head seriously, no, classmate Tang is not that kind of person. Li Yuexin, do you think I can't hear you? Teacher Su and I have had an in-depth understanding of each other, and she knows exactly what kind of person I am. There was something else behind Tang Mingxing's words, and only Su Moli could hear it. She couldn't help but blush to her ears. Today is Thursday. I want to see your papers on Monday. Have you finished them? Su Moli quickly changed the subject. Several people quickly fell silent and dared not speak. Ha, only Tang Mingxing was laughing. You're still laughing. You haven't written a single word. What are you laughing at? Su Moli scolded. Tang Mingxing quickly restrained himself and bowed his head to admit his mistake. I'm sorry, Teacher Su. Looking at the bag around Su Moli's waist, I realized that I had just bought it for her. The rest of the bags were sent back to the apartment, so she carried this favorite with her. And now the kitten has turned into a tiger. Well, we'll go first. Mengxing, can you come with us? Zhang Ming quickly thought about evacuating. Tang Mingxing said, You guys go, we are not going the same way, I am going home. Then several people left quickly. Zhang Ming complained, Oh my god. Teacher Su is so pretty, but she's so scary when she gets angry. Several people agree with this view. Li Yuexin asked, How did Teacher Su know that Tang Mingxing didn't write a single word? After a few people left, Su Moli hurriedly caught up with Tang Mingxing, who had already walked out of the mall. I could see that Tang Mingxing looked a little aggrieved. Su Moli changed her expression again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it just now, dear husband, don't be angry. I don't know how, but within one day, Su Moli had two different faces in front of others and behind their backs. She started acting coquettishly towards Tang Mingxing again. At night, when Su Moli returned to the apartment, she was very happy to see the room full of bags and jewelry. Tang Mingxing looked at the time and it was already late. Mo-li. Be obedient later. Whatever pose I tell you to do it well. After a while of exercise, Tang Mingxing lay on the bed contentedly. The 800,000 yuan was not wasted, and many new tricks were unlocked. In one word, it was worth it. The next day, Friday. Tang Mingxing had no classes in the morning, so he was still lying on the bed in a daze, resting. Su Moli was bending over to pick up her shoes, and she was carrying her latest bag. Tang Mingxing opened his eyes and saw the girl's back, with a perfect waist-to-hip ratio. A big peach is facing me. Su Moli was picking up her shoes when she suddenly felt someone hugging her. Oh. I still have to go to work. 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. 15 minutes later, Su Moli went downstairs with the keys of the BMW X7. After all, my legs were a little weak and I couldn't walk anymore, so I had to drive there. I have had my driver's license for 3 or 4 years, but I have hardly ever driven a car. Usually the daughter drives her father's Jetta, but today the feeling of driving a luxury car is really different. Tang Mingxing was still playing with her mobile phone on the bed when a message came in. The title is, National Marriage Matching Bureau. Oh my god. So soon? Why are you doing this again? Tang Mingxing sat up straight and looked at the text message. National Marriage Matching Bureau. Dear Mr. Tang, congratulations on getting another matching opportunity. Excluding this one, you still have 9 matching opportunities. Today is the first day. 100 people have been recommended to you. You can choose freely. Please download the Marriage Matching app to proceed. Tang Mingxing quickly downloaded the app to check and found that Su Moli was already bound to his information. This information is available for checking. Of course, it is only available for the 100 people who have been screened and matched so far. Tang Mingxing's information can be viewed to know that he has matched with one person. I looked again and found that the 100 women pushed today were all of similar age. There was no one who particularly attracted Tang Mingxing's attention, but a few girls took the initiative to contact Tang Mingxing. Handsome guy, would you like to meet me? Hello, are you a student from Peking University or Tsinghua University? Hello, I'm from the art college. I have to say, compared with Su Moli, Tang Mingxing doesn't like any of these girls. Tang Mingxing was really bored, so he went to the gym on the second floor. He never worked out on weekdays. I just played basketball all day and built up some muscles. So he doesn't know how to use many of the fitness equipment inside. Hello, handsome guy, would you like to apply for a card? A female coach came over and recommended enthusiastically. Tang Mingxing shook his head, I don't come here often, no need. Tang Mingxing found a treadmill and started exercising. Suddenly, there was a burst of muttering behind me, and many people were whispering. A girl in yoga clothes, with shoulder-length hair, is indescribably pretty and handsome. He gently placed the towel on the treadmill and started running next to Tang Mengxing. Tang Mengxing took a glance and staggered, almost falling. What a pretty girl! It would not be an exaggeration to describe her appearance as heroic. The girl's eyes were cold and she was focused on running. Beauty, alone, the person who spoke was not Tang Mengxing, but another boy who came over to chat with her. I don't want to get to know her. The girl answered very straightforwardly, interrupting the man's thoughts right from the beginning. The man did not give up and continued chatting. I am a corporate executive with an annual salary of 500,000. The girl said politely, go away. Sorry to bother you. The boy left quickly after hearing this. Is there something? The girl found that the boy next to her was staring at her. She knew what this kind of guy was thinking. So the attitude is not good. Chapter 9 Cousins. Oh, it's okay, you just look pretty. Tang Mengxing also had something to say, without hiding anything. The girl said, don't you think this is quite rude? It's quite rude, but I can't help it. Can you go jog? Otherwise I really can't bear to look at you. Tang Mengxing spoke very sincerely, and the girl didn't know how to respond. She admitted her mistake and even praised herself for being pretty in a disguised way. This may not be polite, but it sounds good. But the girl still picked up the towel and walked to the treadmill to continue exercising. There are two little white rabbits on the chest, jumping up and down rhythmically. The vest line between the waist and abdomen is clearly visible. Good figure. Tang Mengxing secretly said, don't look at what is inappropriate, don't look at what is inappropriate. He closed his eyes and ran madly. The running made a lot of noise, attracting the attention of people around. Brother, you're running so fast, you'll get tired in a little while. The girl next to him couldn't help laughing when she saw him like this. Ha, 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 shit, I'm so tired. After a few minutes, Tang Mengxing felt like he had sprinted for several thousand meters. I was so tired that I sat on the ground and gasped for breath. The short-haired girl came over and handed him a bottle of water. Don't die. Thank you. Tang Mengxing took the water and said, get away from me, I don't want to see you. You're so damn beautiful, and you're going to say I have no manners. Go away. He looks very serious and the girl is speechless. Is this brother complimenting or is he serious? My name is Lin Yushang. The girl stretched out her hand and said with a smile, you are so funny. Tang Mengxing looked like a little puppy at this time, staring at the other party. My name is Tang Mengxing. How much is this water? I will transfer it to you. Oh, no need. Lin Yushang waved her hand, picked up her bag and walked out. She didn't want to add other boys on WeChat. The reason she chatted with Tang Mengxing was because this brother was very interesting. In the parking lot, Lin Yushang changed into a black leather jacket and a pair of tight pants. I took the helmet and put it on. A black motorcycle was parked on the side. He stretched out his long legs, took a step over, and rode on the bike. Boom! The engine roared and Lin Yushang sped away. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Tang Mengxing drove a Koenigsegg and parked in the parking lot opposite the school. The BMW X7 was driven away by Su Moli, and she could no longer park her car at school. Having just parked his Koenigsegg worth more than 20 million yuan, Tang Mengxing began to feel bad about the parking fee of 5 yuan per hour. People are like this. Tang Mengxing can recharge his game coins worth hundreds of dollars, buy milk tea worth more than $10 at will, and feel bad about paying $5 an hour for parking. Strolling into the classroom, Tang Mengxing breathed a sigh of relief as there was no Su Moli's class today. Now when I attend her class, I feel inexplicably nervous, afraid that she will call on me. Mengxing, let me tell you something. Zhang Ming sat down next to him. Have you heard? Teacher Su drove a BMW X7 here early this morning. I heard it was given to her by her husband. Tang Mengxing, who had just opened his notebook, frowned. How did you know? Did you see it with your own eyes? Zhang Ming whispered, I heard that the news spread around the school. How could the news about teacher Su not spread quickly? You don't know, since they found out that she was married, many boys wanted to kill her husband. I don't know who has such good luck, don't you think? Tang Mengxing didn't take it seriously and said, why do you care so much? Just stay in class. Zhang Ming looked at him and thought that this kid had taken advantage of her and was still acting like a good kid. He had just forcefully kissed her and now he was acting like a big shot. You didn't really follow me yesterday, did you? Don't be foolish. We don't do anything illegal. I'll introduce you to a beautiful girl tomorrow. Zhang Ming kept chattering, and Tang Mingxing became annoyed and simply ignored him. For an entire afternoon, Tang Mingxing listened to the course attentively. He had to suppress his inner restlessness and at least give himself an explanation. After all, he was in a favorable situation in his life now. Tang Mingxing missed Su Moli after not seeing her for the whole afternoon. After the last class, Tang Mingxing sent her a WeChat message and they made an appointment to meet in the car. "Hey, you're touching me right away, why?" The two of them sat in the back seat of the car. Tang Mingxing hugged Su Moli and said, "I want to do something. My internship is about to start. What do you think I can do?" However, Su Moli did not respond, but just said, "Just talk, take your hands out of me." Tang Mingxing then reluctantly pulled his hand out of her collar, smelled the scent on his hand, and praised it highly. "It smells like milk." Su Moli said seriously, "With your family conditions, you can choose to start a business, or go to your own company to work or intern. Your parents are definitely not farmers, right? This is also understandable. How can farmers who work on the land afford luxury cars?" In the past, Tang Mingxing was very clear about his future: to join a big company, work hard and make some money. But now I don't have to do anything, and money is pouring into my pocket, and I feel confused again. "I'm right, someone saw you driving a BMW into school today, and it spread." "I know, but in the morning, after exercising in the morning, I really can't walk anymore." Su Moli didn't want this to happen, but there was no way. Tang Mingxing's car was not ordinary. Tang Mingxing said, "So I have another Panamera, which is more suitable for you. You can drive that one in the future." The appearance of Porsche cars is very popular among girls. Su Moli is of course aware of this, and the two little monsters in her heart appeared again. The reserved man dies with his eyes wide open, and the desire is won effortlessly. But I still asked worriedly, "I want to be low-key, won't you make me more high-profile?" Tang Mingxing said, "Why are you being low-key? They all say that you found a rich second-generation guy, which is true, but they just don't know it's me. Just be at ease and be your rich wife. Don't pay attention to these rumors." With Tang Mingxing's reassurance, Su Moli also thought it through. Since the rumor had already spread, she might as well show it off to them. The two of them sat in the back seat of the car. Tang Mingxing pulled Su Moli up and put her on his lap. "Give me a kiss and then go back. You drive and I'll walk." Just as the two were being intimate, a car drove slowly by. The dean saw the BMW in front of him and remembered the rumors in the school today. "Is this Su Moli's car?" The dean stepped on the brake to slow down the car, lowered the window and looked carefully. "Is there anyone inside?" "Su Moli and that guy is Tang Mingxing, right? Aren't they cousins?" In an instant, the dean's CPU was burned out. What the hell? What kind of logic is this? Chapter 10 Tutoring. After returning to the apartment, the two became affectionate again. As soon as I entered the elevator, I heard hurried footsteps. Wait a moment, a pair of hands pressed the gap of the elevator, and a short-haired girl in professional attire walked in. Tang Mingxing was shocked. Isn't this Lin Yushang from that day? At this time, she changed into a professional suit and wore black-rimmed glasses. Lin Yushang and Su Moli looked at each other, and they both secretly said, "So beautiful." Tang Mingxing pretended not to know it and stared at the billboard in the elevator in a daze. Lin Yushang and Su Moli smiled at each other and looked at the button again. "Are you also on the 16th floor?" Su Moli opened her eyes wide and said, "Ah. Yes. You too." The two girls started the conversation. "What do you do?" "Teachers from Peking University and Tsinghua University." "Oh, that's amazing, who is he?" "Oh, he's my classmate, my husband." Su Moli almost let the cat out of the bag again. Lin Yushang looked at Tang Mingxing, who was pretending not to know her, and said, "Oh, brother. It's you. Didn't you recognize me?" Tang Mingxing was still looking at the advertisement. "Is this woman also on the 16th floor? What a coincidence. This high-end apartment has 4 elevators and 2 households, so the privacy is quite good. That means she lives across the street." "Mingxing, someone is asking you? Do you know each other?" Su Moli reminded him quickly when she saw that he didn't say anything. Lin Yushang saw that Tang Mingxing was not very old and must be younger than her, so she called him brother all the time. Tang Mingxing then turned around. Isn't this the Lin? Sister Lin?" Tang Mingxing was a little embarrassed as he couldn't remember the other person's name for a moment. Lin Yuchang nodded and puffed out her chest, smiling slightly. Here we are, come to my house when you have time. Leave a pure smile for people to savor. Hey, Meng Xing, she is so beautiful and handsome. Su Moli was a little excited. Oh. Tang Mingxing didn't say anything, but her heart was also filled with ripples. Indeed, Lin Yuchang was very straightforward in her speech, especially her pair of canine teeth, which made her smile a bit evil. By the way, her hair is shorter again today. It was shoulder length the other day, but today it's ear length, said Tang Mingxing. Su Moli grabbed his ear and said, you just pretended not to know me, but now you even remember the length of my hair. I was wrong. The two did not go out for dinner. Su Moli showed off her skills and cooked several of her signature dishes. After spending time with her today, she was very satisfied, extremely satisfied. At least, apart from being a student, Tang Mingxing meets all of her criteria for a partner. Su Moli finished eating early, sat at the desk, turned on the computer and was working on something, and reminded Meng Xing, tomorrow is Saturday. There are still 2 days left, don't forget to write your paper. At this time, Tang Mingxing was eating chicken legs, drinking Coke, and watching the variety show with relish. I feel overwhelmed when I hear this. Can you give me 2 days? I finally have a day off. Su Moli rejected it firmly. No, don't think you can skip homework just because you are my husband. I won't see your homework on Monday, next week you can just be a monk. I didn't expect Su Moli to take her work so seriously. Tang Mingxing had just tasted love, so there was no way he could endure it for a week. Without further ado, he took out his computer, sat opposite Su Moli and started writing. Fortunately, Tang Mingxing has a solid foundation and can write 5,000 words quickly. After an hour and a half, 2,800 words had been completed, but I didn't know how to answer some of the questions at the end. Teacher Su, please take a look at what I wrote. Is it correct? Should it be like this? Tang Mingxing devoted himself wholeheartedly and put himself into the shoes of his student again. Su Moli was also very responsible and gave Tang Mingxing some guidance. It's almost 10:30. Done. Tang Mingxing finally finished writing. Su Moli took his computer, looked at it, and couldn't help feeling relieved. It can be seen that Tang Mingxing is talented and has solid basic knowledge. It's well written. You can make some minor revisions to a few places and hand it to me on Monday, Su Moli said with a smile. After saying this, they were both stunned, smiled at each other, and unknowingly, they put themselves into the teacher-student relationship again. At this time, the phone rang. Tang Mingxing saw that it was Zhang Ming calling. What's wrong? Zhang Ming said, Axing, let's go for a drink tomorrow. I'd made an appointment with Zhou Qi and some girls from the same school. I have to say that Zhang Ming is a good friend and he never eats alone. What time is it? Tang Mingxing got up and walked into the bathroom. At 11:30 noon, 3 boys, 200 each. The girls are free, okay? Tang Mingxing glanced at Su Moli, who was still working. Okay. See you tomorrow, Tang Mingxing replied and hung up the phone. Tang Mingxing realized that he still had 10 places, so he had to take the initiative and not just sit there and wait for death. Your luck won't always be so good that you can match with a girl like Su Moli. What if the next time it turns out to be a deformed melon or a jujube? I will have to swallow my broken teeth. Emily, Zhang Ming and I are going to have a party at noon tomorrow, so we won't be eating together. I've transferred 20,000 yuan to you, so go buy something you like to eat. Su Moli saw that she had received another transfer on WeChat. Didn't you just give me 100,000? I can't spend so much. In her heart, she has become very dependent on Tang Mingxing, and she thinks that the more she can save, the better. But Tang Mingxing insisted that she accept it. Unable to persuade him, Su Moli accepted the money. There was no conversation overnight, and it was rainy on Saturday morning. It was not until 9 o'clock in the morning that Su Moli went downstairs to buy some breakfast, which was nothing more than fried dumplings, porridge, and fried dough sticks. Mingxing, get up, Su Moli's gentle voice sounded, but Tang Mingxing did not move. Su Moli quietly lay on her side beside Tang Mingxing, looking at this big boy, from his eyebrows to his eyes, from his eyes to his nose, and then to his mouth, and she couldn't help but move closer. I want to secretly give him a kiss. Bo, Tang Mingxing suddenly woke up at this time, and kissed Su Moli with a slight lift of her lips. You're not awake? The girl was nervous and a little shy. Teacher Su, you were too close, your breath sprayed on my face, how could I not wake up? It was just that when I opened my eyes, I saw your beautiful face, and I kissed you reflexively. At noon, Tang Mingxing took the bus directly to the place where he had agreed to meet Zhang Ming. The purpose of this trip is to pick up girls. Zhang Ming is a brother, so he should remember to call me. Therefore, I can't act like I'm worth 2.58 million and drive over in a luxury car. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi are made to look like supporting roles. We are all students, so to be fair, just take the bus. On the bus, Tang Mingxing used his cell phone as a mirror and kept looking at his appearance. If nothing else, neither of them is as handsome as me. Tang Mingxing was in a good mood. Although he said it was for his brothers, if there was really a good-looking one, of course he would grab it first. Chapter 11 Mu Yuni. A pedestrian street in Yanjing. Lao Zhang, Zhou Qi, Tang Mingxing glanced at the two of them and greeted them. Zhang Ming also waved. When I got closer, I found a Mercedes-Benz E300 behind the two men. Whose car is this? Tang Mingxing asked. Zhang Mingdao, Zhou Qi's. Zhou Qi showed off the keys in his hand. I rented this. I saved up for 2 months. Today I'll show off with you too. Tang Mingxing punched him and said, You bastard, you want to pretend? Zhou Qi suddenly turned into a pleading voice, Mingxing, there is a girl here whom I like very much. I have loved her for 3 years. I have liked her since the day I entered school. Please help me and be my wingman. Today, call me Brother Zhou. In the future, I will work like a slave to you. Tang Mingxing laughed and didn't care. Invite us to dinner later. Okay. No problem. As we were talking, a few girls came. That Zhao Xin. Zhou Qi whispered to remind the two which girl he liked. Tang Mingxing didn't know any of these 3 girls, and it was obvious that they were not from his department. One of them stood out, so beautiful. I came to the right place. It's over. Zhang Ming on the side suddenly said, Why is Mu Yuni here? It's over. What the hell? Tang Mingxing was confused by what he heard. Mu Yuni, one of the 4 campus beauties. The other 3 are already taken, but this one is still single. Zhang Ming quickly explained. Tang Mingxing said, Isn't this good? What a bullshit. Do you know who chases the school beauties? Those 3 are with rich second generations, and they are picked up and dropped off in sports cars. If the 3 of us spend 600 yuan to treat them, they will follow you? You are dreaming. We can't afford it. Zhang Ming is very self-aware. Although the school belle is pretty, it's a pity that he can't catch up with her. Mingxing, you got Mu Yuni, I'll flirt with another one, brother, at least you have a handsome face, I have nothing. At the critical moment, you still have to stab your brothers twice. Compared to Mu Yuni, the other girls are also good-looking and easier to pursue. Damn, are the 3 of us going to the same school? How do you two know so much? Tang Mingxing felt that the things in this guy's mind were completely different from his own. Look at Mu Yuni, she was calm and expressionless, just walking slowly towards Zhao Xin. Hello? It was Zhou Qi who greeted them, and then introduced Tang Mingxing and Zhang Ming. This is Zhao Xin, these 2 are my brothers. After a few pleasantries, Mu Yuni suddenly stretched out her hand and smiled at Tang Mingxing. Hello, my name is Mu Yuni, nice to meet you. So proactive? Tang Mingxing stretched out her hand and shook it gently. The girl was indeed pretty, with a standard oval face, long straight black hair that fell on her chest, and a pair of eyes as bright and moving as autumn water. Somewhat charming and playful. Wearing a belly-bearing outfit, her sexy waist and abdomen lines are very attractive. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi were also stunned. Is this school beauty so approachable? But it was only for Tang Mingxing. Something is wrong. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Tang Mingxing stretched out his hand and held Mu Yuni's hand, but he couldn't pull it back. Hey, classmate Mu, can you let go of your hands? Mu Yuni finally reacted and quickly let go, sorry. Tang Mingxing certainly didn't think that she was attracted by his handsomeness, but he felt embarrassed that the girl was so proactive when they met for the first time. Zhang Ming felt a little regretful. He didn't expect Mu Yuni to be so enthusiastic. Whose car is this? Another girl named Lu Jiaqi asked. Then it must belong to my brother Zhou. Tang Mingxing said, and gave Zhou Qi a look that said I understand. Zhou Qi also started to act like a fool. Hey. It's not a big deal. My parents insisted on buying it for me. I don't usually drive it. Zhao Xian's face flushed, and she took Zhou Qi's arm and said, Then you will take us there later. This move is undoubtedly a declaration of sovereignty, and Zhou Qi is sure to win. Mu Yuni also quietly approached Tang Mengxing. The two of them standing together were indeed a perfect match, but the boy was a little uneasy, and the girl was a little too proactive. Mu Yuni, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, has extremely high standards. Several other school beauties have been pursued, but she is the only one who doesn't like anyone and usually acts like she doesn't want anyone to approach her. Although she envied the other campus beauties who drove sports cars, she expected better. At least in terms of appearance, she is considered the most beautiful girl in school. Even all the school beauties in the past were not as pretty as her, except for one other person in the school, Sumoli. But he is a teacher, how can he be compared with a student? So her boyfriend is better than those other school beauties. Until one day, Mu Yuni went to the shopping mall opposite the school in the morning and bought a cup of coffee. She saw Tang Mengxing driving a unique-looking sports car and parked it in the mall. I have never ridden in a sports car, but I have seen quite a few. After all, there are many rich people in Yanjing. I basically know what Ferrari and Lamborghini look like, but Tang Mengxing's one looks a little strange. But she didn't pay much attention to it. It was only when she arrived at the school gate that she found out that the boy was actually a student of the same school. Mu Yuni couldn't help but become curious. I followed Tang Mengxing for a distance and found out that he was at the School of Economics and Management. Then I looked for the sports car, but I didn't know the name of the car and couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Later, I described it to other male classmates who like cars and found out that it was a Pagani Huayra, which cost 48 million. Mu Yuni was attracted. Money was the main factor, but the boy's temperament and appearance were also important plus points. Perfect standards for choosing a partner. Mu Yuni knew that some of the girls from her relatives' families had already matched and got married. I don't want to wait until that day, and I don't want to have to choose someone I look down upon. So I tried to find out more about that handsome guy in a roundabout way these past 2 days. Knowing that Zhao Xian and Zhou Qi, who shared the same dormitory, were close, I deliberately asked casually, Xin, are there any handsome boys in the School of Economics and Management? Are they all ugly? Zhao Xian was honest and took out her phone to show her, there is a guy pursuing me named Zhou Qi. I am still testing him, but he has a best friend named Tang Mengxing. I have only seen his photo. He is very handsome. Let me show you. Zhao Xian opened Zhou Qi's circle of friends and saw a group photo of Tang Mengxing, Zhang Ming, and Zhou Qi taken a long time ago. Mu Yuni recognized him immediately. He was the handsome guy from that day. Tang Mengxing. At this moment, Mu Yuni was staring at Tang Mengxing infatuatedly, feeling a little embarrassed by the other party. You girls order the food. Tang Mengxing handed the menu to Zhao Xian. After all, as Zhou Qi's wingman, he had to do his job well. Chapter 12 Sweeter than sugar. A few people were in a home-cooked restaurant, which was quite affordable. 600 yuan is enough to eat a full meal, and it is also very popular among nearby students. Several girls also politely said goodbye and each ordered an ordinary dish which cost no more than 100 yuan in total, and then handed the menu back. Zhou Qi took the menu and asked, "What do you want to eat, brothers?" Tang Mengxing and Zhang Ming both said they didn't care. Mu Yuni took out her phone and said, "Add WeChat." Tang Mengxing was too embarrassed to refuse such a sudden initiative. Zhang Ming sent him a WeChat message, "Brother, you are safe tonight. Are you short of money? I have the money for the hotel." Tang Mengxing looked down at his phone and replied, "He has money, but it's not what I thought. Why is Mu Yuni still paying for him?" Zhang Ming took a look at Tang Mengxing's reply and rolled his eyes. This guy is so Versailles. Can't anyone see that this is a self-defeating move? This kind of thing can't be obtained even if others ask for it. The stock market has been booming recently, and many investors have expressed confidence in the future. The news was playing on the TV at the side, and a few people chatted about it casually. The dishes were also fully served. Ding! Your bank card number ends with 1766, 200 million yuan has been credited. Tang Mengxing's cell phone on the table suddenly rang. Bang! Tang Mengxing slapped the phone. The huge noise startled everyone. No, Xing, are you so angry while eating? You're going to flip the table. Zhang Ming teased. Tang Mengxing's expression was solemn, but suddenly he forced a smile and said, this ringtone is a bit awkward, sorry. Zhou Qi also laughed and said, there was a period of time when my ringtone was 5 million in my account, Everyone else thought it was a ringtone, but Tang Mengxing knew that he had never set such a ringtone. it is obvious that 200 million yuan really arrived. I secretly opened my cell phone and saw a message from my mother. The stock market is rising, my son is studying well, please give him some pocket money and hope you can have a baby soon. It fits the tone of my mother's age very well, she likes to use this kind of earthy doggerel. There is also a picture attached, which shows a bunch of big red flowers flashing around, and 2 words, come on. This cheesy gif is very consistent with my mother's personality. What's wrong, Mom? Why did you transfer money to me? I made money from stocks and I miss my big baby. I'll give you some pocket money. Study hard and eat well. The mother and daughter chatted for a while. Far away in Europe, in a French manor, Tang Mingxing's mother Zhang Yuanying was wearing a facial mask and eating breakfast. You made over 30 billion from stocks and left 200 million to your son. Will you deduct it? Tang Hai on the side accused. What does my money have to do with you? Just take care of yourself. You've earned hundreds of billions in the past 6 months, and what you gave me isn't much. Ha! Yanjing. Tang Mengxing's expression was a little complicated. He was excited about receiving 200 million, but he didn't dare to show it too much. Mu Yuni was observing his micro-expressions. It can't be true. Thinking of his top-of-the-line sports car, Mu Yuni firmly believed that what just now was not a ringtone. Hey, did you know that teacher Su Moli drives a BMW X7? I heard it's the top model, costing over 1.4 million. Somehow, the topic suddenly turned to Su Moli. I'm so envious. I'm really envious. She's beautiful and her husband is rich, Lu Juchi said with an admiring look on her face. Zhang Ming coughed dryly, it's nothing. People from our school are basically social elites. This kind of car. It's hard to say what's next. It's true that students at Peking University and Tsinghua University are elites, but they are also divided into different levels. Maybe Zhang Ming will have a good income in the future, but due to the great social pressure, buying a house is a big deal. With a normal income level, it would probably take 10 to 8 years to save up for a down payment. Then there are education, medical expenses, raising children, etc. If you want to buy another $1 million luxury car, the pressure will be even greater. We don't need it. It's fine for us to drive a Mercedes, right Jochi? Zhao Xian said with a smile. Jochi felt a little embarrassed, after all, the car was rented, so he could only reply, yes, yes. Mengxing, do you have a car? Mu Yuni suddenly spoke, testing him. Tang Mingxing hesitated for a moment, yes. More than 40 million per car. Tell the truth? Mu Yuni was stunned. Subway. Tang Mingxing added. Several people burst into laughter. Speaking of Su Moli, Mu Yuni felt a little competitive. Beautiful women are always like this, even if she is a teacher. But the age difference is not that big. Just got married and traded in your electric car for a BMW? Mu Yuni looked at him with disdain. I'll change to a Porsche if I can get Tang Mingxing. She thought so, but she always felt that Tang Mingxing was not interested in her, or was not that proactive. In fact, it's not that Tang Mingxing was not proactive. When he met Mu Yuni today, Tang Mingxing had already listed her as a suitable candidate. As long as I can be with Mu Yuni before the matching deadline, I can get the certificate. Then the state will give priority to your independent choice and cancel this matching. But there are plenty of ways to pursue girls, whether it's throwing money at them or saying sweet words. But this was the first time I saw a girl paying for him so actively, and she was a school beauty. This suddenly awakened Tang Mingxing's puppy gene, and he began to become a little shy. Passive feels pretty good too. At this time, Mu Yuni took out something from her bag, held it in her hand and stretched it in front of Tang Mingxing. Stretch out your hand, Mu Yuni said. Tang Mingxing was stunned, and stretched out his hand, opening it and waiting for the other party to give it to him. Mu Yuni smiled and let go, and a piece of candy fell into Tang Mingxing's hand. Hee. Here's something for you to eat, Mu Yuni smiled foolishly. The 3 boys who watched it were confused, it was so seductive. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi looked at each other. They were dating? This feeling was sweeter than sugar. Do you have your ID card with you? Zhang Ming whispered to Tang Mingxing. In his opinion, Tang Mingxing will definitely get on base tonight. Tang Mingxing touched his pocket and said, damn, I didn't bring it. But he was not in a hurry and went back to explain to Su Moli first. After lunch, Zhou Qi took Zhao Xian to go on a date somewhere else. Zhang Ming and Lu Juchi didn't make any progress and went back home, while Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunqi were walking on the street. Mu Yunqi was a little nervous at this time, because Tang Mingxing did not drive here today, and the school was 6 or 7 stops away. It takes half an hour to walk. There were many people around, so the two of them were a little reserved. Now it was just the two of them, and they talked a lot, but the more they talked, the more something seemed wrong. From Tang Mingxing's description, Mu Yunqi didn't think he looked like a wealthy second generation, but rather very simple and unpretentious. When he talked about his past experiences, they were all very ordinary, such as going abroad to attend summer camps, his parents throwing him a luxurious graduation banquet, etc., a series of experiences that only rich second generations can have. In short, it gives people the feeling that the person is very outstanding but has an ordinary background. Did I see it wrong? No way, or is he deliberately keeping a low profile? Mu Yunqi was a little unsure. Chapter 13 Boyfriend. The more they talked, the more Mu Yunqi felt that he didn't look like a rich man. No surprises, nothing special. Tang Mingxing also noticed the girl's change and suddenly became cold. This change almost kicked Mu Yunqi off his shortlist. He doesn't consider girls who are fickle or emotionally unstable. The weather was a bit hot and humid. Tang Mingxing looked at the store nearby and asked, "Do you want some ice cream?" "Okay, oh. No, I can't eat cold food recently." Mu Yunqi suddenly changed her mind. Maybe it was intentional. Tang Mingxing remembered that she also drank a large glass of ice drink while eating. Now suddenly I can't drink anymore, which is obviously a hint that I don't want to have any contact anymore. Not knowing what he did wrong, Tang Mingxing didn't just walk away for the sake of face. I just bought myself an ice cream and ate it with relish. The two of them walked like this. The atmosphere was a little cold, and Tang Mingxing felt that Mu Yunqi seemed like a different person again. The cool and aloof school beauty style is back again. It's really hard to figure out. I'm here. Just walk along this road for 10 minutes and you'll reach the school, Tang Mingxing said to her, pointing ahead. Mu Yunqi looked up at the tall building in front of her, but couldn't tell what it was. You live here? Tang Mingxing took a bite of ice cream and replied, yes. Mu Yunqi wanted to test him one last time. If he really was like that, she would not go back to school for the time being and would ask him to go somewhere else to play together. If not, then go back to school. But it was clearly him that I saw that day. Was I seeing things? Or did he just look a bit like the boy driving the sports car? Student Tang, you. Before he could finish his words, 2 sports cars came speeding over. Stopped by the roadside. Yun Shi. 4 men and women got out of the car. So beautiful Tang Mingxing's eyes suddenly lit up. The 2 girls who came greeted Mu Yunqi with a smile. Yu Ning. Xiaoying, Mu Yunqi also greeted happily. Tang Mingxing had no impression of these 2 names, but he didn't know that they were students of the same school and were among the 4 school beauties. There are some connections between the school beauties, and the circle is there. But there is no bloody plot, and the relationship between the characters is pretty good. Are you going back to school? Are you going to the Disney fireworks party tonight? Asked Zhou Yuning, one of the school beauties. There were 2 boys behind the 2 of them, who didn't look very old. Ah? Fireworks show? Mu Yunqi's eyes revealed a hint of desire. I don't know. What time? It starts at 6:30. We are going to go there. Let's play for a while first. Out of politeness, Tang Mingxing wanted to tell them that he was leaving first. But I never had the chance to speak. Your boyfriend? Zhou Yuning looked at Tang Mingxing, who seemed to want to speak. Tang Mingxing, no. Mu Yunqi, not yet. The 2 spoke almost at the same time, and Tang Mingxing directly denied it. But Mu Yunqi's words, not yet, are somewhat intriguing. Mu Yunqi's face was cold and she was hesitant. Who doesn't want to marry into a good family? Perhaps I am indecisive. Is that so, handsome guy? Zhou Yuning teased. In Tang Mingxing's mind, Mu Yunqi kept appearing on the blacklist. It was a little more stable at this time. Maybe I don't take the initiative? Tang Mingxing thought about it and realized that he was naive. It's easy to win over Mu Yunqi. It's also easy to win over most girls. I have the ability to do so. But I always want to experience the sweetness of love. This kind of pure love is a bit unrealistic. Thinking of Su Moli, material determines the superstructure. First, lay a good material foundation, and then there will be plenty of time to talk about love in the future. Yunqi, let's go to the amusement park to watch the fireworks. Wait a minute, I'll go drive. Rather than using money, Tang Mingxing wanted to conquer Mu Yunqi with his personal charm, but unfortunately he was overthinking it. Maybe it was okay before college, but now that they have come into contact with society, they have become more realistic. Hey! Yunqi, what car does your boyfriend drive? Asked another school beauty, Wu Ying. I don't know either. Mu Yunqi didn't notice that the other party was asking about her boyfriend. I just accepted it because I was so into it, my mind was full of anticipation. The boyfriends of the two school beauties before drove Lamborghinis. Tang Mingxing shouldn't be bad. Boom, there was a roar of engine at the exit of the parking lot. The sound was deafening. Mu Yunqi felt much more at ease after hearing it. She knew that this was not the sound that an ordinary car could make. A black sports car jumped out. Mu Yunqi couldn't understand it. She didn't know much about cars. She only knew some famous cars, and this one looked very beautiful. But I can't remember its name, and it doesn't have the sharp edges and corners like a Lamborghini or Ferrari. It looks more like a coupe. It won't be cheap, right? Mu Yunqi didn't dare to look at other people. Fuck. Bugatti Chiron. A boy could tell at a glance what brand the car was. No. Sister, who is your boyfriend? Mu Yunqi didn't dare to say anything else, she just said, he is my classmate. We are childhood sweethearts. Seeing the shock in the eyes of the two boys, Mu Yunqi immediately concluded that Tang Mingxing was a genuine rich man. So hurry up and declare sovereignty. How much is the landing price? The boy continued to ask. Mu Yunqi had no idea, so she could only make up a story. After all, she had already boasted about her childhood sweetheart, about 8 million? The two boys laughed. You should check your boyfriend's private money. He must have cheated you out of 8 million. We don't know the price, but we know that this car must have started at $500 million. Oh wow. I can't believe that your boyfriend, Yunqi, is so domineering. Zhou Yuning said enviously. Tang Mingxing parked the car, rolled down the window, and was still eating ice cream in the house, but it was almost melting. Get in the car. Mu Yunqi nodded excitedly, but still pretended to be used to it. She walked to the front of the car with graceful steps, her long hair swaying in the wind. Because of the belly-bearing outfit she wore, her flat belly was clearly visible. A pair of black tights shows off the perfect legs. Mu Yunqi had never ridden in a sports car, but she had seen others ride in one. He followed suit and sat down on the seat first, then moved his feet in. It was this action that made Tang Mingxing take a glance and see another peach. I really want to draw her. Although Mu Yunqi looks pure, her makeup is cool and elegant. Switching back and forth between the cool and aloof queen and the cute and adorable lowly. As long as he doesn't smile, you always feel that this person has a cold temperament, but when he smiles, his true nature is exposed and he is very cute. Tang Mingxing took a bite of ice cream and said, let's go. Mu Yunqi suddenly approached and took the ice cream in Tang Mingxing's hand. Drive carefully, I'll hold it for you. Tang Mingxing didn't stop her and gave her the few remaining bites of ice cream. Then he said, that's all, throw it away if it doesn't work. The car started. Mu Yunqi did not throw away the ice cream, but slowly put it into her mouth, not caring about Tang Mingxing's saliva. He started eating by himself. Oh my god. Didn't I just tell you not to eat cold food? Tang Mingxing found it funny. Was her menstrual period cured by her luxury car? How could he not know that Mu Yunqi was performing this for him? Chapter 14 Out of the masses. There were quite a lot of people in the amusement park, and by the time Tang Mingxing and his companions arrived, it was already packed. But later, Tang Mingxing suddenly felt that if he captured Mu Yunqi, he would have to explain to Su Moli. This is the situation in Longhua, and no one thinks there is anything wrong with it. Tang Mingxing called Su Moli. After Su Moli heard this, she didn't think anything of it, but she also knew Mu Yunqi. Students who choose their own elective courses. Su Moli thought for a moment and told Tang Mingxing not to tell Mu Yunqi about their situation. Prepare to play a trick on yourself. Mangxing. Look at that, Mu Yunqi was unusually active, just because she met the person of her dreams. There were 6 people, 3 men and 3 women, and 2 other couples were holding hands or hugging each other's shoulders. Mangxing. Mu Yunqi's name also became more intimate. Yeah, Tang Mingxing turned his head and waited for the other party to continue speaking. Mu Yunchi said half-jokingly, just now they said you are my boyfriend. Mu Yunchi waited for the other party's reply. She had been proactive enough, but to break the window paper, Tang Mingxing had to come in person. Tang Mingxing touched his pocket. When he went to drive the car just now, he not only drove it out, but also took his ID card. Isn't it? If he didn't capture Mu Yunchi today, wouldn't his trip be in vain? Besides, he didn't have much time left, and he would have to force her to bind him in a few days. Hearing Tang Mingxing's answer, Mu Yunchi stuck out her tongue playfully, then turned around, looked ahead, and waited for the boy's next move. Tang Mingxing knew that it had been done. Why should he be polite? He grabbed Mu Yunchi's hand and the girl did not resist. Just hold your hand and head to the next attraction. The fireworks at the castle at night are very beautiful. The hotel's big bed is even more comfortable. I want to take off these cat ears. Mu Yunchi still wore the headdress she had bought. Tang Mingxing said, wear it, it's so cute. The next morning, Mu Yunchi returned to the dormitory. Yunchi, where did you go last night? You didn't answer the phone, asked her roommate with concern. Mu Yunchi looked in the mirror, tidied up her hair that was messed up by Tang Mingxing, and replied casually, oh, I went out to play. The roommate didn't care, but just saw the latest LV bag that Mu Yunchi put on the bed after she came in. Newly bought? Several roommates didn't believe it was real and leaned over to take a look, but they couldn't tell it was fake. Mu Yunchi suddenly smiled proudly and said, my boyfriend gave it to me. I just finished breakfast this morning and he insisted on buying it for me. I have no choice. Several roommates knew that with Mu Yunchi's conditions, the boyfriend she was looking for would definitely not be someone who would spend hundreds of dollars on fake goods. This bag must be real. A few people searched and found the price online was 65,000 yuan. Several roommates were extremely envious and jealous. This morning, when they passed by LV's store, Tang Mingxing took her directly in to pick out a bag. At the price of 65,000, Tang Mingxing had no hesitation. Seeing the boy's relaxed expression as he paid the bill, Mu Yunchi began to feel complacent. This is my man. After asking for Mu Yunchi's consent, several roommates began to tinker with the bag. Indeed, this thing is too tempting for women. What's in the bag? Chen Tian, one of my roommates, opened the bag and took a look. Oh my god, La Pernie Platinum Cream. Another roommate had seen this online, a top-notch skincare product that costs 14,000 yuan each. Mu Yunchi, are you going to leave the masses? Chen Tian complained, comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. I don't want to either. My boyfriend may have too much money to spend. Mu Yunchi put a cute expression in front of the mirror. She was indeed very charming. Tang Mingxing really had a lot of money but nowhere to spend it, and his desires had been greatly satisfied recently. I'm thinking of buying myself some clothes, which will cost at least 1,000 yuan. At present, apart from the watch, the most expensive thing on my body is the shoes, but they only cost more than 500 yuan. But he really doesn't have much need for things like clothes. Most of the time, it's still about games. I no longer have to wait for the prices of those games that I had been reluctant to buy before downloading them from Steam. I have to buy them all. And the martial arts online games that he occasionally played, he also spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy costumes and make weapons. When I returned to the apartment, Su Moli was still sorting documents. Teacher Su, you haven't been out all day? You still have to work on vacation. Su Moli lifted her hair and sighed, so busy. Tang Mingxing suddenly took out a set of cosmetics and waved them in front of her. It's also a set of La Pernie. Last night, Tang Mingxing told Mu Yunchi that he had 10 places. Su Moli glanced at the cosmetics without much emotion, as she was already distracted by work. Thanks, was the simple reply. She was a little sad because Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunchi went out to have fun during the holidays. Working overtime at home. And I stayed alone in the empty room last night. Mingxing, if Yunchi comes to live here, this place is too small to accommodate her. Su Moli looked at the room. It was 95 square meters, which was enough space, but not enough rooms. Just one bedroom. It's okay, I still have a villa. What else? The villa is not far from the school, about a 20-minute drive. Su Moli thought about it and felt that with Tang Mingxing's consumption level, it was not surprising that he had a villa. Tang Mingxing stretched lazily, besides, the interior is already furnished, so it's easy to move in directly. It's just too big, and it's too creepy for me to live alone. Seeing that Su Moli was still concentrating on her work, Tang Mingxing didn't want to disturb her. Pick up the basketball and prepare to go down and play for a while. I've been exercising my abdominal muscles these days, but I should also exercise other parts of my body appropriately. There are several basketball hoops in the square behind the apartment, and there are not many people here at this time. Tang Mingxing was fiddling with the basketball by himself, practicing shooting. After playing for a while, I found it really boring. After throwing the ball, I had to go out of my way to pick it up. At this moment, a motorcycle came roaring over. Brother! What a coincidence! Lin Yuchang appeared here wearing a gray sports sweatshirt and a pair of sports shorts. Sister Lin. Tang Mingxing recognized her when he saw her take off her sunglasses. The basketball rolled to Lin Yuchang's feet. The girl picked up the basketball and threw it towards the basket. A beautiful arc, and the basketball fell into the net. Good shot. Tang Mingxing knew that Lin Yuchang was straightforward and loved sports. But I didn't expect that he was also good at playing basketball. However, girls are still at a disadvantage compared to boys in terms of physical conditions. Lin Yuchang patted the basketball stiffly a few times. Actually, I like playing basketball very much, but I'm not very good at it, so I just practice shooting. I'm not very good at dribbling. Tang Mingxing could see this. Lin Yuchang shot again and hit it again. Then let's have a one-on-one bullfight, Lin Yuchang suggested. Tang Mingxing didn't care. He was in good physical condition and could even dunk. He was just a bit amateurish. There's nothing wrong in showing off in front of a beautiful woman. Tang Mingxing said, 5 balls. The loser will buy a drink. Chapter 15 Dunk. Who will attack first? I. Lin Yuchang asked to attack first, but Tang Mingxing didn't care. In his eyes, this was a game that was destined to be won. Today, Tang Mingxing took a closer look at Lin Yuchang. This girl is lying. After changing into sportswear, it was obvious that my breasts had become smaller. Here I come, Lin Yuchang tapped the ball twice, holding it in his right hand and preparing to break through. Tang Mingxing disagreed in his heart, it was too slow. What? Lin Yuchang, who was not very good at dribbling just now, suddenly changed direction quickly and shook off Tang Mingxing. He dribbled the ball quickly with his left hand, very skillfully, and reached the basket in a few steps. The ball cut to his right hand and he easily scored a layup. You're not very good at dribbling, right? Tang Mingxing understood instantly that she had been fooled. Brother, don't you know that you can't trust what pretty girls say? Lul Yulu. After saying that, Lin Yuchang made a face. Tang Mingxing noticed that she also had earrings pierced, which reflected colorful light under the sunlight. Come on. Tang Mingxing, who was defeated, was not convinced. With both hands open, he awaited the opponent's attack. Lin Yuchang stood outside the three-point line and suddenly made a three-pointer. Hollow entry. So accurate? Sister, what are you doing? Tang Mingxing was a little curious. This girl had given him so many surprises. But the other party was a girl after all, and Tang Mingxing was embarrassed to really defend her closely. But if you don't get too close to her, her skills are really good and she is hard to stop. The score went straight to 4-0. Tang Mingxing also became stubborn. It was too ridiculous to lose to a girl. The key is that she is very accurate in three-point shooting. Except for the first ball, the rest were all three-pointers. I won't give in anymore. Tang Mingxing slapped the ground and encouraged himself. Lin Yuchang took the ball again, ready to end the game. I tell you to throw. Tang Mingxing stared at the opponent's movements closely and pounced directly at Lin Yuchang. Bang, a hot pot hit. After all, he was a boy, so he really let go of the difference between men and women and covered her with ease. The basketball flew very far, and Lin Yuchang was frightened by Tang Mingxing and fell heavily to the ground. You bullying me? 2 lines of tears rolled down Lin Yuchang's handsome and beautiful face, and she looked pitiful. It looks like he was hurt from the fall. I'm sorry, Tang Mingxing apologized quickly and wanted to support Lin Yuchang. The girl threw her hands away and pouted, I don't need your help. The girl who was so heroic just now suddenly became as weak as a little woman. Tang Mingxing sat next to her. Sister, I was wrong. The tone is very much like a little puppy. Lin Yuchang wiped her tears, glanced at him, and turned her head away angrily. I'll go buy you a drink. You scored that goal. I lost, okay? Tang Mingxing hurried to a nearby store and bought 2 bottles of drinks. When I came back, I saw Lin Yuchang had adjusted his mood and was shooting basketball. Hey, which one do you want to drink? Tang Mingxing handed it over, and Lin Yuchang took one of the 2 bottles of drinks at random. Can you dunk? Lin Yuchang suddenly asked. Tang Mingxing rubbed his shoulders twice and smiled proudly. Of course. I'll show you a. After saying that, Tang Mingxing took the basketball, started dribbling from the midfield, and took a few steps to the edge of the 3-point line. With a gentle toss, he threw the basketball towards the backboard. You call this a slam dunk? Lin Yuchang thought he was joking, but actually he couldn't do it. At this time, Tang Mingxing ran to the free throw line and jumped hard. He caught the basketball that bounced off the backboard in mid-air and slammed it into the basket. Looks cool, right? Tang Mingxing did not forget to strike a handsome pose afterwards. Lin Yuchang looked at him with admiration. I want to buckle too. You're useless, you don't have height and you can't jump well. There's a shorter basketball hoop over there. Lin Yuchang pointed to another court, where the hoop was shorter and specially designed for teenagers to play. Although he is much shorter, he is still 2.6 meters tall. Lin Yuchang definitely can't reach it with her height. But she didn't care and ran over with Tang Mingxing. Do you think I can get it? After trying several times, Lin Yuchang failed to touch the backboard once. Ha, I told you can't do it. Tang Mingxing joked. Squat down. Lin Yuchang suddenly said to him. Get down. Why? Tang Mingxing seemed to know what she was going to do. Lin Yuchang was unreasonable and directly pressed Tang Mingxing's shoulders. Just squat down when I tell you to, why are you talking so much nonsense? Tang Mingxing had no choice but to do as she was told and squatted down. Madam, do you need to hold your head? Lin Yuchang burst out laughing. No need. But don't move. Oh. Tang Mingxing squatted on the ground. He knew that Lin Yuchang was going to get on his neck. Although he was not happy about it, he somehow obeyed the girl's words. I just felt 2 slender and smooth thighs stepping over my shoulders. Lin Yuchang rode directly on his neck. Tang Mingxing said, hold on tight, I'm getting up. Then he held the other person with both hands and placed them on his thighs in front of his chest, for fear that Lin Yuchang would fall. If she falls from this height, she will be in trouble. At this time, Tang Mingxing had no intention of experiencing the smoothness of the other person's legs. She just concentrated on carrying her towards the basket. Watch me. Lin Yuchang looked very excited. He held the basketball in both hands and slammed it in. Good shot, haha. Although Tang Mingxing, who was under him, couldn't see anything, he still flattered him a lot. After half an hour, Tang Mingxing didn't want to play anymore and was exhausted and panting. Sister, you treat me like a donkey. It's enough to play once or twice, but it's endless. Lin Yuchang said, let's play it another day. How about, I'll invite you and your wife to dinner tonight? Tang Mingxing naturally had no problem with it and told Su Moli that she also hoped to make friends with Lin Yuchang. Su Moli secretly told Tang Mingxing that it would be great if Lin Yuchang was a man, then Tang Mingxing would have no chance. It is true that girls are more attractive than boys when they are handsome. Can you call another person? Tang Mingxing thought of Mu Yuni and took this opportunity to have a meal together. Lin Yuchang doesn't look like someone who is short of money, so it shouldn't be a problem to call one more person. Lin Yuchang replied happily, sure. In the evening, Tang Mingxing could never have imagined that the girls were having a great time chatting. Especially when Mu Yuni saw Su Moli, she seemed to be choked by something and couldn't speak for the first time. How could I not know the teacher of my elective course? But they were finally able to meet in private, and their relationship quickly heated up. Not to mention Lin Yuchang, who has a straightforward personality and is a total social stunner. But for Tang Mingxing, he currently needed to carry a bunch of food upstairs and thought he was going to a restaurant. Unexpectedly, the 3 girls unanimously agreed to cook at Lin Yuchang's house. Damn, we agreed to treat you, and I bought all the ingredients. Chapter 16 Can't Die. There is no atmosphere of a little girl in Lin Yuchang's home. There are no pink decorations, no dolls or puppets. More, sports equipment, camping equipment. Brother, I didn't realize you actually have 2 wives, and one was just married today, and the other is actually your teacher. Ha, the 2 of them were in the corner, and Lin Yuchang smiled playfully. Tang Mingxing looked at her with disdain and said, what's wrong with that? In the future, we will fall in love with each other. Is it wrong for me to respond to the call of the country? Lin Yuchang nodded, but still couldn't help laughing. That's right, that's right. Ha ha. Be careful, maybe I can get you too after a while, Tang Mingxing said suddenly. Lin Yuchan's expression tightened, and she shut up immediately, looking as if she was avoiding something. She lost her smile just now. I'm going to cook. He just replied coldly and left. Tang Mingxing didn't know if he had said something wrong. He wanted to apologize but didn't know what he had done wrong. An hour later, they finally finished cooking. A table full of dishes. Come on, cheers. Lin Yushang raised the red wine glass and said to everyone, drink this cup. Sister Lin, we may not live here anymore after a while. You want to move away? Where to? They had just met, so Lin Yuchang didn't feel reluctant to leave. She just asked curiously. I have a villa not far away. You can come over and visit us when you are free. Villa? Lin Yushang and Mu Yunxi both looked slightly surprised. Especially Mu Yunxi, now that the relationship is confirmed, Tang Mingxing is already hers. Unexpectedly, surprises came one after another. But she asked foolishly, you live well here, why do you want to move out? Tang Mingxing looked at her for a few seconds, and she realized that there were too many people and there was no room for them. Dinner lasted a long time. Yunxi, it's too late, don't leave. Tang Mingxing put his arm around Mu Yunxi's waist, still wearing the same belly-bearing outfit, and felt the tight and elastic touch on her body with his hands. But there is only one bed. The bed is huge. Next day. Mengxing, Yunxi, wake up. Hurry up or you'll be late. Su Moli's daily routine has always been stable. Mu Yunxi also quickly got up after hearing this. Even after the two girls had dressed and washed up, Tang Mingxing was still sleeping soundly. Why aren't you getting up yet? Su Moli pushed him. Tang Mingxing then said dazedly, you two are fine, I was 1v2 last night, and I have been fighting continuously these days. I am tired. Your first class today is mine. If you're late, you'll have to wait. Su Moli said unhappily. Tang Mingxing closed her eyes and replied, oh, Zhang Ming will help me point it out. Mu Yunxi laughed out loud. The two girls left the garage, and Mu Yunxi finally witnessed Tang Mingxing's arrogance. The Bugatti from that day and the Pagani seen earlier are both here. Su Moli got into a Panamera directly. Yunxi, get in the car. A white Panamera just stopped in the school parking lot. Su Moli and Mu Yunxi got out of the car and rushed to the teaching building. Good morning, director. Su Moli greeted the dean when she saw him. The dean also saw the two of them getting out of a car. Teacher Su, are you changing cars again? Yes. Su Moli was quite calm about it, because it felt really good to be rich. The dean asked again, did your husband buy it for you? Su Moli replied, yes. Tang Mingxing is your cousin? This question stunned both Su Moli and Mu Yunxi. Is that so? Su Moli uttered these two words with difficulty. Mu Yunxi on the side couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? Go to class. The dean glanced at Mu Yunxi. His mind was confused again. Why is Mu Yunxi with Su Moli again, and they came together in the morning? Mu Yunxi ran away dejectedly, while Su Moli followed the dean to the office. Teacher Su, as teachers, we should pay attention to our words and deeds and set an example for our students. I know that you young people are more open and tolerant, but you have to remember your identity in school. Su Moli could tell there was something else behind the dean's words, but she didn't know what she had done wrong. I can only agree with him. After arriving at the teaching building, Su Moli went to the office to prepare for the first class. The dean of studies shook his head repeatedly. I don't know if she understood it. At this time, Tang Mingxing was still sleeping soundly and had completely forgotten about the class. In the auditorium, Su Moli's first class was with Tang Mingxing's class. Zhang Ming called Tang Mingxing several times, but no one answered. Roll call. Su Moli knew that he didn't come and stared at Zhang Ming. Axing, what are you doing? The teacher called your name. Zhang Ming sent a voice message. Su Moli taught several classes, but she couldn't recognize all the students, and couldn't even remember half of them. But how could she not recognize the person next to her? Tang Mingxing. Arrive. Someone actually answered. Okay. Everyone is here, right? Okay. Do you remember the question we asked last week? Tang Mingxing, you can answer it. Su Moli looked at the whole class with a serious expression. None of the students dared to speak out. Tang Mingxing. Didn't he just arrive? Su Moli put down the textbook in her hand and looked around until she saw Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming. Where's Tang Mengxing? Su Moli didn't want Tang Mengxing to take advantage of the fact that he was her husband, so she didn't even go to class. But it wouldn't really make things difficult for him and Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming felt a little regretful. He had shouted here on behalf of Tang Mengxing without thinking at all. Tang Mengxing just kissed Su Moli forcefully, and Su Moli could tell at a glance whether he was here or not. Teacher Su, Tang Mengxing is sick, and asked me to ask for leave for him. Zhang Ming is still loyal enough. He can't even speak anymore. Can't he just make a phone call and treat himself? Tang Mengxing had a fever of nearly 40 degrees yesterday, and was unconscious. Several of us sent him to the hospital. The doctor said, if we had come a little later, he would have. Zhang Ming made up a story for a long time, and suddenly burst into tears, speaking as if it were true. Ah, is he okay? Which hospital is he in? Su Moli showed a deep affection between teacher and student. The boys in the class suddenly had the thought that it would be great if I were the one who got sick. Zhang Ming couldn't continue making up stories. At this moment, the cell phone vibrated. It's Tang Mengxing calling. Su Moli walked over and looked at his phone. Catch. Zhang Ming's sweat drops were as big as beans. Teacher, he can't die. I asked you to answer it. Turn on speakerphone. Chapter 17 The School Beauty's Boyfriend. Zhang Ming hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone and turned on the speakerphone. Hello. Hey. Lao Zhang. Did that little girl ask me? As soon as the three words little girl were uttered, the whole class knew who she was talking about. Su Moli was asking for trouble by insisting that Zhang Ming answer the phone. Tang Mengxing, I dare not ask. Su Moli's voice came, and Tang Mengxing on the other side knew that class must have started at this time. And Zhang Ming was caught. Without thinking, Tang Mengxing hung up the phone. What if we can leave? I encouraged myself, but soon became discouraged again. The first class ended quickly and Tang Mengxing arrived late. There are fewer classes in the third year than in the first and second years, but it is a prestigious university after all, and the students are just as hardworking. Even people like Zhang Ming, although they love to play, are not bad students. Su Moli was on her way back to the office when she was blocked by Tang Mengxing. Get out of the way. Su Moli was a little angry. I'm so tired, I can't get up. Tang Mengxing blocked the aisle and prevented her from passing. Su Moli didn't know why she was so angry. If Tang Mengxing was just her student, she might not care about him at all. Whether he wants to study or not is none of my business. But he is her husband, and he even skips her classes and doesn't support her work at all. Su Moli felt wronged. I'll be your licker, okay? Tang Mengxing stuck out his tongue and really imitated a dog. Su Moli still laughed. Don't do it again. I tolerate you skipping other people's classes. They are all professors. I haven't been promoted yet. How can I become a full-time employee if you do this? Tang Mengxing apologized repeatedly. I was wrong. You are still a dog licker. Others lick dogs until they have nothing, but you have licked everything into the house. After acting coquettishly, Su Moli felt a little better. At the same time, Mu Yuni was also distracted in class. School beauties are never self-proclaimed. Many people feel proud of being the school belle, and some boys also feel proud of having a school belle girlfriend. In short, everyone yearns for beautiful things. Mu Yuni, the so-called school beauty, lives differently from ordinary people. In the morning, 7 or 8 classmates had already come to ask her out on behalf of others. WeChat also receives some inexplicable friend additions every day. Yunxi, I have a friend from Yanjing Sports University who wants to meet you. I've recommended your WeChat to him. Please approve it as a friend. Yunxi, my childhood friend, started a business after graduating from high school. He earns over $1 million a year. I want to get to know him. Your ideas are useless. I know a rich second-generation anchor. He earns tens of millions a year. Yunxi. He wants to talk to you. Mu Yuni was annoyed by what she heard, and finally stood up this time. I have a boyfriend. The whole class was silent. A few seconds later. Yunxi, what does your boyfriend do? Is he as good as my buddy? This rich second-generation guy I know is awesome. You should consider it. When Mu Yuni first entered school, many boys in the class pursued her. Until a few rich boys came and drove BMW X3 or Audi, cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. In public, he asked Mu Yuni for a relationship. At this time, many people realized that to pursue the campus beauty, it is not enough to just rely on good character and good looks. Mu Yuni is even more arrogant. There are only 3 criteria that I set for myself in choosing a partner, and they are very simple. Very handsome, good character, super rich. A very unpretentious request. It is best to do it in your own school so that you can have a high level of education. Especially the last point, super rich. She didn't know how to define it, and later she met the boyfriends of several other school beauties. They are all sports cars worth millions, but there is only one. Until Tang Mingxing appeared, there were luxury cars worth tens of millions, and more than one. Although million-dollar luxury cars are also very good, after seeing or hearing so many of them, they don't feel anything special. In cities like Yanjing or Shanghai, it wouldn't attract much attention. But the tens of millions are completely different. Even yesterday, when I found out that his Bugatti was worth more than 50 million, I was shocked beyond words. I spent more than 50 million to buy a car. Who is your boyfriend? Is he some rich boy? The love affair of Mu Yuni, the campus beauty, will definitely attract attention. Many people came up to inquire. Yunxi, we are good friends, tell me what you have said. Mu Yuni didn't think it was a big deal. If she told everyone about it, she wouldn't be bothered by anyone in the future. His name is Tang Mingxing. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the class is over. Tang Mingxing, Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi and others were playing basketball on the playground. Lao Xiang, Zhou Qi wants to tell you something. What is it? Dude, I'm actually a rich second generation. Zhang Ming nodded, what a coincidence, I am a first generation rich man, call me dad. Do you know how to write the word death? A few people were playing around. Mingxing, Mu Yuni walked over carrying the bag that Tang Mingxing had just bought for her. The girl trotted 2 steps and threw herself directly into Tang Mingxing's arms. Zhang Ming just stood there in a daze. It was done in one day? This is too fast. Mu Yuni came with her 2 roommates, who were determined to see what kind of person Tang Mingxing was. After seeing Tang Mingxing, my roommate Chen Tian felt jealous. He is definitely rich, after all, he is Mu Yuni's boyfriend. There is nothing wrong with the school beauty being paired with the rich man. The key is that Chen Tian and another roommate came here to see what he looked like. It's impossible to have all 3 of the following, tall, rich, and handsome. And now, Tang Mingxing has indeed got them all. If he were uglier, shorter, and fatter, Chen Tian would feel better. Tang Mingxing's sweat soaked the clothes on his chest, sticking tightly to his chest muscles. Mu Yuni couldn't help but touch it. Don't be a hooligan, we'll go back later, Tang Mingxing patted her on the back. There were a lot of people in the stadium, and soon many people noticed this place. Everyone knew Mu Yuni. She is not only the leader among the 4 school beauties, but also has the title of the #1 school beauties of all time. However, some seniors who have already graduated do not agree with this view, because there was a Sumoli in their class. Zhang Ming and others on the side were watching in a trance, wondering how Tang Mingxing managed to get this school beauty. Let's continue. Tang Mingxing picked up the basketball and said to the other boys, I don't want to play anymore. I want to go back to the dormitory. I don't want to play anymore, give me the ball. I'm really impressed. I'm eating some dog food. And she's the school beauty. Only Zhang Ming, after everyone else left, grabbed Tang Mingxing and said, Brother Xing. Teach me. Please. In Sumoli's white Panamera, Tang Mingxing hugged Mu Yuni. Sumoli hadn't finished her work yet, and the 2 of them got into the car first. Don't move. There are a lot of cars at this time. It's not good for others to see you. In the back seat, Tang Mingxing hugged Mu Yuni with one hand and looked at his phone with the other. The old father really kept his promise. A full 10 million was called. Chapter 18 Mu Yuni's parents. Kiss. Mu Yuni suddenly acted coquettishly. Tang Mingxing lowered her head and gave him a kiss. The dean of studies outside the window hurried past and glanced at Sumoli's car. I was shocked again by the scene before me. Tang Mingxing and Mu Yuni, in Sumoli's car. No. What's wrong with this world? At night, in Tang Mingxing's apartment. It was obviously a bit crowded for 3 people to sleep on a big bed. What Tang Mingxing didn't expect was that Mu Yunqi was not only good at studying, but also cool. It was so complicated that Su Moli looked at him as if he were a poor student. For dinner, Tang Mingxing took the 2 girls to have another big meal, but after eating, they both wanted to go back. Tang Mingxing's suggestion to go shopping was also rejected. I still need to study on my own. There are still many things I don't understand. Look at Yunxi's enlightenment. In the room, Tang Mingxing turned on the computer and looked at some information. An hour later, I couldn't help but play the game. Even though there were 3 people in the room, there was no other sound except the sound of Tang Mingxing typing on the keyboard. It's as quiet as a library. TSK. How did he die? Tang Mingxing just sighed. The 2 girls gave him stern looks. Keep your voice down. Tang Mingxing quickly shut up, looked at the character in the game, and waited to be resurrected. It's near the end of the month and a new week has begun, and there is not much time left until the end of the 7-day match. Tang Mingxing wanted to get the certificate with Mu Yunqi as soon as possible. In this way, you can apply to stop matching. By the time Mu Yunqi finished her self-study, it was already 9 o'clock. Yunqi. I want to tell you something. That is. Ding ding. Mu Yunqi's phone rang. Wait a moment. Tang Mingxing had no choice but to wait for her to answer the phone. The call was from her mother. Mom. A clear voice rang out from the other end of the phone. Yunqi, can I give you 1,700 yuan for living expenses this month? Your father and I are a little short of money recently. Oh, wait a minute, Mom, I'll go out and you can talk later. Mu Yunqi quickly stood up. She didn't want Tang Mingxing to hear this. Although I knew he was not short of money, he still spent more than 60,000 yuan to buy himself a bag. I can no longer open my mouth. But Tang Mingxing stared at her with wide eyes, and he could hear the voice on the phone clearly. Watching Mu Yunqi walk out the door, Tang Mingxing waited for a few seconds and then sneaked out as well. Mom, what's wrong? Mu Yunqi knew her family well. She usually had a living expense of more than 3,000 yuan a month, which her family could definitely afford. How come they suddenly gave me 1,000 less? It's okay, I'm just a little short of money, it will be fine next month. Her mother comforted her, but Mu Yunqi was still worried. Mom, what happened? Mu Yunqi was so anxious that she wanted to cry. I've told you it's nothing. Just study hard and don't worry about things at home, the mother said impatiently. I don't, tell me what happened. Mu Yunqi knew that something must have happened at home. Okay, I'll give you 3,000 this month. You're such an ignorant kid. Mother thought Mu Yunqi was sad because of the issue of living expenses. Mu Yunqi said, Mom, 1,000 is enough for me, tell me, what's going on at home? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone before Mu Yunqi's mother said, your father's company went bankrupt, and he hasn't received salary for a few months. Alas! Now he can't be found at all. I have been paying off the loan for the house I bought for you in the county town. I borrowed money from relatives when I bought the house. I already owe them money, so it's not easy to ask for more. Hey! Your father is old, and no one wants him after going to a few places. I'm thinking of finding a security guard job in a few days. I make over 4,000 yuan a month now. After paying off the loan, I still have over 1,000 yuan left. Just wait until your dad finds a job next month. Just be obedient, your parents are not deliberately making things difficult for you. Before her mother finished speaking, she heard Tang Mingxing suddenly shout, Mom! Don't worry about this. Just leave Yunqi to me. Tang Mingxing's sudden appearance scared Mu Yunqi. Why are you here? Mu Yunqi quickly covered the phone. I didn't want to ask about your family affairs, but I heard everything just now. Your living expenses for next month are 1,700. How can you play with me with such little money? Tang Mingxing said jokingly. At this time, Mu Yunqi's phone rang again, and the previous call had been hung up. This time it was a video call from my mother. Your mother wants to see me. Tang Mingxing straightened his collar and smoothed his hair. Answer it. The video call was received, and there were 2 people in the screen. In addition to Mu Yunqi's mother, there was also a skinny middle-aged man. Mu Yunqi's mother is LV Lanfang and her father is Mu Haiba. Mother Lu Lanfang looks a little plump, while father Mu Haiba looks honest and simple, and he looks like a hard worker. Hello, auntie, hello, uncle. Tang Mingxing snatched the phone from Mu Yunqi's hand, and this time he spoke more formally. Then the three of them chatted, leaving Mu Yunqi aside. After an unknown amount of time, Su Moli felt a little sleepy and called out to Mu Yunqi, "Yunqi, are you going to sleep? I'm going to make the bed." Mu Yunqi said, "I'll help you. Let Tang Mingxing sleep on the floor tonight." "I'm so mad." "What's wrong?" Su Moli had just finished her work and had no idea what had happened. Mu Yunqi pointed outside the door. "My parents called and he answered the phone. We talked for an hour." At this point, Tang Mingxing's laughter suddenly came from outside the door. "Okay, Mom and Dad, it's getting late, go to bed early. You don't have to give Yunqi living expenses. I'll take care of it." Tang Mingxing. "Keep your voice down." Lin Yushang's voice also came from the apartment next door. "I'm sorry, sister. I'll be more careful next time." After entering the house, Tang Mingxing sat on the sofa carelessly and pointed at his face. "Yunqi, come here and give me a kiss." "You're so shameless." Su Moli rolled her eyes at him. Tang Mingxing returned the phone to Mu Yunqi, and then said, "I just transferred 200,000 to your parents, tell them not to worry, and I'll cover your living expenses. I gave him only 100,000 before, and I'll transfer 100,000 to you too. I owe you a favor." Mu Yunqi was not as surprised or happy as she had imagined. Instead, she sat dejectedly on the sofa. The other party gave the money directly and returned it to her parents, which made her feel indescribable. A little sadness welled up in my heart. "Why? You are so rich. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are nothing to you, but my parents still have to work very hard. They saved their whole lives to pay the down payment for me." Mu Yunqi couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Tang Mingxing felt a little distressed, and hurriedly hugged her and stroked her back. "There are some things you can't choose. This is not the difference between people, but the difference in fate." Su Moli also gently touched her head. "Yunqi, don't be sad. It's all in the past. When you graduate and find a good job, they will be able to enjoy a peaceful life." "Hey! I don't agree with what you said. With a good son-in-law like me, they can enjoy a peaceful life now." Tang Mingxing's words made Mu Yunqi burst into laughter. Chapter 19 Roommate. The next morning, Tang Mingxing and Su Moli asked for leave. "Time is running out, you must get the certificate as soon as possible. Although I have only known Mu Yunqi for a short time, some people are in love at first sight. Even if it's not, it's better than random." Tang Mingxing doesn't think he will have the same luck as last time and be able to match with Su Moli. Marriage registration in Longwei can be completed online. It doesn't even take a few minutes. The reason they took leave was not to get married. It's to cancel the match. Easy to match, hard to cancel. Last night, while lying between Su Moli and Mu Yunqi, Tang Mingxing made everything clear. He will have to bind it by force in a few days. "So I want to get the certificate with Mu Yunqi first." Tang Mingxing knew that the pace was a bit fast, but there was nothing he could do. Mu Yunqi also agreed that she really owed the other party a favor. "If it was just to buy a bag, then Tang Mingxing wanted to seduce me. You can return the bag if you don't want to. What happened yesterday was to save someone from danger, that's human nature." But this favor was a bit too big, and Mu Yunqi had no intention of repaying it. Instead, she would directly become the other party's wife and write off the favor. Marriage Matching Bureau. There are people coming and going here every day. Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunqi waited for a whole morning before it was their turn. After handing over his ID card and a copy of his marriage certificate, Tang Mingxing was finally cleared from this round of matching. After going out, Mu Yunqi sat in Tang Mingxing's Rolls-Royce Cullinan, fiddling with a small red notebook. "I'm in a very happy mood." Tang Mingxing finally felt relieved. But they both received a notice at the same time that they would attend an event party in a few days. Anyone who matches within this month needs to participate. Su Moli also received the notice. The time is set in 3 days. Tang Mingxing didn't want to participate because he got along very well with Su Moli and Mu Yunqi. "There's no need to go to great lengths, but this is the rule and I have to go." On the way back, Mu Yunqi was chatting with her mother. She didn't know what was going on. Tang Mingxing spent an hour dealing with her parents yesterday. Mother Lu Lanfan kept praising Tang Mingxing. Mu Yunqi turned her head and looked at Tang Mingxing, who was driving. Her mother praised him to the sky. "Mom, I get it, you and my dad shouldn't get too tired." After hanging up the phone, Mu Yunqi looked down at her feet and suddenly said, "Thank you, Mengxing." Tang Mingxing felt a little embarrassed by her solemn thanks. It's okay, why do couples talk about this? Having said that, Mu Yuni was still a little shy when she heard the word husband and wife, but she was happy in her heart. I have to go to class this afternoon, please take me to school. Mu Yuni is worthy of being the king of papers. She still wants to go to school at this time. But Tang Mingxing didn't want to do that. He wanted to go out and play in the afternoon, so he took a day off. Moreover, the two of them came out together. If only Mu Yuni went back, and Su Moli knew about it, wouldn't that expose the flaw? I want to take you somewhere else to play. It's time to change your phone. I'll buy you the latest 16 Pro Max. And pick out some clothes. Don't go back to school yet. Tang Mingxing himself was not sure whether he could persuade Mu Yuni. Okay. Mu Yuni replied crisply. Tang Mingxing suddenly found it funny. It turned out that money really has power. Mu Yuni had wanted to change her mobile phone for a long time. She was still using an iPhone 13. She worked for 2 months during the summer vacation, and her parents gave her some extra money to buy it. It works, but who doesn't like new things? Tang Mingxing parked the car on the side of the commercial street, and the two got out of the car. Mu Yuni's appearance attracted the attention of a group of people. Tang Mingxing also experienced the vanity brought by a beautiful wife. Please take a look at our latest mobile phone. The salesperson entertained us warmly. What color do you like? Bring one for Molly later. After his father transferred a huge amount of money, Tang Mingxing changed his mobile phone as soon as possible. Mu Yuni took a closer look and said, Mingxing, the color doesn't matter, just buy a black one, but... Just what? Tang Mingxing could see that she still had needs. It's just that I've been using my computer for a long time, and I want to buy a new one. Mu Yuni's voice became smaller and smaller. I really can't resist this temptation. Just move your mouth a little and Tang Mingxing will grant your request. It feels so good. But I am afraid of asking for too much and making the other person unhappy. Then buy both the computer and the iPad. Miss, please buy 2 sets. Tang Mingxing waved his hand and directly sent 2 sets of top-of-the-line equipment. Okay, wait a moment, you two take a seat first. The sales lady smiled and poured tea for the two. These customers are so good that they have already made their choice before I have the chance to introduce them. At this time, the salesgirl looked at Tang Mingxing, with a hint of imperceptible affection in her eyes. Who doesn't love a rich and handsome guy? But she doesn't dare to be too presumptuous when his girlfriend is around. Tang Mingxing took a sip of tea and casually looked around the store. A figure caught his attention. Yunxi, look at that person, she looks familiar, that girl. Tian. Why didn't she go to class? Mu Yuni of course knew her roommate Chen Tian. At this time, Chen Tian and a boy were chatting in a corner of the store. Will you buy it? My phone is so worn out from use that I'll consider becoming your girlfriend if you buy it. I didn't say I wouldn't buy it, but just tell me straight, what are you still considering? If you don't buy it, then there's no chance at all. Think about it carefully. My roommate Mu Yuni's boyfriend is said to have 50,000 yuan in pocket money a month. Chen Tian kept chatting with the boy. Chen Tian knew very little about Tang Mingxing, and 50,000 yuan a month for living expenses was the most money she could make up. After all, who can believe that a college student has hundreds of millions in cash and 10 million in pocket money every week? Even for those rich second generations who drive luxury cars, the living expenses for any student at school are only tens of thousands of yuan. It's not that the family has no money, but no parent would give their child too much money when he or she is a student. Not enough to ruin the family. However, apart from Tang Mingxing, he himself didn't know how much money his family had. Maybe his parents gave him over 100 million yuan, which is just like the tens of thousands of yuan that ordinary rich second generations get every month. Tian, why didn't you go to school? Did you ask for leave? Mu Yuni walked over and patted Chen Tian's shoulder gently. Yunxi. Chen Tian was surprised at first, then extremely happy, and hugged Mu Yuni tightly. The boy next to her widened his eyes the moment he saw Mu Yuni. Like a woman walking out of a painting. The boy's heart was pierced. Such a beauty is really rare. Chapter 20 A beating from society? Tian, why didn't you go to class? Chen Tian avoided his gaze, pulled Mu Yuni aside and whispered, the man next to me is pursuing me, and he said he would take me to buy a mobile phone today, so I asked for leave. Ah, which department is he from? He's not a student, spare tire number 3. The boy saw them whispering to each other, so he walked over and said, "Hello, my name is Li Hao." His eyes were fixed on Mu Yunqi's face, with no sign of moving away. Anyone can see that they are in love with each other. Just a glance. Not only Mu Yunqi noticed it, but Chen Tian also noticed it. Mu Yunqi has seen this kind of situation many times. Any normal boy would look at her a few more times. Chen Tian is also quite pretty, but in comparison, she looks ordinary. Tang Mingxing, who was not far away, just walked over with a smile. We meet again. Chen Tian knew Tang Mingxing and knew that he was Mu Yunqi's boyfriend, so he must be a rich man. Li Hao was slightly surprised to see Tang Mingxing. Handsome guy? This is Yunqi's boyfriend, said Chen Tian, and she was saying this to Li Hao, telling him not to have any bad ideas anymore. Li Hao disagreed in his heart. Brother, where is the high position? After saying that, he stretched out his hand and Tang Mingxing shook hands with him. I'm a classmate of Yun Shi and Chen Tian, but not in the same department. Student? Li Hao was even more disdainful. He was just a student, and had never seen the colorful world outside. No matter how pure the feelings on a university campus are, once you leave school and enter society you will always be hit by reality. Countless handsome men and beautiful women were in love with each other in college and planned for a bright future. However, after entering the society, facing the harsh reality for a few pieces of silver, how many birds of the same forest flew away separately? Oh. Students, your school is pretty good. Li Hao also knew that their school was more than just good, and all the students who came out of it were elites. Of course, everyone has their own destiny, and only a handful of them could really become real big shots. Li Hao's family is well off. His father runs a small business and makes 2 million a year. But his house was demolished not long ago and he received 20 million in compensation. The family is not short of money, but they are strict. After all, this kid has no job and just eats and drinks for free all day. After much persuasion, he got an Audi A7 from his father, and asked his mother for more than 30,000 yuan per month for living expenses. His life was very comfortable. Although he has seen countless girls, he still prefers college girls, especially those with high education like Chen Tian. It makes people want to conquer. Chen Tian is not simple either. She is pursued by 4 or 5 boys, but she is different from Mu Yunqi. Mu Yunqi refused directly and straightforwardly without reservation. But Chen Tian is very good at keeping people in suspense, being ambiguous on one hand and rejecting on the other. These boys confessed their love, but Chen Tian ignored them. But when they were about to give up, Chen Tian started to show concern for them. From time to time, say some suggestive words to arouse the other person's desire. Are you buying a mobile phone too? Li Hao said nothing. Tang Mingxing had nothing to talk about with him. At this time, Mu Yunqi said, Tian, let me correct you, Tang Mingxing is not my boyfriend. Chen Tian was confused when she heard this. How did they break up? They were still boyfriend and girlfriend a few days ago. Li Hao was delighted in his heart, because this guy was just like him, wanting something but unable to get it. However, there is still hope for me to win over Chen Tian. At least she has agreed. If I buy this phone, we may officially become a couple. We got the certificate today. He. We're husband and wife now. Tian, don't say anything when you go out. The next sentence confused everyone. Chen Tian was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't understand why Mu Yunqi, who had looked down on every boy for so many years, suddenly started dating Tang Mingxing and even got married in just 2 or 3 days. Li Hao felt a sour taste in his mouth. He had tried to pursue Chen Tian but failed. How could Tang Mingxing, who was in front of him, get a goddess like Mu Yunqi? He is just a student, how much money can he have? Li Hao doesn't believe that love is pure. Without material foundation, how can you be worthy of such a beautiful girl? You'll cry when you enter society. Li Hao sneered inwardly. Tang Mingxing was also a little confused. Why did Mu Yunqi tell the truth? I wanted to keep a low profile, but this happened. Combined with the fact that I forcefully kissed Su Moli a few days ago, I'm going to become a hot topic at school again. Marrying the school beauty Mu Yunqi, isn't that a big deal? Besides, Chen Tian's mouth is definitely not tight. But Mu Yunqi didn't care at all. She was just happy, extremely happy. She wanted to show off. In my early 20s, I have already taken care of the most important things in my life. All I have to do is have a baby and enjoy life. This life is complete. Awesome. Congratulations, Chen Tiantian said, but she became more curious about Tang Mengxing in her heart. Could it be that Mu Yuni was really not moved by money? She always thought that Mu Yuni was a little silly. During her 3 years in college, since she entered school, countless people had pursued Mu Yuni. As her best friend, she naturally saw it all and even reaped a lot of benefits. Many people asked her to say something good to Mu Yuni or convey some information. They would treat her to a meal or give her a red envelope of 100 or 80 yuan. However, none of them succeeded. These suitors have different conditions. Some come from ordinary families, some are talented, some are so ugly that you can't stand looking at them, some are so handsome that you can't help but be stunned, and some are rich young men. Without exception, no one could catch Mu Yuni's eye. This Tang Mengxing doesn't look anything special, and he's the only handsome one? You guys play, Mengxing and I will leave after taking the phones. Mu Yuni hugged Tang Mengxing's arm and pressed her head against his shoulder, looking very clingy. You bought it? Li Hao believed that they couldn't afford a mobile phone, even if they asked their families for some money as students, or worked part-time, or saved some living expenses for a long time. They can all be sold. Yes. I bought it, Tang Mengxing replied politely. He didn't mind at all what other men thought of Mu Yuni or Su Moli, as long as they didn't show it or take any action. Cuckolding yourself? No way. Because he also knew that these two girls were so beautiful, and as a man himself, he naturally knew what boys were thinking. You can control everything in the world, but you can't control other people as shit or farts. You can't dig out other people's hearts and take a look at what they are thinking. This is normal. Who wouldn't be moved when seeing a beautiful girl? Let others envy you. Which model did you buy? Li Hao insisted on asking, wanting to give them a little social beating. I'm just a student. I can only spend 10,000 yuan to buy a mobile phone. That's the limit. I make 30,000 yuan a month and have a credit card with a limit of 50,000 yuan. I have to let them see what a rich person is today and let Mu Yuni truly understand this society. Other people's monthly living expenses can buy 3 mobile phones worth tens of thousands of yuan. And you can only ask your family for money, and even your family may not give you that much money just to let you buy a mobile phone. Or maybe you might have to save up for a year or two to buy one worth 6 or 7,000 yuan. Chapter 21 The Fourth School Beauty. Wei. Tang Mengxing was not interested in showing off with Li Hao. I just want to go back quickly, lie in bed, and have a good sleep. You've been waiting for a long time. Now I've brought your items to you. If you have any questions, just check out and pay. The salesperson came over with a bunch of things. 2 computers, 2 cell phones, and 2 iPads. The total price is more than 80,000 yuan. Mu Yuni also felt more justified in her heart. There was no need to be embarrassed about something her husband bought for her. You bought so many? Li Hao was a little shocked. He thought Tang Mengxing was just an ordinary student. I don't have much money in my pocket. I also wanted to let him experience the harshness of society, and I suddenly felt ashamed and inferior. My family is not good either. I'll have to ask my father to buy me a $1 million luxury car, preferably a sports car. I actually think there's no need to buy something so expensive. As long as the phone works, it's fine. Android phones are also good. Some of the phones that cost 2 or 3,000 yuan can also work and are very easy to use. Li Hao said this, but he was extremely jealous in his heart. Tang Mengxing also replied, yes, I think so. I have 2 films myself, one of which is a domestic production, and it is indeed good. He was praising from the bottom of his heart, and he took out his mobile phone to show them. They say that phones will get stuck after a long time of use, but that's not true. Today's systems are well optimized. I used my previous phone for 4 or 5 years and it worked just fine. That being said, what Tang Mengxing took out was a trifold screen that was far ahead of the others. Chen Tiantian's eyes widened when she saw it. This phone costs more than 20,000 yuan. Now she doesn't envy Mu Yuni for having a new phone or a new computer, but she envies her for having a wealthy husband. Li Hao, who was by her side, was originally her best backup. After all, he had some money. This way it won't smell good at all. Li Hao also felt a sense of comparison. It was not that he could not afford it. It was just a small amount for his family to buy a mobile phone. The problem was that it was his parents' money. He didn't have much money himself. Chen Tiantian looked envious. Oh wow. Munching, you are so nice to Yunxi. The speaker may not have meant it, but the listener may have taken it seriously. In Mu Yunxi's ears, it was just the other party's envy. Tang Mingxing felt that he had not considered the other person's feelings, so he quickly replied, "It's just a show. In fact, a mobile phone worth 2 or 3,000 is enough." After saying this, I felt a little Versailles. But Li Hao felt that Chen Tiantian was only speaking to him. "Brother Tang, it's only natural to buy it for your wife." Li Hao no longer had any other thoughts about Mu Yunxi, at least not for the time being. Not as handsome as Tang Mingxing, not as rich as him, and not as tall as him. I say this for Chen Tiantian to hear. I will buy it for you if you become my girlfriend. After Tang Mingxing paid the bill, Mu Yunxi couldn't wait to open the package and change her mobile phone card. When I saw Mu Yunxi's old mobile phone, the screen was a little broken. Li Hao felt sad. She and Chen Tiantian were roommates, so why didn't he meet Mu Yunxi earlier? It seems that Mu Yunxi's conditions are definitely average. If I had met her before, I might have been able to get her with just a mobile phone. When the new phone was turned on, Mu Yunxi was extremely happy, but she didn't show it on her face. It was as if she and Tang Mingxing had known each other for a long time, everything was going on naturally, they had always been a loving couple, and they were used to it. Nothing, we're leaving first. Tang Mingxing hugged Mu Yunxi and they left the store. Tian. Do you still want a cell phone? Li Hao waited for the two of them to leave and asked again. Chen Tian felt complicated. I don't want it anymore. I want Tang Mingxing. Of course, this is what I think in my heart, I didn't say it out loud. Yun Shi. Are you happy? Tang Mingxing suddenly asked in the car. Mu Yunxi said, very happy. But his eyes were fixed on the new phone. That guy must be Chen Tiantian's backup. Mu Yunxi then withdrew her gaze and looked at Tang Mingxing. Well, Tian has quite a few liquors. Suddenly thinking of something, Mu Yunxi hurriedly explained, Meng Xing. Don't misunderstand me, I don't treat you as a bootlicker, and I don't really need this phone. Tang Mingxing rolled her eyes at him and said, what are you talking about? Even if I am a dog licker, I have licked your fat meat into my mouth. It's worth it. Licking your wife doesn't count as dog licking. Ha ha. Mu Yunxi's laughter echoed in the car. You are aware, young man. Tang Mingxing said, oh, by the way, let me ask you something. They say that among the 4 school beauties, besides you, there is Zhou Yuning in that, Wu Ying. Who is the other one? Mu Yunxi stared at him blankly and asked, you really don't know? We've been in school for so many years and we 4 don't even know each other. Tang Mingxing smiled slightly and said nothing. He really didn't know her. His family was not well off and he had focused a lot on studying. He knows that he likes beautiful women, isn't it true? But he also knew that he couldn't get her with his conditions, so he didn't even think about it. However, his father and mother suddenly told him that he was a rich second generation, which changed his mind. What's the point of having money if you don't use it to squander? The other one, maybe you really haven't seen her for long. There are a lot of rumors, but I know her, we are friends, her name is Gu Qingcheng. Mu Yunxi said, but she was recalling something in her head. Tang Mingxing joked, it's a good name, but it should be called Qinghua. Xingcheng is a bit stingy. Mu Yunxi couldn't help laughing, Gu Qinghua? It sounds like a boy's name. However, she is different from us. She seldom comes to school. People say that I am the top of the 4 school beauties. Maybe many people have never seen Gu Qingcheng. I don't think she is worse than me, and ordinary people really can't catch up with her. It's just low-key and scary. This confused Tang Mingxing. I heard that the other 3 all have boyfriends. Why is she being so low-key? Mu Yunxi said, that's a misunderstanding. There was indeed a boy who drove to pick her up, but he was her family's driver or something like that. Her family has a strong background, so, hey. I don't know much about it either. I just met him a few times and added him on WeChat. I don't know much about him. Oh. After finding out all the gossip about Tang Mingxing, he didn't take it too seriously and just treated it as a small topic between the two of them. When I got back to the apartment, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Mu Yunxi was organizing her computer, copying all the files from the old computer to the new one. Tang Mingxing sent a message to his father Tang Hai. Dad, I want to start an investment company. There was no reply for a long while. After a while, Tang Hai called, "My great son." Tang Mengxing said disdainfully, "Dad. Can you change your tone? It's true that I'm your son, but you sound like you're taking advantage of me." Tang Hai said, "What's the big deal? You want to do something? Well, let me tell you first." Tang Hai originally wanted to express his support, but he took the words back when they came to his lips. Chapter 22 Background. Mang Xing. Our family has a strong background, but you are not a rich second generation. After saying this, Tang Mengxing immediately sat up. Isn't he a rich second generation? So where did all this money come from? Are you going to give me back my original form? Tang Mengxing doesn't want this to happen. Actually, you are the third generation of rich people, and I am the second generation of rich people. This is the empire built by your grandfather. Tang Hai finished his words. Can you please stop breathing so heavily when you speak? It scares me. Tang Mengxing finally felt relieved, otherwise she would have really wanted to go back to school to review her lessons. Tang Hai hesitated again and said, "Actually, how should I put it? It's no problem to give you more money. When you inherit the family in the future, everything will be natural, that is. What is it? Just tell me, Dad." Tang Mengxing urged. His father was not like this before. Tang Hai said, "You know Forbes, right?" Forbes? Of course Tang Mengxing knew. He was also a little confused before. His family had so much money, but it had never been on any of the rich lists. It hasn't even been on the Fortune 500 list. What you can see is just what some people want you to see. The rules are for ordinary people. Tang Hai's words made Tang Mengxing feel that his family background might not be what he thought, and it was more than just wealth. Tang Hai continued, "Our family is not within this scope, or rather, our background cannot be known to too many people. I know this well, kid. You are young and full of energy. I am afraid you will say too much, so I will tell you about our family's background in detail when you grow up. But you have to keep a low profile now. If you want to invest, you can. But don't be too conspicuous. There is too much money in the family to spend. If you don't want to do it anymore, I will support you. I will transfer some more to you. Remember what Dad said, don't steal the limelight, just make money behind the scenes." After hanging up the phone, Tang Mengxing became more curious about his family's background. Keep a low profile? That's hard. What is Mang Xing in a daze about? "Oh, nothing, I just chatted with my dad for a while." Tang Mengxing lay on the bed and began to think wildly. Ding! Your bank card. Hearing this voice, Tang Mengxing quickly covered the phone. It was a transfer from my father, a full 10 billion. Another PS, just treat it as learning about investment, and when you lose all your money, go home. Tang Mengxing quickly checked the accounts and found that it was indeed 10.7 billion. As for the change, there was still more than 13 million. Is the cost of learning investment so high? I don't actually want to start a business, but I want to make money. Invest in something you love. Mengxing, what are we going to eat tonight? Mu Yuni blinked. She was very excited today. Not only did I get the certificate, I also bought a new phone and computer. Just you and Mo Li will agree. I'll transfer another 200,000 to you too, spend it first. The sudden generosity made Mu Yuni a little overwhelmed. No need. I don't need so much. You don't need so much? Then why don't you put your phone away? Tang Mengxing looked at Mu Yuni, who was refusing while opening the payment code. Mu Yuni chuckled, "I'm just being polite to you." Su Moli, who was in class at the moment, felt her cell phone vibrate. When I opened it, I saw that it was 200,000 yuan transferred by Tang Mengxing. Fuck! With a cry of fuck, the whole class suddenly fell silent. Ahem, well. I want to say that everyone should speak politely in the future and not use colloquial language. Su Moli hurriedly concealed her embarrassment and had already started planning how to spend the 200,000. What else should I buy? Hum after school, Su Moli hummed a little tune and sang as she walked towards the garage. Teacher Su, the dean called her again. Director, Su Moli was in a good mood and gave the other party a sweet smile. Even the dean, who was in his 40s, felt a pang in his heart. Teacher Su, what's going on with Tang Mengxing and Mu Yuni? They are both your students, right? Su Moli didn't know how to answer in frozen place. They area Mu Yuni is my cousin. Hesitating for a long time, Su Moli broke out in a cold sweat and made up a lie. She also didn't know what the dean had learned. The dean gasped, his head buzzing. Take care of yourself and your two cousins. I'm going to take some medicine first. In an instant, the dean felt difficulty breathing and urgently needed a heart pill. Su Moli instantly thought that maybe Tang Mingxing and Mu Yuni were seen together. My nonsense has caused some misunderstandings. But it was too late to explain. Looking at the dean's receding back, Su Moli felt uneasy. As soon as Su Moli returned to the apartment, Mu Yuni ran over excitedly. Teacher Su, Mengxing bought us a new phone, computer, and tablet. Seeing the new equipment, Su Moli smiled slightly, then pulled Mu Yuni and whispered, Yunqi, have you and Mengxing done anything at school, or met the dean of their department? Mu Yuni shook her head repeatedly. The two of us are very secretive. Then there is one. Where is it? In your car. Fuck. This was the second time Su Moli cursed today. She didn't even need to think about it, she knew the dean must have seen it. You two should be more careful next time. Tang Mengxing didn't take it seriously. What's wrong with that? It's normal to talk about love and hug each other. But Su Moli blushed, but I told the director that you two are my cousins. Tang Mengxing and Mu Yuni were immediately confused. Isn't this going to be the end of their balls? Su Moli didn't want to explain this matter, but just asked the three of them to be more careful in the future. The two girls were lying on the bed, each fiddling with their new cell phones and computers. Work efficiency has indeed improved, Su Moli said happily. Then he turned around and looked at Tang Mengxing, wanting to thank him. But he found that Tang Mengxing was staring at the two people lying down. He put his hand on his chin, thinking about something. Look at that malicious look. Tang Mengxing was talking to his kidneys. Brother. Can you still? Kidney, no. No, please take a break for 2 days. That's all. Tang Mengxing doesn't want to overdraw his body too early. For 3 consecutive days, several people prepared to participate in activities organized by the local government. This activity also takes 3 days and costs 1,800 yuan per person. Tang Mengxing and the other two also learned a little about the content of the activities, which were nothing more than organizing movie watching, camping, outdoor activities, suburban travel, etc. Mu Yuni and Su Moli each packed a large box of luggage. Tang Mengxing simply carried a bag. The day of the event finally arrived, and we had to gather at a square in the city at 6:30 in the morning. At this time, Tang Mengxing was carrying 2 large suitcases and a bag and running frantically out of the apartment. Su Moli and Mu Yuni followed closely behind. Su Moli kept complaining, I told you to get up early. I told you to go to bed early but you didn't. You had to toss and turn. It's midnight now, so you're late. If you're late, it's your fault. Mu Yuni was also indignant, my legs hurt. I feel so tired. Mengxing, don't do this next time. Blame me. Blame me. Tang Mengxing finally ran to the roadside with her luggage. There was a bus this time, so the 3 of them didn't have to drive. After getting a taxi, Tang Mengxing panted and said, Master, Donghua Plaza. Thank you. Chapter 23 event begins. It's already past 6 o'clock. Tang Mengxing and 3 others had just gotten into the taxi. Su Moli and Mu Yuni sat in the back row and fell asleep. Hey, bro. Are these all your wives? The taxi driver asked. Tang Mengxing calmed down and said, yeah, these 2 spendthrift women. Ha, little brother, others are so envious of you. The taxi driver chatted with Tang Mengxing all the way. Half an hour later, we arrived at Donghua Plaza. This place is the gathering place for every activity to promote harmonious relationship between couples. 3 buses are parked here. Looks like there are a lot of people here. Tang Mengxing got out of the taxi carrying her luggage. Mu Yuni rubbed her eyes and hugged Tang Mengxing. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep a little longer. After saying this, the upper eyelid and the lower eyelid started fighting. The arrival of Tang Mengxing and others quickly attracted everyone's attention. Tang Mengxing, right? Hello, I'm the person in charge and tour guide of this trip. My name is Li Yanan, you can just call me Sister Li. A middle-aged woman in her 40s greeted Tang Mengxing warmly. You know me? This was the first time Tang Mengxing met this Sister Li. Li Yanan smiled slightly. Here, you are the only one with 2 girls, how can you not know them? Tang Mengxing smiled awkwardly. Indeed, it's a bit ostentatious, ha ha ha. After Tang Mengxing looked around, he realized that although he arrived on time, he was not too late. Some people haven't arrived yet. It's just that the atmosphere at the scene was a little hard to describe, it was weird anyway. They are all matched couples. After careful observation, it is found that there are roughly 3 types of people in this group. One type is like Tang Mengxing, where the relationship between husband and wife is close and relatively harmonious. There aren't many of these people. Another situation is that one of the man and woman is enthusiastic and flattering, while the other is cold and disdainful. This situation is not common. Most of the time, it is boys trying to please girls. After all, although they are husband and wife, they have only been together for a short time and are not very familiar with each other. Or maybe the girl is not satisfied with the boy, but there is nothing she can do about it. The last type is that the man and woman ignore each other and are like strangers. The better thing to do is to be polite to each other. If it's not good, don't say a word. This type of people is the largest, and this may be the significance of holding this event. Of course, there is also a special situation at the scene, that is, all the boys will look at other people's girls. Girls also pay attention to the boys around other girls. Maybe I'm making a psychological comparison. I am afraid of this kind of thing. Since they are strangers to each other, many people will become even more dissatisfied with their partners when comparing themselves with others. Hello, you are also participating in the event, right? My name is Chen Bumo. A thin man walked up and greeted Tang Mengxing. Tang Mengxing put down her luggage and politely replied, "Hello, my name is Tang Mengxing." The Chen Bumo in front of him looked gentle and fragile, wearing glasses and having a warm smile. "Brother Tang, these 2 are your wives, you are so lucky," Chen Bumo said directly. Tang Mengxing also felt a favorable impression of him. It was obvious that the other person was just praising her. Only those with ulterior motives would not say it out loud. "You're welcome. It's just luck. Since you're older than me, I'll call you Brother Chen." The two soon started chatting. Chen Bumo is already working. He is 26 years old, 5 years older than Tang Mengxing. "Brother Chen, where is my sister-in-law?" Tang Mengxing asked. Chen Bumo replied, "I went to the toilet." "Oh, I feel like you are well educated and well mannered. You must have a good relationship with your sister-in-law." Chen Bumo nodded slightly, but felt that there were some words he couldn't say. "Then you are very happy too," Tang Mengxing said politely. Chen Bumo suddenly looked miserable. "I hope so." Tang Mengxing didn't understand what it meant, but she heard a loud shout, "Husband!" Not far away, a woman walked out of the public toilet. Tang Mengxing swallowed, her voice trembling. This is. Chen Bumo said, "My wife." After saying this, he lowered his head in shame. The girl is not ugly, but she is not particularly beautiful either. But he is taller than Tang Mengxing, with a sturdy and strong build, and seems to have a lot of strength. If it was a boy, Tang Mengxing would definitely shout, "Hello, brother." The girl walked over. Tang Mengxing looked up at her. She was a few centimeters taller than him, so she must be about 190 centimeters tall. The shoulders were broader than mine, and an invisible sense of oppression came over me. Looking at Chen Bumo again, this kid has his head hung down and is only about 1.7 meters tall. Tang Mengxing whispered, "Chen, brother Chen, sister-in-law, really? Hello? My name is Wang Meng. Chen Bumo's wife." Wang Meng also casually stretched out her hand and shook hands with Tang Mengxing and others. Tang Mengxing finally finished what she had just said. "Sister-in-law is really exciting. My name is Tang Mengxing. We are destined to be together because we both have the word dream in our names." Tang Mengxing started the conversation enthusiastically. Wang Meng introduced herself, saying that she was a former athlete who had experience in shot put, javelin, etc. Now he is retired and opened a sporting goods store. Speaking of which, the relationship between the two is indeed pretty good. Chen Bumo has an honest personality, but he also cares about Wang Meng very much. It's just that he can't appreciate the tenderness of a girl, which is a bit of a pity. So this time, Wang Meng promised Chen Bumo that she would learn to be a little woman and snuggle up to Chen Bumo. Su Moli and Mu Yuni felt a little sleepy, so they got on the bus. They sat together, covered themselves with a blanket and fell asleep. Tang Mengxing looked around, not knowing where to sit. "Brother Tang, please sit with me," Chen Bumo said enthusiastically. "Then why don't you sit with your sister-in-law?" Tang Mengxing asked. Chen Bumo raised his chin and pointed to Wang Meng's position. Tang Mingxing took a look and was secretly amazed. Wang Meng's size was just right for him to take up 2 seats. After more than 10 minutes, everyone finally arrived. Everyone. We are all here. There are 50 couples participating in this event today. I represent. Sister Li said a lot of things first. There were 3 buses, each with a person in charge. There were about 18 couples in Tang Mingxing's car. Perhaps they got up too early. Tang Mingxing and Chen Bumo fell asleep after chatting for a while. While sleeping soundly, Tang Mingxing felt someone patted him twice. When I looked down, I saw the girl in the back row patting my shoulder. Is there something wrong? Tang Mingxing asked in a low voice. The girl came forward and whispered, "Handsome guy, let me meet you." "You are so handsome." Tang Mingxing turned around suddenly. He understood what the girl meant. He didn't dare to do such a thing. I don't want to be cheated on, and I won't cheat on others. I took a look at the girl and she looked pretty good. The girl came very close, and her breath sprayed on Tang Mingxing's face, a burst of fragrance, intoxicating. He turned his head and looked at the girl's side. Damn it! Tang Mingxing cursed inwardly. The husband next to her was staring at her. Don't get me wrong, brother. Tang Mingxing was about to explain. The boy said, "It's okay. We have no feelings for each other, and we don't like each other. We have already agreed privately that we will live our own lives." Ha ha. How can such a matchmaking marriage have any result? If it is not absolutely necessary, I will not come. It is really ridiculous. You guys continue, don't worry about me. What a lewd word. Tang Mingxing felt that his worldview had been refreshed. He was still naive. I have always lived my own little life and never thought that the outside world is like this. Chapter 24 Game. Hey, little bro, let me get to know you. Most people in the car were sleeping and no one noticed this side. The girls became even more unbridled. Sister. We should promote positive energy, be true, kind and beautiful, get up early in the morning and embrace the sun. Tang Mingxing refused repeatedly. The girl behind him put her hand into Tang Mingxing's collar. When I wake up early in the morning, I don't want to hug the sun. I want to hug you. Tang Mingxing grabbed the girl's hand that was still exploring and pulled it out. I'm sorry. I looked down on you. After saying that, Chen Bumo and the boy couldn't help laughing. Tang Mingxing took out a piece of clothing, covered his head with it, and simply pretended not to see it. TSK. Boring, I don't even like you, a girl's mumbling voice came from behind. After a 3-hour drive, we arrived at the beach. The vastness of the sea makes everyone feel happy. Everyone went to the hotel first. Although the standard charge was 1,800 yuan per person, the state also gave a subsidy of 1,200 yuan per person. Overall, the hotel is pretty good. Sumoli and Mu Yuni, who had slept all the way, were now full of energy and clamored to go to the beach. I don't care about Tang Mingxing's opinion at all. Especially Mu Yuni, who has been doing everything she can to act coquettishly and cutely during this period, and has completely subdued Tang Mingxing. Jinshi, you weren't like this the day we first met. Mu Yuni said, "Oh, I liked you at that time, but I didn't get you, so I had to treat you as a human being." Don't worry, you are my only licking dog. Tang Mingxing's eyes twitched, thank you. The 3 of them walked along the beach, feeling an indescribably refreshing breeze. Chen Bumo also walked with Wang Meng. Although there was a big difference in their body shapes, they seemed to be getting along well. At least they were talking and chatting. Everyone will be participating in the event in half an hour, so don't go too far, it's best to change into sweatpants. Sister Li shouted to the crowd while holding a loudspeaker. It's annoying. Tang Mingxing didn't want to participate in any activities. Wouldn't this delay his spending? The 10 billion yuan his father just transferred to him could not be spent at all. We don't have huge consumption needs on weekdays, but it's a rare opportunity for us to get out and play together, so we should spend a lot, right? Most of these couples on the beach are still unfamiliar with each other and have no feelings for each other. They all sat aside playing with their phones. Come on. Friends, Sister Li shouted at the top of her voice half an hour later. They were not the only ones on the beach, there were many other tourists. The tourists are no longer surprised, as they have all been there before. But when encountering such things, I still like to join in the fun and go forward to watch. A large group of people gathered together. The first activity is very simple. There is a half basin of water and a paper cup on the table in front of us. There is also an empty container with scales 15 meters away. Next, each couple will have one person hold a paper cup with water, and the other person will be responsible for carrying it on their back. They will use the paper cup to fill the container opposite them. The time limit is 10 minutes. After Sisterly finished explaining, everyone understood the rules. Tang Mingxing was ready to go and he was very confident about this kind of activity. In terms of physical fitness, he has never lost to anyone. Tang Mingxing took a look and chose to carry Mu Yuni on his back because she was wearing pants, which made it more convenient to carry her on his back. But both girls are tall and heavier than the average girl. But it's not a big deal for Tang Mingxing. Mu Yuni hugged Tang Mingxing's neck, and the latter carried him on his back. Tang Mingxing waited and didn't feel it was difficult. Just waiting for Sisterly's order. Beep, beep. With a whistle from Sisterly, the competition officially began. Mu Yuni took a paper cup and filled the basin with water. Tang Mingxing estimated that 7 or 8 trips back and forth would fill up the container on the opposite side. However, the truth is not that simple. Hey! Yunchi, hold it steady, it's all over my face. As soon as Tang Shuang started running, Mu Yuni felt the shaking. The paper cup in her hand kept shaking, and all the liquid flowed down her hand to Tang Mingxing's head, and then slid down her head to her face. Mu Yuni quickly wiped Tang Mingxing's face again. After finally running to the container, there was very little water left in the cup. Yunxi, what did you do? Is that all? You're still blaming me. Just run more steadily. The two of them argued for a while, but Tang Mingxing couldn't run steadily because this was a beach. After a few times, his shoes were filled with sand. Fortunately, Mu Yuni also mastered the technique and stabilized the water in the cup to prevent excessive leakage. Time was running out. Tang Mingxing glanced at both sides a few times and found that the water in other people's containers was not as much as his. No. There is a container with a lot of water, more than mine. Tang Mingxing looked at the couple curiously, and found that they were Chen Bumo and Wang Meng. What is different from other couples is that in their case, the girl carries the boy on her back, which is so stable. Wang Meng carried Chen Bumo on his back easily, took big steps, and carried water back and forth steadily. Beep, beep. Sisterly whistled and the game ended. The people around were also laughing. When the game started, Sumoli shouted at the top of her lungs to cheer for Tang Mingxing and Mu Yuni. Unfortunately, neither of them heard it. Sisterly looked at each container one by one and then said, the first place is Chen Bumo and Wang Meng, the second place is Tang Mingxing and Mu Yuni, the third place. Tang Mingxing could see that Wang Meng was leading by a huge margin. I couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the other party was. Chen Bumo jumped up happily and high-fived Wang Meng to celebrate. Tang Mingxing sat on the ground, took off his shoes, and was pouring out the sand in his shoes. That's awesome, brother. I didn't expect it. I thought you were cheating on your sister-in-law, Tang Mingxing said with a smile. Chen Bumo laughed, how can I carry it? After the game, the atmosphere of the whole team became much more cheerful, and the relationship between some couples did become a little closer, but only a little. For lunch, everyone had a group meal at a restaurant. As we all know, the quality of group meals is very average. There were 10 people at the table, and Tang Mingxing was also hungry. He ate the rice hard regardless of whether the food tasted good or not. Mu Yuni and Su Moli found it difficult to swallow. Not only was the rice a little cold, but the dishes were also too bland. The so-called shrimp is not much bigger than your little finger. Mingxing, I don't want to eat this. Mu Yuni started to act coquettishly again. Su Moli also looked at him aggrievedly. Let's go back. I'll take you two to a Michelin restaurant. Just make do with it for the next 2 days. Tang Mingxing had no choice. Everyone was eating this and he didn't want to be special. The two girls are not unkind. Because most people present have opinions. Everyone thinks that Sisterly and her friends embezzled the meal money. Tang Mingxing has never been so pretentious since he was a child, so he eats whatever is given to him. In the end, there was no other choice but Sisterly arranged some fried chicken and pork ribs to shut everyone up. Chapter 25 Sing a nursery rhyme. Tang Mingxing and others were taking a nap on the big bed in the hotel. Mu Yuni and Su Moli had fallen asleep. Tang Mingxing turned on his mobile phone and started a martial arts game called Dream. In the game, I randomly drew jade stones worth 6,480 yuan, but didn't get anything particularly valuable. What a ripoff! I already have all these mounts and costumes, so I can only save them up to exchange for the Phoenix mount worth 300,000 yuan. The 300,000 he mentioned were not game coins, but Dragon Country currency, real money. Tang Mingxing had already spent more than 400,000 yuan before, including the most expensive set of clothing which cost 220,000 yuan for a lottery. Obtained in exchange for 200 jades. The rest of the fashion mounts only cost about 70,000 or 80,000 yuan. The remaining money was all used to improve the character's strength. After playing for a while, Tang Mingxing fell asleep in a daze. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when I woke up. Su Moli and Mu Yuni sat on the balcony, talking about something. Seeing Tang Mingxing get up, Su Moli walked over. We will organize a movie watching later. Several movies have been posted in the group. You can go and vote. Looking at Su Moli's graceful figure, Tang Mingxing didn't care about voting or not, and pulled her into his arms. I don't mind anything, just stay with me and sleep for a while. After saying that, he hugged the beauty and prepared to take a nap. At 2:30, Tang Mingxing opened his eyes again and looked at Su Moli, who was playing with her cell phone in his arms. Wake up, the voting results are out. Hey! An old movie, a horror movie at that. The Grudge. Mu Yuni stared at the phone helplessly. What? The Grudge? Are you crazy? Tang Mingxing's reaction was so intense that it scared the two girls. These boys just want to scare the girls so that they will get into their arms. TSK. So clumsy, Su Moli revealed the boys' thoughts. In fact, it's not just boys who have this idea, there are girls as well. The best way to foster affection is physical touch. Show your pitiful and delicate side and satisfy the boy's desire for protection at the same time. Tang Mingxing swallowed and thought, it's over. The cinema is on the second floor of the hotel, and it is actually a converted conference room. Rows of sofas filled the room, which was dimly lit. Tang Mingxing insisted on sitting on a sofa in the back row. Su Moli and Mu Yuni couldn't persuade him, so they had to agree. Mingxing, if I get scared later, I'll let you take advantage of me. No, I'll just snuggle into your arms. Will you protect me? Moa. Mu Yuni leaned on Tang Mingxing's chest at this time. The little bird-like appearance is indeed pitiful. However, Tang Mingxing remained unmoved. Because he is afraid. He is afraid of the dark, and afraid of ghosts and gods. From childhood to adulthood, he has never been afraid of anything. He has caught snakes in the mountains and beat people up in the mountains. It is easy to catch a mouse with bare hands. When I was in the 3rd year of junior high school, I also learned mixed martial arts for 4 or 5 years. At that time, I learned from 2 masters in the town. I thought those 2 masters were just half-baked. Later I learned that he was an international level coach that my father had hired at great expense. Teach yourself exclusively. Even if he encountered 3 or 5 bad guys, Tang Mingxing was confident that he could subdue them one by one without any problem. However, he was not afraid of encountering criminals in the middle of the night, but he was afraid of encountering a little girl holding a doll in one hand and a bloody knife in the other. I smiled and said to myself, brother, let's play together, okay? It's strange that people are full of curiosity about unknown things, and fear also comes from the unknown. You know you're afraid of this thing, but you just love the excitement. But Tang Mingxing was too traumatized and was traumatized. I have been used to being alone since I was a child, and every time I finish watching a horror movie, I would imagine all sorts of things on my own. In the middle of the night, I always felt that there was someone under the bed and a dead body hidden in the closet. As soon as I closed my eyes, I felt like there was a female ghost in the air staring at me. Friends who read this article in the middle of the night, please pay attention and don't go to the toilet alone. Tang Mingxing's hands were shaking, and before the movie started, Mu Yuni had already hidden in Tang Mingxing's arms. Su Moli held Tang Mingxing's hand. Are you scared? How could I be afraid? Tang Mingxing, who was trying to remain calm, began to stutter. They are all fake. If you are afraid, just cover it up. After saying that, Su Moli took off her coat and handed it to him. Tang Mingxing took the coat and hugged Mu Yuni, who was pretending to be scared, in his arms. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Mu Yuni said, yeah, I'm not afraid with you here. Tang Mingxing said, I didn't say you, I said it to myself. Sisterly counted the people and found that almost everyone had arrived, so she gently pressed the remote control with her finger. The movie officially begins. Many people have already seen it several times and don't have much time to watch it again. Including Mu Yuni and Su Moli. Su Moli stared at the screen expressionlessly, without any fear at all. But Mu Yuni still pretended to be scared. After more than 10 minutes of the movie, it finally reached a small climax. Fuck! Tang Mingxing couldn't bear it anymore. He covered his head with Su Moli's coat and threw himself into Su Moli's arms again. Su Moli was only wearing a simple tank top underneath. Tang Mingxing's sudden action made her chest feel hot. Mu Yuni stood up at this time, looking at the frightened Tang Mingxing, and said angrily, "I'm scared too, why don't you protect me?" "I'm here to protect you, bastard. Good luck to you." Tang Mingxing covered himself with clothes and put his head against Su Moli's chest, shivering all over. Su Moli did not blame him for being a hooligan. She could see that Tang Mingxing was really scared. Sister Lee was walking around the hall at this time, taking some promotional photos for the event. Then I saw Su Moli and others in the last row. This is too much. There are so many people here, and they actually. She could see that Tang Mingxing was lying on Su Moli's chest, covering herself with clothes, and mistakenly thought that they were doing something dirty. Sister Lee walked over quietly. There were not many people around Su Moli. Sister Lee patted Su Moli gently. "Sister Lee, what's the matter?" Sister Lee gave her a look, but Su Moli didn't understand. "What's wrong?" Finally, Sister Lee said, "Emoli, I know you two are in love, but this is a public place, you can't do this. Even if Tang Mingxing is a baby, you can't feed him here, you don't care about your image at all." Su Moli was stunned for a moment, and after a few seconds she instantly understood what she meant. "I didn't misunderstand you. Tang Mingxing was scared and hid in my arms. If you don't believe me, just look." After saying that, she quickly pulled away the clothes covering her, eager to prove her innocence. Sister Lee took a closer look and saw that Tang Mingxing had his eyes closed, covered his ears with his hands, and was trembling. "I really misunderstood. Ouch, I'm sorry, I'm old now and my eyesight isn't very good, I'm sorry." Sister Lee quickly apologized. "But I heard Tang Mingxing still muttering, pleasant goat, beautiful goat, lazy goat. Big head son and small head father. A pair of good friends." Chapter 26 I punch you in the chest. Su Moli pushed Tang Mingxing away, fearing that others would misunderstand her again. Tang Mingxing lowered his head, not daring to look at the screen. Mu Yuni secretly patted him. Tang Mingxing turned around and saw Mu Yuni with her arms spread out and a gentle look in her eyes. "Lie in my arms, quick." Mu Yuni has become much more open recently. Ever since she had Tang Mingxing, she has been looking for more opportunities to be intimate with him. Su Moli sent a WeChat message to Mu Yuni, Sister Lee misunderstood just now. He thought Tang Mingxing was being a hooligan. After the message was sent, Mu Yuni took a look at it, then blushed and pushed away Tang Mingxing, who had just been in her arms. Tang Mingxing was at a loss, so she had to leave the cinema and wait for them alone in the corridor. Mu Yuni felt bored. Although she was a little scared, she was not as scared as Tang Mingxing. "Sister Su, I'm going out to look for Mingxing first." Su Moli nodded and said, "Well, go ahead, but don't go too far. I'm here." If the three of us all leave, it would be too disrespectful to Sister Lee. Su Moli thought more carefully. If a group of people were just doing whatever they wanted without any discipline, Sister Lee, as the organizer, would definitely not be happy. There will be similar activities in the future, and I will not be able to save face when the time comes. Mu Yuni bent down, walked quietly to the door, pushed it open and slipped out. Mingxing. As soon as I went out, I saw Tang Mingxing leaning against the wall playing games. Seeing Mu Yuni, Tang Mingxing hugged her and said, "Hey, you are still caring and came out to accompany me, right?" Mu Yuni nodded twice and hummed heavily. "Looks very cute. Tang Luochuan doesn't like Lolita, but who can tolerate a Lolita who looks like a mature woman?" The two of them snuggled together and chatted for a while. The movie finally ended. Su Moli walked out of the back door first, and felt a little jealous when she saw the two of them laughing. Everyone came out one after another. Su Moli pretended to be hypocritical. "Tang Mingxing, you two were having so much fun that you left me alone there." "Ha!" Tang Mingxing could tell that she was trying to comfort him, and no one would stop her from doing so. Okay. I'm sorry, don't be angry." Tang Mingxing stood up, hugged Su Moli's chin and kissed her gently. Su Moli pushed him away and punched Tang Mingxing in the chest twice, "Bad guy." But Mu Yuni was not envious at all. They had kissed each other countless times outside just now. Chen Bumo and Wang Mang also came out. When Wang Mang saw Su Moli acting coquettishly, she felt that she suddenly understood how to be a little girl. He said to Chen Bumo, "The movie just now was so scary, and you didn't know how to protect me. You are so bad." After saying that, he imitated Su Moli and punched Chen Bumo in the chest twice. 2 powerful punches. Cough cough. Chen Bumo suddenly felt as if his chest was hit hard. Tang Mingxing and the other two looked at them with dull eyes. This is going to cost someone their life. There is no doubt that Wang Mang has great strength. She had already developed her strength through javelin throwing and shot put, and Tang Mingxing might not be as strong as her. Chen Bumo looked so frail that he couldn't withstand a few blows. Sister-in-law. Hit my chest with your small fists, don't use too much force. Stop it. Wang Mang wanted to hit it a few more times, but Tang Mingxing quickly stopped him. Chen Bumo covered his chest and took 2 deep breaths. Tang Mingxing stepped forward to support him. "Brother Chen, are you okay?" Chen Bumo clasped his hands and said, "I have no way of repaying you for saving my life." Knowing that he had done something wrong, Wang Mang stood aside feeling somewhat guilty. "I'm sorry, I want to learn, but I'm not very good at it." Chen Bumo waved his hands repeatedly. "It's okay, just be yourself. I think we get along well with each other, there's no need to be so deliberate." "But I want to learn," Wang Mang said embarrassedly. "It's okay. If you want to learn, I'll let my wife teach you." Tang Mingxing pointed at Mu Yuni. He originally wanted to point to Su Moli, but then he thought that Su Moli's little girl appearance would only be revealed in special circumstances. After all, she is 3 years older than him and is also a teacher. Compared with Mu Yuni, she is more mature and stable. Mu Yuni is still like a child, pure and cute, and loves to act coquettishly when she has nothing to do. So Mu Yuni is more suitable than Su Moli. But this made Su Moli unhappy. Mu Yuni walked over and took Wang Mang's arm. "Sister, just learn from me." Su Moli took Tang Mingxing's arm and said, "Let's go to the room. I have something to tell you." Su Moli smiled brightly, and Tang Mingxing's mind raced, mistakenly thinking that this girl was going to do something unspeakable with him. It's very attractive when girls take the initiative. In Tang Mingxing's room, as soon as the door was closed, Tang Mingxing began to take off her clothes. "Time waits for no one, Moli. There is a bonfire party in the evening, let's make it quick." Su Moli pushed Tang Mingxing to the wall and said charmingly, "In your heart, I am not as feminine as Yunxi, right?" "No." Su Moli's fingers stroked across his chest, causing a tingling sensation. "Close your eyes and stand still." Su Moli leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. Tang Mingxing nodded wildly with excitement. Looking at Su Moli slowly squatting down, he felt so excited that he quickly closed his eyes. A surge of evil fire surged up in my heart. But I only felt that the pants were taken off halfway, and then there was no movement. 10 seconds later. "Moli, Moli." Tang Mingxing shouted a few times, but no one responded. With a bang, the door was shut heavily, and Su Moli seemed to say, "You can play slowly in the room by yourself." Tang Mingxing opened his eyes and there was no one else in the room except him. "Are you kidding me?" He knew that Su Moli was still angry about what happened just now. "My brain is filled with water." I pointed at Mu Yuni instead of her. "Wait for me." Tang Mingxing was about to chase after him, but he felt something tripping him, and he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Looking down, he saw Su Moli had tied the laces of his 2 shoes together. "Damn, why is it still tied up?" Tang Mingxing sat on the ground and hurriedly untied his shoelaces. When they chased after them, Su Moli, Mu Yuni, Chen Bumo and others were already sitting by a barbecue stall outside the beach, talking and laughing. Seeing Tang Mingxing coming late, Su Moli deliberately joked, "Hey, Mingxing, you are having a lot of fun playing in the house, ha 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 ha. Mingxing, why did you come down so late?" Mu Yuni didn't know what was going on. Tang Mingxing was very angry. He took a small stool and sat aside without saying a word. The table at the barbecue stall was not big, just enough to seat 5 people. After a short while, the boss set up the stove and a pile of half-cooked meat skewers. Tang Mingxing and Chen Bumo put the skewers of meat on the stove and started grilling. Su Moli could see that Tang Mingxing was really angry. Mangxing. Mangxing. I was just teasing you, don't be angry, Su Moli quietly pushed him with her elbow. Tang Mingxing didn't even look at her, but just said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have just pointed at Mu Yuni. You don't have to apologize to me. I'm sorry for you." A typical case of saying something but not really accepting it. Su Moli looked at the others, who were all concentrating on grilling skewers. So he leaned close to Tang Mingxing's ear and whispered, "I can give it to you in the evening, don't be so angry." Chapter 27 Promise. The bonfire party was lively. It's actually meaningless. Sisterly organized a group of people to dance around the bonfire, and Tang Mingxing was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the ground. "Boss, would you like some draft beer?" asked the waiter at the barbecue restaurant, holding a large glass of draft beer. Chen Bumo waved his hand, "Come on." "Mingxing, do you want to drink?" Tang Mingxing replied, "Drink." Su Moli held down the wine glass and said, "Mingxing, you still have school to go to, don't drink for now." Her ideas are still a bit traditional. Chen Bumo advised, "Moli, they are all college students. It is normal for people in their 20s to drink a little. You act like a teacher. Don't be so strict with your spouse." Su Moli was slightly startled, and her hand covering the wine glass loosened again. She really wanted to say, "I am his teacher." Chen Bumo filled Tang Mingxing's glass of draft beer, and the two of them got along quite well. After 3 rounds of drinks, it was only 7 o'clock and everyone went back to the hotel. Tang Mingxing felt that this night was destined to be interesting. Sure enough, walking in the hotel corridor, a bunch of boys were smoking or playing with their cell phones on the public terrace. "Why don't you go back to the house?" Tang Mingxing asked someone at random. "Go back to the house? Ha, I'll get a room for myself later. Bro, I'm not familiar with my wife, we've only been together for over a week. Hey! We just held hands today." At this time, a few more people came over and joined the group chat. "Brother, let's get a twin room together and save money." "Okay. I want to form a group too. Is there any brother who wants to join me?" "Me too. I'm so embarrassed. Why don't we go to the internet cafe together and play some games?" "Yes. Let's go to the internet cafe and play games together. Oh, by the way, your name is Tang Mingxing, right? You really make the boys proud. The 2 girls in your family are so pretty. Do you want to play games together tonight?" Faced with the invitation, Tang Mingxing scratched his head. "I'm sorry, I won't go. My wife and I have done everything we should do, and we have a good relationship." Ah. People cast all kinds of looks at him, some incredulous, some unbelievable, anyway, they felt it was outrageous. "There's no marriage here that lasts more than a month, right? How did you do it?" Tang Mingxing smiled and said, "Money, not that personality charm. Only a ghost would believe this." But everyone felt that Tang Mingxing was not an ordinary person, and they all asked for advice. Tang Mingxing doesn't have any secret. He has personal charm, but more importantly, he has the blessing of money. But I didn't dare say this out loud. After returning to the room, Mu Yuni and Su Moli lay on the bed, watching TV. A comedy that made the 2 of them laugh out loud. Tang Mingxing reminded Su Moli, "Moli, you said today that you would give me the money. When will you fulfill your promise?" Su Moli blushed and evaded the question, after watching the movie. "What promise?" Mu Yuni asked curiously. "Nothing, you should go to bed early." Su Moli's eyes were evasive, which made Mu Yuni even more curious. "What is it? Tell me. Mu Yuni refused to give in. "Then I'll tell you." Tang Mingxing smiled evilly. After a long time, Tang Mingxing got dressed and prepared to go out. Someone in the group asked him to go out and play games. But instead of going to an internet cafe, I played mobile games. Ugh. Mu Yuni felt uncomfortable in her throat and dry heaved a few times. The 2 girls kept brushing their teeth and rinsing their mouths in the bathroom. "Is it that serious?" Tang Mingxing muttered, opened the door and walked out. I happened to meet Chen Bumo at the door. There were still many people sitting on the public terrace outside the door chatting and playing games. "Brother Chen, why are you here too? Why don't you go back to sleep?" Tang Mingxing felt that Chen Bumo shouldn't be like this. He and Wang Meng seemed to have a very good relationship. Chen Bumo said, "If you can't sleep, just go to my door and listen and you'll know." Tang Mingxing walked to Chen Bumo's door and listened carefully. There was loud snoring inside, no wonder Chen Bumo ran out. It's almost October and the wind is a bit chilly. If I go back to school for a few more days it will be National Day. Tang Mingxing also wants to plan where to go for fun in the next few days. The two of them put on their coats and joined a group of boys to play games. It was 2 o'clock in the morning and everyone was feeling sleepy. A boy yawned and said, "Everyone, add me as a friend and play with me another day. I'm going to sleep first." After adding the friend, the man prepared to go back to the house. "Huh? That's not right. Didn't you say you wanted to get another room for yourself? How come?" Tang Mingxing remembered that this man said that he was not familiar with his wife and wanted to get another room for himself. The boy smiled and said, "It's already this late, she's sleepy, and I'm tired too. Something will always happen in a daze, and it's easiest to figure things out when it's late at night and everyone is asleep." After saying that, he went back to the room without looking back. Tang Mingxing also learned a lesson. The 3 days passed quickly, and Tang Mingxing lived a very carefree life during these days. The third day happened to be Monday. My old father transferred 15 million yuan on time. The original promise was that if he could please someone at home, he would be given an extra 5 million. At noon, after lunch, everyone packed their bags and prepared to go back. During this period, Tang Mingxing and Chen Bumo became closer and found out that Chen Bumo was actually a programmer. Tang Mingxing asked him many questions. "I plan to start an investment company when I return." After another 3 hours' drive, Tang Mingxing felt groggy and fell asleep again. By the time we got to the city, it was already 5 o'clock. "I'm going to have a big dinner tonight. I'm also going to go shopping on the pedestrian street. Tang Baobao will pay the bill." Mu Yuni yelled. She now has the right to spend Tang Mingxing's money. "No problem." Tang Mingxing carried a suitcase and a bag, and followed the two girls like a little follower. He was very well behaved, and after spending some time together, the three of them had already developed a tacit understanding. Tang Mingxing is obedient during the day, and the two of them are obedient at night. During the 2 or 3 days of participating in the event, Tang Mingxing suddenly missed Lin Yushang. For some reason, that heroic sister often appeared in his mind. Ding, the elevator door opened and Mu Yuni ran out happily. After jumping a few steps, Mu Yuni suddenly stopped and made a hush gesture for silence. Tang Mingxing was curious and heard a noise coming from the opposite room. "Get out! Get out of my house! Get out! Yu Chang, calm down, listen to me, this is an opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. We are done, get out of here, get as far away as you can, I don't want to see you anymore." Tang Mingxing and the other two stood there in a daze. They could tell that this was a conversation between Lin Yushang and a boy. But I don't know what happened. Chapter 28 Eating Watermelon. Tang Mingxing and the other two tiptoed and opened the door. I could hear a quarrel inside, and it seemed to be Lin Yushang's boyfriend. It turns out my sister has a boyfriend. Tang Mingxing was very unhappy. Who doesn't like a pretty girl? But before he could make a move, someone else got her first. Pity. Hearing Tang Mingxing's inexplicable word of pity, Sumoli turned around and asked, "What's a pity?" Tang Mingxing quickly explained, "Oh, what a pity. What a pity that I missed a lot of classes in these 3 days. I will make up for it tonight, tomorrow night. I will make up for it after I come back from National Day. Teacher Su, please give me some good tutoring. You are just a talker." Su Moli retorted to him, and the three of them went into the house. Tang Mingxing began to plan to move during the National Day holiday. "I won't be afraid if 3 people live in that villa." The apartment had good soundproofing, so one could no longer hear the quarrel between Lin Yushang and her boyfriend. But Su Moli was a little worried. She had just heard Lin Yuchang arguing very fiercely and was afraid that she would suffer a loss. Or something like that. "Shall we go over and take a look? Do you want to persuade them?" Su Moli was also well-intentioned, but Tang Mingxing was careless and didn't take it seriously at all. "No need, it's just a conflict between lovers, it's not a big deal." Su Moli thought for a moment and said, "Couple? But I've never seen a boy in Sister Lin's family." Mu Yuni wanted to agree, "Yes, the last time I met her, she told me that she lived alone." Tang Mingxing still disagreed, "That's none of our business. What can you do to persuade them? Open the door and let us listen. As long as no one gets killed or a fight breaks out, we won't get involved." Su Moli carefully opened the door a crack. The sound came again, the sound of smashing things, one after another. Is this really not going to happen? Hearing this voice, which was even more intense than before, Tang Mingxing felt a little uneasy. "Lin Yuchang, don't really jump off the building. Suddenly, the door of Lin Yuchang's house opened, and a boy came out with his face covered. He turned around and said, "Yuchang, please think about it. I am doing this for your own good." When the boy reached the elevator, he was very angry and saw Su Moli and Mu Yuni standing at the door. I was so angry that I thought there were only 2 girls, so I yelled, "What the hell are you looking at? Get lost." Just after I finished cursing, I heard some noise coming from the other room. Tang Mingxing jumped out directly. "What are you doing?" This person didn't expect that there was a boy in the room opposite, and he felt a little worried. Tang Mingxing didn't waste any time and kicked the other person directly in the chest. Su Moli and Mu Yuni were both shocked. They didn't expect Tang Mingxing to start fighting as soon as he said so. "I don't need to explain why I beat you up, damn it. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll rip your mouth off next time." At this time, Lin Yuchang's face is useless. Even if the king scolds his wife, he still has to beat him. At this time, Lin Yuchang also came out. Looking at her boyfriend who was kicked to the ground by Tang Mingxing, should be her ex-boyfriend, she was not displeased at all. Instead, she smiled and said to Su Moli, "Moli, let's have dinner together tonight. Yunchi, you can come too." "Oh, okay." It was obvious that the other party was forcing a smile, and Su Moli couldn't refuse. "What about me?" Tang Mingxing pointed at himself. Lin Yuchang rolled her eyes at him, "Let's go together." "Oh, by the way, Ma Donghua, you forgot something. I got it out for you," Lin Yuchang said, holding a red plastic bag in her hand, and threw it directly to the boy. The boy's name was Ma Donghua. He had just been dating Lin Yuchang for a short while, but they broke up today. The plastic bag fell into Ma Donghua's hands. He opened the bag and showed it off. "You really don't want it?" There was cash in there, lots of cash, about $200,000. Lin Yuchang pretended not to hear and just said, "If you are not a resident here, please leave immediately." Tang Mingxing looked at the two of them and found it quite interesting. It was quite enjoyable to watch the show on the spot. Ma Donghua took the bag and nodded, "Okay, in this case I will leave. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no next time if you regret it." After saying that, he left without looking back. Lin Yuchang's face was rosy, and she looked as if nothing had happened, and even looked very happy. But the more she did this, the more the others knew that she was very sad. It was completely a cover-up. "Let's go, I'll take you to a big meal," Lin Yuchang said with a smile. Tang Mingxing said, "I'll treat you." The feast that Lin Yuchang was talking about was a Western restaurant, which was just opposite the apartment and could be reached on foot. According to the introduction on the internet, the average consumption per person is about 800, which is not low. After ordering 2 bottles of red wine, Lin Yuchang enthusiastically poured them for Su Moli and Mu Yuni. "What about me?" Tang Mingxing held the wineglass, but was ignored by Lin Yuchang. Lin Yuchang looked at him and said, "Drink some water. Men are all bad. The first one, to celebrate me, to celebrate my singleness." Lin Yuchang raised her glass with a smile, but this sentence made Su Moli and Mu Yuni a little at a loss, and they could only force a smile. Lin Yuchang drank the wine in one gulp and filled the second glass. "The second cup is to celebrate my impending resignation. Oh no, being fired, ha ha ha." After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. This time, Su Moli and Mu Yuni did not drink, but just stared at her blankly. Crack, the sound of cracking melon seeds was heard, and the 3 girls looked at Tang Mingxing. "Where did you get the melon seeds?" Mu Yuni asked. Tang Mingxing took out a handful of loose melon seeds from his pocket. "Put a handful in your pocket before you go out, can you eat them?" Mu Yuni said, "Mingxing, stop making trouble, Sister Lin is very sad, and you are still eating melon seeds. And this is a high-end restaurant, you are really good." Tang Mingxing didn't take it seriously and took out a handful of peanuts from his other pocket. "I still have peanuts here, they are great with wine." Lin Yuchang saw that Tang Mingxing was treating her affairs as gossip, so she asked, "Do you still need me to prepare beer and drinks for you?" "Oh, that's not necessary. I'll just drink some water." In response to several girls rolling their eyes, Tang Mingxing quickly lowered his head and took 2 bites of steak. Su Moli wanted to ask what was going on, but Lin Yuchang didn't say anything, and she was too embarrassed to ask. Mu Yuni was still stubborn and asked directly, "Sister Lin, what happened? Why did you break up? I saw that he was still giving you money, why didn't you take it?" Tang Mingxing was very happy, these were all the questions he wanted to ask. "Tang Mingxing, what are you laughing at?" Lin Yuchang saw that Tang Mingxing was trying to hold back his laughter. He was not polite at all. Tang Mingxing quickly rubbed his face. What's wrong, did I reveal it? Lin Yuchang poured another cup inside to Su Moli and Mu Yuni. If Tang Mingxing gave you 200,000 yuan and asked you to accompany another old man, would you be willing? TSK. Ma Donghua is a rubbish. After saying that, he drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Chapter 29 Lively. Awesome. Tang Mingxing said suddenly. I can't believe there are such men. Lin Yuchang was about to pour another cup. Su Moli reached out to stop her, but failed. It's okay, I want a drink, don't worry about it. Our company is looking for investment recently. He. It's related to the life and death of the company. Lin Yuchang didn't drink up the wine in the glass this time. She just took a sip and continued, but what does the life and death of the TM company have to do with me? I'm just getting paid. I said why I was asked to negotiate. Ha ha. It turns out that the investor boss fell in love with me. It's my fault too. Who made my sister have fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs? Several people could see that Lin Yuchang was a high-income earner. At least she could rent a house in this apartment, so her income was definitely not low. Tang Mingxing didn't think this was difficult to overcome. Sister, why are you worrying about this? At worst, you can just quit and find another job. Lin Yuchang replied, it's not that easy in this cold winter of the industry. I'm an LT worker, you can't tell, huh? Now all the big companies are laying off employees. I've made up my mind, if it doesn't work out, I'll go south and try my luck. If that doesn't work out, I'll find a good man to marry. Are you a programmer too? No, I'm a senior product manager. There was a silence at the table. Su Moli and Mu Yuni couldn't help at all. But Tang Mingxing didn't even think about helping. After all, she is not your wife, so why bother with so much business? But Tang Mingxing still has to treat us to this meal. Sister, why is your boyfriend so shameless, and is matchmaking for you? Tang Mingxing's last sentence, this is the core issue of the gossip. Lin Yuchang suddenly said, Ma Donghua was a nice guy at first. I talked to him for about a month? It seems like that, I can't remember exactly. The investor agreed to let him be the vice president. He could ascend right away, and the price was to let me be the third, and they also promised to give me 1 million afterwards. They will also promote me to be a supervisor, and also, I will get an extra 30,000 yuan per month. I can make money while lying down. Ha 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 ha. This kind of thing is actually very common. Tang Mingxing was a bit naive and didn't quite understand. 1 million is not a lot. If it were an ordinary person, the investor would basically be able to take advantage of the girl with ease. It's a pity that the person he met was Lin Yuchang, a woman with a very strong personality. All big companies, especially those in the same industry, have connections with this investor. With just one word from them, I might not be able to continue working here. Lin Yuchang finally told what she was most worried about. They don't have to pay much price for the other party as comprehensive blockade, and it is as easy to kill themselves as it is to kill an ant. After the meal, the three girls were chatting on the street. Tang Mingxing sat aside and watched the three of them. What a harmony! Su Moli is 24 years old, 3 years older than Tang Mingxing. Lin Yuchang is 25 years old, 4 years older than Tang Mingxing. Mu Yuni is the same age as Tang Mingxing. But he also knew that Lin Yuchang looked carefree and open-minded, and she dared to ride on his neck not long after they met. In fact, there is a conservative side in my bones, or a calm side. At least I could feel that she treated me like a little kid. There wasn't a single other thought. Damn, she has to have talent. This woman arouses my desire to conquer her, but Tang Mingxing didn't want to throw money at her. It would be embarrassing if he didn't succeed. For a woman like Lin Yuchang, if she fails to do it well, she will suffer social disgrace. Just like the next day, in front of the office building where Yanjing Guanhai Technology Company, Limited is located, Lin Yuchang pulled up several large banners, listing all the people involved in the incident, including Ma Donghua. This is very consistent with her personality. I am not afraid of losing face, nor am I afraid of making a big deal out of it. She just wanted an explanation. When I got home last night, I received a notice from the company that I was on unpaid leave without any reason. There are many people going to work in the morning, and this office building is not the only company that owns Guanhai Technology. Many people were pointing and taking pictures. Lin Yuchang also took the risk. The situation inside Guanghai Technology was in chaos, and many employees were discussing the matter in the group. When Wu Guanghai, the boss of Guanghai Technology, learned about this, he immediately called Ma Donghua and asked him not to come to the company for the time being. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning, and people are coming and going. Guanghai Technology has already become famous. Lin Yuchang was not stupid either. She covered herself tightly, wearing a baseball cap, a mask, and sunglasses. It's impossible to tell what it looks like. But things were not as she imagined. Most people just looked at her as a joke without any sympathy. It's more of a curiosity about this matter. How shameless. You still bring up such a thing. How wronged are you? This woman must be very pretty. What do you think she looks like? I'm telling you, the woman must be dissatisfied with the small amount of money, that's why she came out to make a scene. Yes, he is a 3 in himself, and he is both a leader and an independent person. A group of people began to speculate. When Lin Yuchang heard these words, she felt wronged. Girl, hurry up and leave. You are disturbing the order of our office building. At this time, several security guards came over and persuaded her to leave. At this time, Tang Mingxing was in morning self-study. There were still 2 days before the holiday. He had missed a few classes before. He was not the kind of person who just played around. He was still studying seriously at this time. Zhang Ming looked at Tang Mingxing's latest notebook and felt a little envious, asking, "When did you buy it?" 2 weeks. Is the game smooth? I use it to learn. Roll. Tang Mingxing had read almost everything, and then said to Zhang Ming, "I told you, I am a second-generation rich man, no. Now I am a third-generation rich man. I will help you take off later. Call me big brother, and I will buy you a laptop like this now." Zhang Mingquan treated him as if he was talking nonsense. "You just want to take advantage of me, don't you? You two should be quiet." Su Moli, who had just entered the classroom, saw them arguing as soon as she came in. At this time, Su Moli returned to her teacher's nature. Today is mainly a self-study class. The monitor should maintain discipline. After giving the instructions, Su Moli left. Self-study classes are entirely based on self-consciousness, and students in this type of university basically do not need to be supervised. Even Zhang Ming is the same, spending most of his time studying. But Tang Mingxing is different. Under the impact of money, he could still endure it at first, but now 1 hour of self-discipline every day is his greatest respect for learning. Let's play. Tang Mingxing stretched, opened Dream and started the game. Mu Yunxi was also studying, and Shen Tian beside her nudged her with her elbow. "Yunxi, how are you and Mangxing? What kind of person is he? Is he rich? What kind of girls does he like?" Chen Tian almost had the words "I like Tang Mingxing too" written on her face. Mu Yunxi remained unmoved. Chen Tian was trying to make small talk again. "Hey, look. It was said on the internet that there was a mistress causing trouble at an office building in Yanjing today. Don't you think it's funny? Ha, why would she be a mistress? For a man like Brother Mingxing, it's not too much to have a few more wives." Mu Yunxi was attracted by these words and looked at Chen Tian's phone. Her pupils dilated instantly, and no matter how tightly Lin Yushan covered herself, she recognized her. Chapter 30 Acting. In front of the office building, several property security guards began to tear down Lin Yushan's banner. "Why don't you go and sue me? Why do you have to come here and make a scene? It's just about money." Led by the property manager, a group of people surrounded Lin Yushan. "Stop tearing it, hey! Stop tearing it!" Lin Yushan wanted to stop them, but there were too many people on the other side and she was distracted. Several banners were torn up and thrown on the ground. The property manager spat fiercely. What bad luck! At this time, Lin Yuchang felt lonely, truly lonely. No one cared about her when she needed help the most. She thought of her parents but didn't dare to call them. She thought of her good colleagues, who must be laughing at her. Countless figures appeared in my mind. Tang Mingxing? Ha, that's even more impossible. We've only known each other for a short time. The 3 words Tang Mingxing only flashed in her mind for a second. At this time, Tang Mingxing received messages from Su Moli and Mu Yunxi. "Go and bring Lin Yuchang back. I'll give you a holiday. Sister Lin is in trouble, go and help her." He couldn't understand, could women's friendship be so strong? How long has it been since the 3 girls became so close? But Tang Mingxing didn't want to go. Why go there? He couldn't help. But when I saw the word holiday in the message sent by Su Moli, Tang Mingxing typed back, "Okay, watch me." After leaving the house, he cursed again. What should I do if I go? If Lin Yuchang doesn't come back, will I still be standing there with her and embarrass myself? Damn it! In the shopping mall opposite the school, Tang Mingxing drove his Pagani towards Lin Yuchang's location. At this time, Lin Yuchang couldn't hold it in any longer, and she, who had always been free and easy, finally burst into tears. Yuchang, why bother? Can't we just have a good chat? The company still needs you. We can discuss any conditions. Wu Guanghai, the boss of Guanghai Technology, came out at this time. Wu Guanghai walked closer and handed Lin Yuchang a tissue. I know you cried, it's okay. Although President Wei is a little older, he is only 57 years old. There are many women around him. It's your blessing that he likes you. Think about it. Right? Wu Guanghai's tone was very kind, and if you didn't listen to the content of his words, it seemed like he really cared about Lin Yuchang. Your previous salary was 30,000 yuan, and the rental company also gave you a 10,000 yuan subsidy. Mr. Wei promised to give you 80,000 yuan a month. You don't have to rent a house anymore. You can just live with him and save money on food. And I will still pay you your housing subsidy and salary. This way, you will make more than 100,000 yuan a month. Isn't that great? Are you sick? Lin Yuchang said. Wu Guanghai was not angry either. Why make such a fuss? What can you get? If you follow Mr. Wu, you don't have to do anything. You can make money just by lying in bed. Lin Yuchang slapped Wu Guanghai before he finished speaking. She was furious when she heard him say that he could make money just by lying down. Bitch, I gave you face. Wu Guanghai suddenly raised his voice. The attention of the people around shifted again, and many people were looking down from upstairs. Wu Guanghai suddenly took out a handful of banknotes and threw them fiercely on Lin Yuchang's face. It's just money, I'll give it to you. Hundreds of $100 bills were scattered all over the floor. Lin Yuchang was stunned for a moment, then she realized that he was throwing dirty water on her. It makes me seem like I'm here just for the money, and I'm branded as a mistress. Anyone who sees this would think that the girl is a mistress and is causing trouble for money reasons. Hey, girl, why are you doing this? Either get a marriage certificate with him or go back home early. That's right, can't a man just buy an extra quota and marry you? What's the point of doing it secretly? I didn't, Lin Yuchang tried her best to explain, but the people around her didn't believe her at all. Wu Guanghai shouted at this time, everyone, this woman seduced my friend, and what happened? My friend wanted to marry her, but she didn't want to. She only wanted money, not status, and she did it secretly. Humph. I guess she just wanted to make a fortune and dump my friend. As soon as Wu Guanghai finished speaking, someone immediately echoed him, that's right, I've seen a lot of women like this, they want money. They're greedy. You want to marry them, but they don't want to, they just wait until they've made enough money, and then disappear. Yes. No. Lin Yuchang explained quickly, but no matter how she explained, no one believed her. Someone else shouted, take off your sunglasses and mask if you dare. Lin Yuchang stood there in a daze, almost breaking down. Her strength was still too weak. But for the sake of her innocence, she would rather not cover it up. Thinking of this, she prepared to take off the mask. Boom! Tang Mingxing arrived at this moment, and at the right time. A black Pagani rushed into the center of the crowd. Everyone's eyes were focused on this luxury car again. Who the hell is this? Tang Mingxing pushed open the car door, walked quickly to Lin Yuchang, grabbed her and was about to leave. You, what are you doing here? Lin Yuchang was also frightened by Tang Mingxing. She knew at a glance that the car in front of her was very expensive. Her heart was pounding. She didn't expect that the person who came to pick her up on a colorful cloud was Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing also had a plan. When he arrived, he would take Lin Yuchang away by force. Then I took it back to the apartment. I spent the rest of the time playing games at home and didn't go to school in the afternoon. When Su Moli comes back, I will tell her that I have been trying to persuade Lin Yuchang for the whole day and my mouth is dry. Mang Xing. Let go quickly, Lin Yuchang wanted to break free, but couldn't. Tang Mingxing dragged her hard, muttering, come back with me, the guild war will start in half an hour. What? Lin Yuchang didn't hear clearly, so she lowered her head and bit Tang Mengxing's arm. Tang Mengxing felt pain and let her go. I want justice for myself. Tang Mengxing looked at the money scattered on the ground and said, what's fair? They slandered me. They said I was a gangster, and this Wu Guanghai. He said I. Lin Yuchang simply recounted what had just happened. Wu Guanghai was a little alert at this time. He looked at the young man in front of him. The person who could drive such a luxury car was not an ordinary person. Tang Mengxing now understood the situation. Lin Yushan was being slandered. It was that simple. Then he strode towards Wu Guanghai. Wu Guanghai took 2 steps back, and seeing how fiercely Tang Mengxing was coming, he suddenly felt something was wrong. What are you doing, security guard? Security guard. At this time, several security guards surrounded him and said, calm down, young man. You still have a bright future. You. Unexpectedly, Tang Mengxing walked up to Wu Guanghai and suddenly bowed deeply. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. Tang Mengxing suddenly burst into tears. Brother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cheated on you, my sister-in-law and I are sorry for you. It's all my fault, I'm shameless, my sister-in-law is really good. No, it's not my sister-in-law's fault. My wife knew about it, so she came here to cause trouble today. I'm sorry, I have some money, but I shouldn't have done this, I'm really sorry. The more Wu Guanghai listened, the more nervous he became. This kid is talking nonsense. Don't talk nonsense, I don't know you, you're talking nonsense, do you know my wife's name? Tang Mengxing ignored him, turned around and walked to Lin Yushang again, hugged her and said, wife, I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again, let's go home. However, he whispered in Lin Yuchang's ear, what's his wife's name? Lin Yuchang hesitated for a moment and said, Sun Weiwei. Weiwei. Her name is Sun Weiwei, brother, we are actually in love, my Weiwei. Tang Mengxing was howling like a ghost, and for a moment no one could tell whether it was real or not. Chapter 31 This is not over yet. Wu Guanghai was furious, you farted. After saying that, he was about to fight with Tang Mengxing, but was stopped by several security guards. Mr. Wu, calm down. Calm down. Don't bother with him. Yes, Mr. Wu. It's just for a woman. We can just get a divorce. Don't do it. As a man I understand, you understand shit, what he said is fake, my wife doesn't have it. Wu Guanghai stomped his feet in anger. Tang Mengxing stopped shouting at this time, looked at everyone in surprise, and said to Lin Yushang, wife, he doesn't know? He doesn't know, I still have time to tell him. Lin Yushang was also let into the role by Tang Mengxing and spoke the lines very cooperatively. Some people inside Guanghai Technology have already started promoting it. The latest news is that Lin Yuchang's boyfriend cheated on Mr. Wu's wife, and Lin Yuchang wanted revenge, so she came to the company to cause trouble and slander Mr. Wu. The most amazing thing is that Mr. Wu didn't know, but Lin Yuchang's boyfriend thought he knew, so he confessed everything, After more than 10 minutes, everyone was tired of making a fuss and Tang Mengxing was eager to go back. Lin Yuchang also knew that she would not get any explanation today. I can only follow Tang Mengxing back. The two got in the car, and Tang Mengxing panted, I said I have to learn to be a screenwriter, a writer, or an actor. It's so interesting. Lin Yuchang took off her sunglasses and felt a little better. At least she saw Wu Guanghai being humiliated. Wife, let's go back to the apartment first. I don't want to go to class this afternoon. When Su Moli comes back, can you help me smooth things over, okay? Tang Mengxing asked, but what he didn't notice was that he called Lin Yushang wife. Maybe I was too engrossed in my performance just now and couldn't correct myself for a while. When Lin Yuchang heard his wrong address, she wanted to correct him, but she swallowed the words back and just replied, okay. I'll smooth things over for you. After returning to the apartment, Tang Mengxing went directly to Lin Yushang's house. Lin Yuchang promised to cook him a meal at noon, and talked about what happened in the morning, which made Tang Mengxing laugh. What are you laughing at? I've lost my job. I'm going to the labor bureau to sue them this afternoon. But after a while, the company called Lin Yushang and asked for N+3 labor compensation. She was officially fired. Fuck. Lin Yuchang couldn't help but curse. This is something worth celebrating. I'll treat you to a drink. Tang Mengxing took out 2 cans of drinks from the refrigerator and handed one to Lin Yushang. Lin Yuchang said, you really don't consider yourself an outsider. This is my home. Forehead. Unlike others, Lin Yushan did not ask about Tang Mengxing's luxury car along the way. There wasn't even a hint of unnaturalness. When she saw it for the first time, she was indeed shocked, but only for a second. It's not that she doesn't love money, but her spiritual level is rich to a certain extent, so money is not that important to her. But things are different now. She didn't pursue getting rich quickly before, but was content with a small fortune. With a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan, she lives a comfortable life. Pay 10,000 for rent, give 10,000 to parents, and keep 10,000 for yourself. It was just enough for her to eat and drink, but now no matter how rich she was spiritually, she had to face reality. She could also see that Tang Mengxing was rich, but she would never ask for money. Mengxing, please help me during the National Day holiday. Lin Yushan said. What? Help me move. My contract here expires in a month, but I want to go back to my hometown first. I miss my parents. Lin Yushan's eyes were full of loneliness. She had been wronged today and especially wanted to find someone to rely on. But at the moment, Tang Mengxing cannot get a number, and the people closest to him are still his parents. Tang Mengxing didn't hesitate. Okay, I'll help you, the three of us come over here. Where are you from, sister? Jishui City. Oh. The spring water there is the best in the world. Tang Mengxing's mind became active for a moment and he thought they could go there to play during the National Day holiday. The two were silent for a while. Tang Mengxing really didn't consider himself an outsider and lay on the sofa playing games by himself. Lin Yushan leaned over and tried to find a topic to talk about, otherwise the atmosphere would be too awkward. Only Tang Mengxing didn't notice it. What are you playing? Dreamland is a mobile game. I've collected all the Phoenix mounts today, watch me show off in it. You don't study hard and you always play games. What are you going to do in the future? Sister, I'm a third-generation rich man, I'm not short of money, I've spent nearly $500,000 on this game. Tang Mengxing said it easily. Lin Yushan felt bad. Damn, it costs so much to play a game. I remember you said you were a second-generation rich, how come you're a third-generation rich now? Oh. Nidane gave it to my dad. At the same time, inside Guanghai Technology, at a workstation, a man was thinking wildly. He knew Tang Mengxing and never thought that today's incident had anything to do with him. Shen Bumo looked at his phone, deleted the message he was about to send to Tang Mengxing, and closed the dialog box. Then he opened the dialog box again, as if he still wanted to say something. Guanghai Technology has been facing great pressure recently, and the company's valuation is around 1.5 billion. It's not a big company, but it's definitely a rising star with huge potential. It's just that the rules of the game are like this. When you have good technology or products, you don't face huge profits, but imitation and copycats. Similar products will emerge in the market in an endless stream. Especially the pressure from big companies. You can't even sue. As soon as Guanghai Technology's L products came out, they received a lot of praise. However, after seeing the excellent works, many financial groups extended olive branches and asked to invest. How could Wu Guanghai share profits with others? So he rejected them all, but what he didn't expect was that those billion-dollar companies also launched similar products soon after. Moreover, technology changes faster and publicity is more intense. Before long, their company's products became uncompetitive in the market. At the same time, the company expanded blindly, resulting in redundant staff and a huge burden. Chen Bumo sat at his workstation and sent a message to Tang Mengxing. Brother Tang, Wu Guanghai's matter is not over yet, be careful, Wei Heng is coming to our company. Protect your wife well. He didn't know whether Lin Yushan was Tang Mengxing's woman, but judging from the situation today, she should be. But I can't figure out why he didn't bring Lin Yushan with him when he participated in the event. After Tang Mengxing finished the dungeon, he saw Chen Bumo's message. Sister, is there a person named Chen Bumo in your company? Lin Yushan thought for a moment, I don't know. I give in, Wei Heng, you know it, right? I know, it's him who has taken a fancy to me, a man who claims to be a top investor. When Lin Yushan heard the name, she wanted to swear, but she managed to hold it back. My friend said that this matter is not over yet, but he doesn't know the details. Let's all be careful. Chapter 32. Tang Mengxing was very depressed. After reading Chen Bumo's message, he felt it was not worth it. I got into trouble because of Lin Yushan, and I always feel like a good guy. I thought it would be easy, but I didn't expect the other party to still not give up. Perhaps once Lin Yushan returns to her hometown, this matter will be over. I may be worrying too much. But he still planned to give his old father a call. Far away in Africa, Tang Hai and Zhang Yuanying were in a good mood as they watched herds of animals migrating. A staff member stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sir and madam, there are abundant mineral resources under this land. We have completed the survey. When will we start mining?" Tang Hai looked at the animals in front of him, intoxicated. "Nature is really great, life is really splendid, there is no rush to mine, don't disturb their migration." Suddenly the phone rang, and Tang Hai saw that it was Tang Mingxing calling. "My dear son, what's wrong?" A benevolent smile appeared on Tang Hai's serious face again. After hearing what Tang Mingxing said, his smile gradually disappeared. "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhang Yuanying could see that something must have happened. After hanging up the phone, Tang Hai said, "It's just a trivial matter. Mengxing is a steady kid. He called me first when he knew about this. He just offended an ordinary person. It's no big deal. I sent someone to protect him, but I let him try to solve it himself first. This kind of person is perfect to be a stepping stone for Mengxing." Tang Hai didn't expect a 21-year-old kid to be able to overthrow a gangster with his own ability alone. But no matter how big a person is, in his eyes he is just a stepping stone for his son's growth. People like Tang Hai, apart from caring about his own family, have no mercy on outsiders. Wei Hong was an ant in his eyes, but this ant did not provoke him, and even this matter itself had nothing to do with Tang Mengxing. But by chance, Tang Hai had an idea and asked him to train his son. Perhaps in a sense, he is no different from people like Wei Hang. Damn, why does it show that he is in Africa? Tang Mingxing looked at his father's circle of friends. "Who?" Lin Yushang asked curiously. "My dad, is he working illegally? Or is he mining?" Ha ha. Tang Mingxing was just saying it casually, what he didn't know was that his father really went mining. "What does your father do?" "Have no idea." Tang Mingxing really didn't know. He had always thought he was a farmer, but now it's not bad to say he is a businessman. However, he always felt that he was hiding something. Lin Yushang prepared lunch, 2 simple dishes, and placed them on the table. "It's a bit plain," Tang Mingxing looked a little unappetizing. "Eat it if you like." Lin Yuchang was about to serve him a bowl of rice, but then she put it on the table. "Serve yourself." Tang Mingxing took 2 bites and it tasted good, but it was still hard to swallow. He was a meat lover, so he had no choice but to get a bottle of Lao Gan Ma to make do with it. "Sister, I want to travel to your place during the National Day holiday. I can drive you back. How about we go on a self-driving tour? Go to our place?" "Sure." Lin Yushang was inexplicably happy. But she instantly realized that her happiness seemed to come from her liking for Tang Mengxing. Why did it suddenly happen? Lin Yushang was a little nervous. She was about to leave Yinjing and was quite sad. But when I heard that Tang Mingxing was going to her hometown during the National Day holiday, I was actually looking forward to it. Seeing that Lin Yuchang's expression changed a little, Tang Mengxing asked, "Sister, are you okay?" "Oh, it's okay. You are welcome to my hometown. I will provide you with food and lodging. You take care of it." I originally wanted to say that I would take care of it, but now I have lost my job. Although you get some money, it is not safe in the long run. Besides, Tang Mingxing is so rich, there is no problem for him to keep her as his sponsor, and he is not a pretentious person. Thinking of how he had called her wife today, Lin Yuchang blushed slightly. Tang Mengxing felt uneasy inside, looking at Lin Yushang's changing expression. Could it be that this sister had gone crazy because of the stimulation? Evening. After Su Moli and Mu Yuni came back, Tang Mingxing explained the matter to the 2 girls. "You don't know, I tried my best to persuade her to come back, but she wanted to commit suicide when she came back, and she opened the window and wanted to jump off the building. I didn't dare to leave for a moment, and stayed with her the whole afternoon. You should thank me, otherwise someone would have died today." Tang Mingxing danced and told lies. He was afraid of his wife, especially Su Moli. It would be disastrous if she knew that he had been playing games for the whole afternoon. After saying that, Tang Mingxing looked at the 3 girls proudly. Lin Yushang was also there. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She couldn't say anything serious to Tang Mengxing. Although I promised to help him cover up his lie, I didn't expect his lie to be so outrageous. Su Moli looked at Lin Yushang. Her expression was normal, her mentality was normal, her behavior was normal, everything was normal. Tang Mingxing, you're not lying, are you? Sister Lin jumped off the building? I don't believe it. How could she jump off the building with such a good mentality? Right, Sister Lin. Facing Su Moli's questioning, Lin Yuchang's eyes were erratic, and after a while she squeezed out a sentence. I did want to die at that time, and later it was Tang Mingxing who saved me. As he spoke, his face turned red to the roots of his ears, visibly. Mu Yuni smiled and said, Mengxing is still good at acting. Sister Lin, you can't lie. Your face is red. The truth was finally revealed. Tang Mingxing stood in the corner and was scolded by Su Moli. It was late at night and everyone was ready to rest. Tang Mingxing was lying on the bed, alone in the room, and he suddenly thought of the grudge that he had watched that day. At this time, Su Moli and Mu Yuni were both at Lin Yushang's house. The two of them agreed to sleep with Lin Yushang tonight. It's over. I just keep thinking about random things by myself. Tang Mingxing became more and more scared the more he thought about it. I fell asleep with the light on. The next morning, Tang Mingxing got up sleepily after not sleeping well the previous night. Su Moli and Mu Yuni didn't even call him and went straight to school. Lin Yushang is still packing her luggage. Sister, please take me to school. Tang Mingxing leaned against the doorframe and rubbed his eyes. Don't you have a car? I don't want to drive anymore. Unable to resist Tang Mingxing's cuteness, the man will act coquettishly, and the woman will really feel pain. Lin Yushang wore a white t-shirt, black shorts, and a helmet and rode her Chiquita 300. Tang Mingxing also sat on it. But as soon as they got up, they both felt something was wrong. They were too close. You, take out the flashlight in your pocket. Lin Yushang felt a little uncomfortable on her butt. Tang Mingxing said, No. No flashlight, sorry sister. Chapter 33 Mu Yuni's Pursuer. Tang Mingxing hugged Lin Yuchang's waist. Sister, drive slowly. You. Lin Yushang turned around and glared at him, but it was no use. He is just a younger brother, there is nothing wrong with us, Lin Yuchang kept reminding herself in her heart. Although Tang Mingxing asked her to ride slower, Lin Yushang rode very fast and she felt very embarrassed. In less than 2 minutes, we arrived at the school gate. We're here. Let go, Lin Yushang scolded. Tang Mingxing then got out of the car, somewhat reluctant to give up the soft and delicate feeling in his hands. Just as she was about to enter the school gate, Lin Yuchang suddenly shouted, Tang Mingxing. What's wrong? You just took advantage of me. After saying that, Lin Yushang got on her bike and left immediately. Tang Mingxing didn't feel wronged at all. He hadn't thought about this situation before getting on the bus, but he didn't hide after getting on the bus and still enjoyed it. After returning to school, Tang Mingxing fell asleep on the table. Today was another day with not many classes. The holidays are coming soon and everyone is eager to go home, so they don't have much intention to study. The whole school knew that she and Mu Yuni were in love, but the fact that they had obtained their marriage certificate was kept secret, and few people knew about it except Chen Tian. Everyone thought they were just boyfriend and girlfriend. Mu Yuni sat in the classroom, playing with the latest mobile phone. Several girls in her class were envious when they saw her new phone. Yuni, you just bought a new phone? Your computer is new too. Did your boyfriend buy it for you? These people also knew that it was impossible for Mu Yuni's family to buy her so many good things at once. Mu Yuni did not hide it. Yes, Mengxing bought it for me. Chen Tian, who was standing by, naturally knew everything. She witnessed everything that day and she also broke up with Li Hao. Once you have seen the sea, all other puddles are but puddles, all other hills are but mounds, and after seeing how handsome and rich Tang Mingxing is, she will no longer be attracted to any other boy, no matter how good he is. All I could think about was how to get Tang Mingxing. The other girls were also asking about Tang Mingxing's situation. What does his family do? I saw him that day, so handsome. Yunxi, does he have any younger brothers or elder brothers? Please introduce them to us. Mu Yuni would never reveal Tang Mingxing's specific information. She put her phone in the LV bag worth more than 60,000 yuan and said she wanted to read a book. The movements are very natural and I feel happy. It feels really good to enjoy other people's envious gazes. TSK. You're intoxicated by this little thing, as if everyone can't afford LV? A girl in front took out a Hermes product and put it on the desk. Huang Jingjing, you, how come you have Hermes? Is this true? Chen Tian was a little surprised. This Huang Jingjing is the league secretary of the class and she is also pretty. When I was in high school, I was the most popular girl in the school. I was eloquent and good at dealing with people. So I became the league secretary. But when she came to university, her beauty, which she was so proud of, was no longer presentable. In the class alone, she was far surpassed by Mu Yuni. She had never been looked down upon like this since she was a child. He thought he could be compared with Mu Yuni, and as the youth league secretary, his status was higher than hers. This is how she won, but everyone's attention was on Mu Yuni, who was even known as the top of the 4 school beauties. No one paid any attention to him, just a small league secretary. Especially these days, she actually carried an LV bag. This made Huang Jingjing even more unbearable. It's just a bag. What's the big deal? I can buy more if I want. Huang Jingjing's words made everyone afraid to say a word. It was obvious that she was speaking to Mu Yuni. Mu Yuni didn't take it. Who said it wasn't? It's just a broken bag, only 60,000 yuan. Then he turned to Chen Tiantian and the other girls and said, last time Meng Xing wanted to buy me a few more, but I refused. Even if you have money, you can't spend it carelessly, right? She also started pretending. Chen Tiantian and the other girls felt jealous when they heard this. Who are you trying to be so Versailles with? Just go and talk to Huang Jingjing. Why are you pretending with a bunch of poor people like us? Oh, yeah, I also think this level is average. Hermes is the king of bags. Huang Jingjing casually put the bag aside. Mu Yuni ignored her. Change to Hermes? She wanted to, but the money was not hers. Tang Mingxing might not buy it for her. Oh, Huang Jingjing. Who is your boyfriend again? Chen Tiantian asked curiously. Huang Jingjing said with a condescending look, what does it have to do with you? Chen Tiantian rolled her eyes at her and said, it's not a big deal to be rich. Ha! It's great to be rich. This kind of words are usually said by people who don't have money, and these people are more eager to be rich. Chen Tiantian, ask Li how to buy you one, or you can have a lot of spare tires and crowdfund to see if you can raise 6,000 yuan, huh? Huang Jingjing was in a good mood and felt that she could finally hold her head high. You! Chen Tiantian looked at Huang Jingjing coldly, but was speechless. She had no money and Li Hao would not buy it for her. Mu Yuni lowered her head and said nothing. She didn't want to argue anymore. Showing off luxury goods was certainly a pleasure, but there was no need to compare with others. However, Huang Jingjing was determined to provoke her today, even though Mu Yuni had never offended her. But she was just jealous. Why was she prettier than herself and more popular? Find a boyfriend who is handsome and rich. This feeling of disappointment must be made up today. Mu Yuni, be more low-key from now on. This kind of broken stuff is just right for a loser like you. Huang Jingjing suddenly lost face. She had endured it for a long time. Now that things had come to this, there was no need to maintain a false disguise with Mu Yuni. Who are you scolding? Mu Yuni couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. Chen Tiantian and the others hurriedly stopped him. Yunxi, calm down, don't bother with him. What's the matter? You've been pretending to be so rude these days because you're carrying a shabby bag. I've been disliking you for a long time, you lowly thing. Huang Jingjing is much better at scolding people than Mu Yuni. Mu Yuni was stunned where she was. She wanted to curse but she couldn't organize any vicious words. She could only stammer and refute, why do you curse me? You are the cheap one. As Mu Yuni spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably. At this moment, there was a noise outside the window, and someone shouted, Yunxi. Be my girlfriend. Mu Yuni, I love you. Quick, come and see what's going on. Someone is openly expressing his love for Mu Yuni. I have a handsome guy driving a Ferrari and buying a bunch of flowers. Mu Yuni was right here, and everyone looked down from the windowsill without caring whether she was embarrassed or not. Huang Jingjing felt sour again. Why was she so popular? Chen Tiantian suddenly whispered, Yunxi, I'll remember it for you. Go learn the 27th public declaration of love so far. Mu Yuni didn't know whether to be happy or sad at this moment. She had just been scolded and cried by Huang Jingjing, and now someone else came out to express his love. It's annoying. Mu Yuni lay down on the table and cried silently. The news spread quickly and was outrageous. Mu Yuni was deeply moved by the public display of love and shed tears of happiness. This matter spread like wildfire. I'm just afraid that I will fall in love with you, I dare not let myself get too close. The suitor also came prepared. He sat downstairs with a guitar and started singing. In addition to the Ferrari, there is also a heart-shaped bouquet of 999 roses behind him. Chapter 34 The highest bidder wins? The boy sang 4 or 5 songs in a row, but Mu Yuni remained unmoved. Yunshi, why don't you go down and take a look? It's not a good idea for him to keep singing like this. It disturbs other people's studies. Someone tried to persuade Mu Yuni. Chen Tiantian enviously said, Hey, Yunshi, you were so lucky, I just took a look, this boy is not bad, if I had your appearance, I would have won him. Idiot. Mu Yuni suddenly spoke and was stunned. She actually used a swear word, which she didn't know how to do just now. Mu Yuni wiped her tear-stained face. This man came for her, so of course she had to solve the problem herself. Huang Jingjing said in disgust, Don't be disgusting. Why are you pretending to be driving a broken Ferrari? Chen Tiantian replied on behalf of Mu Yuni, Everything is broken, only you are awesome. Where's your boyfriend? Take him out for a walk, he can't be a 40-year-old uncle. Huang Jingjing's expression tightened. Her boyfriend was 45 years old. Chen Tiantian just said this casually, and she guessed it right by accident. There are no such handsome and rich young men. Most of the successful people in their careers are relatively old. With Huang Jingjing's looks, it's hard to find a younger man. After all, she is not a stunning beauty. But old men are easy to deceive. If you show off your charm a little and have a high level of education, it is easy to deceive them. She hesitated for a long time before making up her mind. Especially after seeing the bag Mu Yuni was carrying, she gave up her dignity. She had been maintaining a good sense of superiority, and she accepted that her looks were not as good as Mu Yuni's. It was an innate advantage and there was nothing she could do about it. But when it comes to money, he distanced himself from her, which was absolutely unbearable. It just so happened that a 45-year-old man was pursuing her, and she agreed to his request in a hurry. This is a society where people laugh at poverty but not at prostitution. If you have sex with an old man, and most people will talk about you behind your back. But being without money is absolutely not acceptable, otherwise it would seem that your personality is somewhat low. Mu Yuni was going downstairs with Chen Tiantian and others at this time. She wanted to end this fruitless show of love as soon as possible. But I was also wondering because I told Chen Tiantian about my marriage, but I didn't expect her to keep it a secret. Of course Chen Tiantian kept her mouth shut, because she also had a crush on Tang Mengxing. Of course, good things should be kept secretly for yourself. When I got downstairs, there was already a group of people gathered. Everyone make way, the heroine is here. Someone with sharp eyes noticed Mu Yuni. Agree with him, agree with him. Someone started to make a fuss again. Many of them knew about what happened between Tang Mengxing and Mu Yuni, but they were still willing to make a fuss. I want to see if Mu Yuni will agree, or see Tang Mengxing come over and fight with this boy. It's a test of human nature. Do you think Mu Yuni will be moved? Doesn't she have a boyfriend? You can change your boyfriend anytime you want. How can a good relationship be better than a Ferrari? Mu Yuni walked up to the boy. She didn't know him. Who are you? Senior, my name is Tao Yulong, and I'm a freshman. It has only been 28 or 29 days since she started school in early September, but Mu Yuni's name has already spread throughout the freshman year. Tao Yulong thought he was very romantic and knelt on one knee, holding a bouquet of roses. Senior sister, you can. No, please leave. Mu Yuni refused without waiting for him to finish. Tao Yulong still said, I know you have a boyfriend, but I liked you the first time I saw you, give me a chance. If an ordinary person said this, he would definitely be laughed at for being shameless. But it's different if you have money. This guy is so infatuated. The girls around me have started to become crazy about me. How do you see your infatuation? Mu Yuni found it funny. Tao Yulong said, Senior sister, what do you like? I will buy it for you. I promise I will love you more than Tang Mengxing. I don't know if what he said was true or not, but he seemed very sincere, or maybe he was just pretending. Mu Yuni simply replied, please leave and don't disturb others from studying. But Tao Yulong was like a dogskin plaster and insisted on sticking to her. The most upset person at this time was Huang Jingjing. She was afraid that Mu Yuni would agree. This Tao Yulong looks to be no more than 19 or 20 years old. The man who can afford a Ferrari F8 must be from a wealthy family, and he is also a high-quality man. Huang Jingjing doesn't want Mu Yunxi to succeed. Why do all the good men like Mu Yunxi? As for Tang Mingxing, she must be pretty good since she could buy Mu Yunxi a bag worth more than 60,000 yuan. However, in her eyes, Tao Yulong in front of her was more threatening. Huang Jingjing has never met Tang Mingxing, but Tao Yulong is right in front of her if Mu Yunxi agrees. Then I might be inferior to her again. Tao Yulong took out another Hermes bag. Yunxi, promise me, this is my gift to you. Tao Yulong spent a lot of money today. This bag is Hermes Platinum Milkshake White, which costs 180,000 yuan. No. Huang Jingjing suddenly spoke, and everyone around looked at her. Huang Jingjing knew that she had embarrassed herself. This matter had nothing to do with her, but she had made such a great sacrifice, and now she was going to be overtaken by Mu Yunxi? And what a coincidence, this boy also gave her a bag, and it was more expensive than hers. Huang Jingjing's bag costs only 120,000 yuan. You are really interesting. Mu Yunxi felt that Huang Jingjing had something wrong with her brain. This matter had nothing to do with her. Tao Yulong looked at Huang Jingjing and asked, "Who are you?" He thought that maybe she was Mu Yunxi's sister or best friend, so he didn't dare to offend her. Huang Jingjing was speechless when asked this question. He's the Youth League branch secretary, a very high-ranking official. And he even controls people's love lives, Chen Tiantian joked. League branch secretary? Who the hell are you? Who did I think he was? What's going on in your class? Why is a league secretary so awesome? The people around watching the fun were not polite either. Huang Jingjing blushed and pretended to be calm. Mu Yunxi didn't want to. I was just repeating her words. She has a boyfriend. Why are you making trouble? At this moment, Mu Yunxi wanted to thank Huang Jingjing. Was her brain disease cured? Otherwise, why would she speak up for her? Humph. I don't care whether she has a boyfriend or not. In this kind of thing, the one who pays the highest price wins. Tao Yulong stopped pretending. Although he is not very old, he has seen countless women and any of them can be easily won over by spending some money. Why did he feel embarrassed when it came to Mu Yunxi? The highest bidder wins? What does that mean? Mu Yunxi was a little angry. She was treated as a commodity. Get out of here. This was the dirtiest thing Mu Yunxi could say. Humph. Huang Jingjing was no longer in a hurry at this time. It seemed that Mu Yunxi was not going to agree. I was worrying too much. Tao Yulong threw the flowers aside, his eyes turned vicious. Damn it. Chapter 35 Draw a line. Huang Jingjing looked at the two of them proudly, and started to be sarcastic again. I say, junior brother, her boyfriend is called Tang Mingxing, and he is also a rich second-generation rich man. She doesn't even look down on your stuff. Huang Jingjing was purely instigating. She told Tao Yulong the other party's name to make the two men jealous and to make Mu Yunxi uneasy. You are such a bitch, Chen Tiantian muttered. At this moment, she had no confidence that Tang Mingxing could handle this matter. Although Mu Yunxi and he are already married, Tao Yulong is too rich. Under the temptation of money, maybe. At this time, people around also discussed. Why did Mu Yunxi refuse? Either Tang Mingxing is richer, or he is just pretending. What are you pretending for? Think about it, everyone knows that Mu Yunxi has a boyfriend. If Tao Yulong comes to pursue her again, even if Mu Yunxi is willing in her heart, she will be embarrassed to accept it in front of so many people. Yes, what you said makes sense. Maybe he rejected her on the surface, but then contacted her privately. Then Tang Mingxing and Tao Yulong would get the best deal. At this time, Tang Mingxing was rushing towards the teaching building where Mu Yunxi was. A friend I know at school has already informed me that someone is pursuing my wife in broad daylight? Mu Yunxi didn't know whether she should tell others that she had obtained the marriage certificate. Yunxi, tell me, what do you want? I promise to agree to it. Tao Yulong was very confident. In his eyes, Mu Yunxi's appearance and talent were worth millions. He was definitely not just playing around, he had the idea of marrying Mu Yunxi in his mind. But not for love reasons. In a family like his, there must be more than one quota for marrying wives. But first of all, you must marry a girl who is of equal social status to you. This will be arranged by your parents and you have no say in the decision. As for the remaining places, his parents will not let him choose randomly. Clean background, educated, well-educated, obedient. There are a series of requirements. So Tao Yulong just plays with some beautiful anchors and nightclub girls. Even if I am willing, my father will not agree. But Mu Yuni is completely different. She meets his requirements for marriage, and more importantly, she is so beautiful. As soon as he entered the school, he noticed Su Moli. After learning that she was a teacher, Tao Yulong backed out. Then he discovered Mu Yuni, a stunning beauty, a top-notch beauty. I've lived this long and met so many girls, but none of them can compare to her. If you are with me, I will give you 100,000 every month. Tao Yulong felt that romance was not enough, so he decided to be the most direct one. 100,000? Huang Jingjing's heart rose to her throat again. The temptation was getting bigger and bigger, and she regretted not discovering this potential stock. I have obtained my marriage certificate with Tang Mingxing and have become a legal couple. What? Everyone around was stunned and extremely shocked. If they were just boyfriend and girlfriend, there would still be some hope for others. There is always a toad waiting for Tang Mingxing and Mu Yuni to break up, and then this piece of swan meat accidentally falls into its mouth. But now that hope is completely gone. Get the certificate? Tao Yulong said with embarrassment, wasting my time. You. Wife. It's not like he hasn't tried it before, so he can only change his mindset. At least Mu Yuni has lost her value. She is not worth my efforts anymore, but if there are some other possibilities, it would be great to play with them. Tao Yulong took out a piece of paper, wrote down his phone number, and threw it on the ground. Call me when you figure it out. Damn bad luck. Mu Yuni felt extremely upset when she saw his disrespectful attitude. Huang Jingjing also pretended to be surprised. Mu Yuni, you are married? What's so good about Tang Mingxing? Are you really crazy? He took you for himself with just a bag, a mobile phone, and a computer. You are so cheap. The other party's words were very unpleasant, and Mu Yuni's mouth became knotted again, and she couldn't utter a word. Let's go. Tao Yulong ordered the people who came with him to carry the flowers away. He got into the Ferrari and prepared to leave. Stop right there. Tang Mingxing arrived late after 2 chapters. Behind him, Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi and several other classmates blocked Ferrari's way. Zhou Qi was a little confused when he saw the sports car. Meng Xing, damn. The guy across the street is driving a Ferrari. He can't even ride a dragon. Tang Mingxing said viciously. Who are you? Tao Yulong got out of the car and looked at the other person. Your dad. Tang Mingxing slapped him in the face. You are such a jerk, hooking up with a married woman, you are such a shameless jerk, xxxx. The rest of the words were so vulgar that Huang Jingjing blushed. The moment Mu Yuni saw Tang Mingxing, she was overjoyed. My man is here, my savior has arrived. But after hearing what Tang Mingxing said, he thought it would be better to pretend not to know him. So obscene. Which department are you from? Come with me to find the teacher. If I don't fire you today, my last name is not Tang. Expel? Find a teacher? Tao Yulong was slapped and wanted to challenge Tang Mingxing, but when he heard about finding a teacher, he became timid again. The teacher doesn't care if someone pursues a girl. Even though Mu Yuni is married, he didn't know about it beforehand. However, Tang Mingxing was too imposing, and his words were so decisive that he was confused for a moment. You, me, Tao Yulong was grabbed by the collar by Tang Mingxing and was about to walk out. Tao Yulong's friends also came over to try to stop them. Zhang Ming saw that the situation was not good, so he started to fight with them. What? You want to do something? Try further. Zhou Qi and Zhang Ming stood on both sides, and several other students also stood up. Brothers. I'll treat you tonight. Tang Mingxing said something. Meng Xing, this guy just found out that Mu Yuni and you got married, and he deliberately left his phone number on the ground. Someone in the crowd knew Tang Mingxing and kindly reminded him. Maybe he was just being kind. Tang Mingxing looked down and saw a note. Suddenly, he was furious. Yun Shi. Tang Mingxing shouted, wanting to verify. Chen Tiantian was the first to speak. Yes, he left it. Yun Shi told me that you two are married, and he also said that he wanted to contact me in the future. Oh? Tang Mingxing looked at Tao Yulong again. Tao Yulong felt that he couldn't stand it anymore. In the past, he was the only one who bullied others, but now for the first time, he was grabbed by the collar and slapped in the face. Tao Yulong grabbed Tang Mengxing's hand and tried to pull it apart but found that the other party was holding it tightly. Damn it, I'm rich. I can deal with trash like you however I want when you get out into society. Believe it or not, I can kill you with my money. Tao Yulong said timidly but with a hint of toughness. His words were harsh, but his voice was trembling. Tang Mengxing bent down to pick up the paper on the ground and used force to pry open Tao Yulong's mouth. Woo woo. Tao Yulong still wanted to resist, but was kicked twice again. Just let me eat it. Tang Mengxing stuffed the whole paper into Tao Yulong's mouth and only then did she stop. Tao Yulong pinched his throat and tried hard to spit out the food, but unfortunately he had already swallowed it. I will fight you. After saying that, Tao Yulong rushed over again. Zhang Ming, Zhou Qi and others also joined the fight, and with the addition of a few people brought by Tao Yulong, the scene became a mess. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Beat him hard. Two voices were heard among the crowd watching the excitement. Mu Yuni wanted to step forward to dissuade them, but a group of boys were having a conflict and she couldn't intervene at all. Fortunately, the chaos ended quickly. After all, Tang Mengxing is very good at fighting. Humph, let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant. Zhou Qi kicked someone away and cursed. Car, fuck. There's a scratch on the car. At this time, someone pointed at the Ferrari and shouted loudly. Tao Yulong was lying on the ground, looking at his beloved sports car, but he laughed. Boy, you have to pay me money. I admit that we fought and beat each other. But you have to admit that you scratched my car because of this. Chapter 36 Processing. Tao Yulong smiled proudly. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi became worried, while Huang Jingjing on the side almost laughed out loud. Fighting in school, how can this be tolerated? What should we do, Mengxing? The car has been damaged, Zhang Ming said anxiously. Tao Yulong stood up with a smile. Tang Mengxing, you damaged my car, you have to pay for it. Call the police and let them investigate, Tang Mengxing suddenly said. Everyone was shocked. Call the police? This matter can be a big deal or a small matter. But if we call the police, the school will definitely know about it. But Tang Mengxing was not afraid, and was even a little secretly happy. Mad finally found a legitimate reason to drop out of school. He did it for his wife's sake. This way, Su Moli wouldn't nag him, and his parents wouldn't blame him either. I'm a fucking genius. If Mu Yuni was just a girlfriend, Tang Mengxing might not be so arrogant. At most, he would just curse her a few words to vent his anger and then give her a slap in the face and that would be it. Just like how we dealt with Lin Yushang yesterday, a literary fight. If Lin Yuchang was also his wife, Wu Guanghai would have been beaten yesterday. The violence is unacceptable, but it's really fun. Call the police, but Zhang Ming was scared. Don't call the police, there's no need to make such a big fuss about this. Zhou Qi is also worried about the impact on his studies. I did it without thinking because I was hot-headed. Fortunately, I didn't hit him too hard and no one was injured. Now I feel a little scared, especially because the other party's car was scratched. Only then did Tang Mengxing realize that he was selfish and forgot about his brothers. Blame me. I was so engrossed in the game that I forgot about my brothers. Tao Yulong rubbed his arms. The people he brought were also students, but not all of them were from this school. But they are also worried that calling the police will have too much of an impact. Tao Yulong was hesitant. His car was scratched and he was indeed afraid of being fired. Then he made a phone call. Dad. I'm in trouble. More and more people came to watch the fun, and the news soon reached Su Moli's ears. It was Huang Jingjing who sent a message to the teacher, saying that this matter must be made public. If they did not call the police, then she would notify the teacher. I'll go. After knowing this, Su Moli also hurried to the scene. Tao Yulong hung up the phone and asked tentatively, Tang Mengxing, how about this? I won't pay. Before the other party could finish, Tang Mengxing suddenly said, I won't pay a penny. Go check the surveillance. When you find out, tell me that it was me who did it. Go and get busy. Then he shouted to the crowd watching the excitement, everyone, please disperse. Today's performance ends here. There is nothing more to watch. Tao Yulong rubbed his face and looked at the other person in disbelief. He was too shameless. Oh, you want to default on your debt? Said Huang Jingjing. She enjoys watching the fun, so of course she would stimulate the other party as much as possible with such a good opportunity. None of your business. You damaged someone's car, why don't you pay for it? None of your business. You poor fellow, you want to default on your debt because you can't afford to pay. None of your business. You. Tang Mingxing's 3 sentences are none of your business, which made Huang Jingjing at a loss for words. He is so shameless that he is the most shameless person in the world. Okay. I'll check the surveillance right now, don't even think about leaving. Tao Yulong said and took a few people to the monitoring room. But Tang Mingxing did not intend to let the matter go. Su Moli arrived just in time, accompanied by the Dean of Studies and several other teachers. What's going on? Su Moli came up and punched Tang Mingxing. In the eyes of outsiders, it looked like a little wife acting coquettishly. Why are you here? Tang Mingxing was surprised. The Dean of Studies scolded, Tang Mingxing, and you, what are you doing? Follow me. Zhang Ming and his companions looked at each other, feeling very uneasy. Tang Mingxing said, Teacher, Mu Yuni and I are a legal couple. Today, a freshman came to provoke and cause trouble, so I fought with them. Why did you tell the truth? Zhang Ming was a little anxious. Tang Mingxing was too honest. He told everything without the dean asking any questions. Several teachers were also stunned. Are they married? This is a difficult matter to handle. Logically, we should not fight for any reason. But emotionally, she is someone else's wife. If it were me, would I be able to tolerate it? Why are you so disobedient? Su Moli gently hit Tang Mingxing's chest again. The Dean of Studies was very upset. Tang Mingxing had already said that Mu Yuni was his wife, but why was Su Moli still acting like a spoiled child? At this time, Tao Yulong and others also rushed over, but their faces did not look very good. The car was scratched and even the surveillance video was not clear because the scene was too chaotic. Seeing many teachers coming, he became even more nervous. Director! It's him! We too are the culprits, Tang Mingxing pointed at Tao Yulong. Tao Yulong's mouth twitched, and he squeezed out a few words, Teacher, this is a misunderstanding. Teacher, this is not a misunderstanding, they were just fighting, I have the video. Huang Jingjing suddenly stood up. Mu Yuni also stepped forward and said, Teacher, this matter was instigated by Tao Yulong. Several people hold different opinions. It's just that everyone thinks Huang Jingjing is a bit disgusting. It's obviously adding insult to injury. Even the teachers felt that this girl was a little unkind. But now that they have produced the video, as a teacher I cannot just ignore it. Huang Jingjing, right? Very good, pay more attention to your studies in the future, said the dean, implying that you should stop interfering. The school leaders are not willing to expand the impact of this incident. Such things have never happened in their schools over the years. Spread the joke. Of course, what they don't know is that over the years, there has never been a super rich third generation like Tang Mingxing in the entire Long Country and in Peking University and Tsinghua University. He is truly fearless. We will take care of this. Tang Mingxing, Tao Yulong, you two come back with me. Everyone else, please go away. Zhang Ming and Zhou Qi breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that only Tang Mingxing and Tao Yulong were called. In the office, the director of Tang Mingxing's department, the counselor, and the department leader from Tao Yulong's side also came. How do you two want to deal with this matter? After all, you are not children anymore, so give me an attitude. Hearing the director say this, Tang Mingxing knew that there was a lenient treatment, which means leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist. If the attitude is bad, then punish them severely. If the attitude is good, then just go through the motions. Teacher, I know I was wrong. Senior Tang doesn't need to compensate me for the damage to my car. As a freshman, Tao Yulong does not want to be expelled. No, teacher, I will compensate you. I don't admit my fault. If Tao Yulong dares to do this again, I will punish him the same way. Tang Mingxing's tone was calm, but his attitude was extremely unfriendly. Tao Yulong said aggrievedly, why are you like this? I have admitted my mistake and I won't even let you pay for the car. What else do you want? Can't you two just apologize to each other? The dean looked at Tang Mingxing and directly gave the best solution. Just admit your mistake and we'll just report it and criticize you, and that's it. Tang Mingxing said, apologize? How do I apologize? I'm sorry, classmate Tao, I shouldn't have hit you because you hooked up with my wife. I will definitely change next time, is that it? Ahem. Mr. Tang, that's not the case. You don't understand. We are talking about fighting. Several school leaders also knew that this was a difficult matter, but since so many students had seen it, they had to give an explanation. Chapter 37 ready to pick you up. At this time, Huang Jingjing was sitting in the classroom, crossing her legs proudly, so this is karma in this life. If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended. It's so cool to be a real villain. Mu Yuni was in no mood to argue with her, she hated her to death in her heart. I don't remember ever offending Huang Jingjing before, so why is she targeting me like this? At this time, the school's official account released the news. 2 students, Tang Mengxing, a junior at our school, and Tao Yulong, a freshman, had an argument. The final decision is that everyone will go home and reflect for 10 days. 10 days? Just 10 days? Huang Jingjing looked at the final punishment and felt a little unbelievable. It was not what she expected. Shouldn't she be expelled directly? Tang Mengxing was ready to be fired for this matter, but thanks to Su Moli and Tao Yulong's father. Su Moli secretly told the dean about the matter, and after hearing the truth, he felt relieved. I see, no wonder. Haha, I misunderstood. You can talk to Tang Mengxing about this matter and we will give him a lighter punishment. Tao Yulong's father also rushed to the school. Perhaps he knew someone, and after some communication, he forced Tao Yulong to apologize to Tang Mengxing. This saved him from being fired. Tao Yulong was unwilling and very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do, so he drove his Ferrari and prepared to leave the school. Shortly after leaving the school, he passed by the apartment where Tang Mengxing lived, and a Koenigsegg chased him and didn't stop his car. Oh my god, which big brother have I offended again? When he saw that it was a luxury car that was much more expensive than his own, all his arrogance disappeared. A person got out of the car, it was Tang Mengxing. Tang Mengxing knew that he would take this road, so he came back early in the morning and waited for him to pass by. Tang Mengxing walked over quickly wearing sunglasses. Ah, this guy. Tao Yulong stared at Tang Mengxing and then looked at his luxury car. Thinking about how I had called him a poor bastard, I suddenly realized that I was the clown. Knock knock, Tang Mengxing knocked on the window twice. Tao Yulong quickly rolled down the car window. You kid. Tang Mengxing was still furious and wanted to threaten him again after leaving school. But before he could finish his words, Tao Yulong hurriedly said, Brother, I was wrong. Big brother, I was wrong, from now on you are my real brother. Tang Mengxing was stunned. This attitude was much more sincere than when his father held him down and apologized just now. This is what it means to look down on others. If you are poor, then you are wrong even if you are right. If you have money, then whatever you say is right. Tao Yulong is a person who is soft-hearted and afraid of tough people. When he sees someone richer than himself, he changes his mind quickly. I'm so short-sighted, really short-sighted, Tao Yulong thought to himself, hoping that the other party would not bear a grudge against him, as he could not afford to offend this top-rich second generation. Tang Mengxing wanted to curse, but he couldn't raise his hand to hit this smiling man. I said, can you be tougher? You've caused me to only get 10 days of vacation. I give in. Tang Mengxing wanted to make a big deal out of this, firstly to vent his anger, and secondly because he was fired and would have more free time. He didn't dare to drop out of school on his own, as he would definitely not be able to get past Su Moli. Someone asked online, if you had to choose between a degree from Peking University or Tsinghua University and one worth 100 million yuan, which one would you choose? There are many different opinions. But how about comparing it with 10 billion? I no longer need academic qualifications to improve myself, but knowledge is still necessary. I have a high starting point and don't have to acquire knowledge from school. The best way is still through social practice. What a pity, Su Moli's eyes just now looked like she wanted to eat me. Tang Mengxing admitted that he didn't dare to look directly at it. Tao Yulong's smile was fake, his mouth was swollen, but he had to hold it in. Brother, I'm used to pretending, I don't know the real man. Tang Mengxing's anger was instantly extinguished by this flattering smile. Get lost. Tao Yulong drove away quickly as if he had been pardoned. Hey, brother is back so early? Lin Yushang saw Tang Mengxing who had just come upstairs. Oh, there's not much school work left, so I came back early. Tang Mengxing lied without blinking, but Lin Yushang could see something was wrong. She hasn't forgotten the embarrassing incident that happened this morning. I'll treat my sister to lunch at noon and take you out to play in the afternoon. Do you want to go? Tang Mengxing looked at the other person, who was wearing yoga clothes and was so tempting. Lin Yushang had just returned from the gym downstairs. Looking at Tang Mingxing's lustful eyes, he said with some dissatisfaction, "Why don't you know how to hide it? Brother, you are a good person. We are not suitable for each other." Tang Mingxing didn't expect her to be so direct. Why is it inappropriate? Lin Yuchang wiped the sweat from her forehead, a burst of fragrance filled her nose, and she said, "I am 4 years older than you. A woman who is 3 years older than you is a perfect match, Emily is just right, and I don't like younger brothers." "So you like mature ones?" Tang Mingxing asked. "Not necessarily. Anyway, I don't like a puppy like you, but as a younger brother, I still like you very much. As a boyfriend or husband, I can't." Lin Yuchang said it easily, but she felt lost in her heart. Was she saying one thing and thinking another? She didn't want to give herself to him just because of money or out of gratitude for Tang Mingxing's help. "I don't want to just play around with Tang Mingxing, I have to be responsible for myself." What happened in the morning made her feel that the situation was somewhat out of control, and she actually condoned such behavior. "If this continues, I will definitely fall." Tang Mingxing made her grateful, but not touched. Therefore, the conditions for love are not met. "Sister, maybe I like you a little bit," Tang Mingxing said and quickly closed the door. Only Lin Yuxiang was left standing there blankly. How could this boy be so bold as to confess like that? In the room, Tang Mingxing made a pack of instant noodles for himself and didn't plan to eat with Lin Yuxiang at noon. The words were spoken, and I don't know why, but this emotion came so quickly. There are some things that we don't know how to cherish when we have them, but now that Lin Yuxiang is leaving, he feels a little lost. Appearance definitely plays a big role. Tang Mingxing doesn't believe in love at first sight, but a pretty face can indeed make people happy. Secondly, the time spent with Lin Yuxiang was indeed very happy. What I said was that maybe I like you a little bit, and I have grasped the scale well. Although it's not the kind of love that is inseparable, but once there is a sign of this kind of thing, I will definitely make her excited and not miss it. Just go for it if you feel like it. "Come on Tang Mingxing, you can handle Sister Lin," Tang Mingxing cheered herself on. Lin Yuchang, who was drinking water next door, choked when she heard this. She opened the door and shouted towards Tang Mingxing's room, "Why are you making so much noise? Others don't want to take a lunch break." Tang Mingxing also opened the door and looked at Lin Yuchang like a puppy brother. "Sister, I'm sorry, I'm going to pick you up. I'm a third-generation rich man, I'm very rich." Lin Yuchang said disdainfully, "So what? I like money, I admit that, but I won't be with you just for money." She was afraid that Tang Mingxing would ask for money. If she agreed, it would seem like she was superficial. After all, she wanted to save face. No, sister, I'm not going to use money to get you. I will use my actual actions to get you into bed. No, into your heart. I'm just saying that I'm a third-generation rich man, and I am still a bad boy. I can't beat you, so I'll use money to beat those who like you." Although Tao Yolong's behavior today made Tang Mingxing feel somewhat ashamed, it also made Tang Mingxing understand how to be an evil rich second generation. Chapter 38. Do you want it? What? Lin Yuxiang gave a puzzled look. Tang Mingxing said, "After a while, I will drive a luxury car and a helicopter to confess my love to you. Everyone will know about it. Those who want to pursue you will have to think twice whether they are as rich as me. Those who know themselves will definitely retreat." Lin Yuchang took a deep breath. "Tang Mingxing, you are really good." Tang Mingxing chuckled. "Let me tell you, Su Moli was forced to be bound to me, and Mu Yuni, you were the school belle who was pursued by me. But you see, I love them both very much. Don't worry, if I can get you, I will love you." Lin Yuchang suddenly looked at Tang Mingxing infatuatedly. "Brother, can you chase girls? Why do you say anything?" "No, before college, I was pursued because of my looks." "In college? I never pursued any girls, there's nothing I can do." Lin Yuxiang found Tang Mingxing's sudden Versailles a bit funny. "Then come on. Lin Yuxiang closed the door again. "Sister, just wait. I will pursue you in the next 2 days. Just don't feel disgusted." Tang Mingxing was still chattering outside the door. Lin Yuchang covered her mouth and laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. "My little brother is so cute." Tang Mingxing may have some acting skills. He treats Su Moli, Mu Yuni, and Lin Yuxiang in different ways. But this is not intentional, it also depends on the other party's attitude towards him. Su Moli usually treated him as a student, so he was very submissive, but would tease her a little at night. Su Moli started to act like a little girl again. He became like a real man again. Mu Yuni is just an ordinary girl next door, who is naughty and mischievous. I was like an older brother, playing with her, letting her act coquettishly and cutely and make requests to me. Lin Yushang treated herself as a younger brother from the beginning, and she had a cheerful, free and straightforward personality. When he has nothing to do, he would take the initiative to tease Tang Mengxing. So Tang Mengxing also cooperated and pretended to be a little brother. In this way, the relationship can be maintained more harmoniously. Tang Mengxing was looking at his phone and eating instant noodles at this time. Now he doesn't pursue the desire for food at all. Having money did not mean he could eat all kinds of delicacies, but he discovered a problem. The taste is too ordinary. That kind of place is definitely not the place to eat on a normal day. I would only go there to entertain guests. The food is precious and the drinks are expensive. But the taste is really average. It is a place you would only go to when entertaining guests and want to show your importance to them. It's just a pile of dog shit. If you sell it for 5,000 yuan per pound, it's considered a good thing, but it cannot change the nature of dog shit. A bottle of Coke costs 50, and a serving of fried rice costs 280. Tang Mengxing is rich but not stupid. If it weren't for showing off, he would never go to that kind of place alone. It's not as good as instant noodles. Gudong gudong, Tang Mengxing drank up the instant noodle soup in big gulps, delicious. At this time, on the African continent, Tang Hai was also having dinner with a group of local military and political leaders. Tang Hai drank the red wine in his glass and whispered to Zhang Yuanying, "Wife, give me a bowl of clear soup noodles later, and add a few drops of sesame oil. This meal is too disgusting, even a dog wouldn't eat it." "Have some instant noodles." Zhang Yuanying rolled her eyes at him and didn't bother to pay attention to him. The local president stood up, holding the cup in both hands, and said to Tang Hai, "Boss Tang, I toast to you." Tang Hai smiled and said, "You're welcome." Everyone present knew that Tang Hai was more than just a businessman. Otherwise these senior officials would not be so polite. In the afternoon, Tang Mengxing still asked Lin Yushang out. "Sister, do you want a bag? How tacky. Sister, do you want jewelry? Don't want. Sister, can I kiss you? Do you believe me and call the police?" Tang Mengxing followed Lin Yushang like a little follower. "Sister Lin, I'm willing to be a bootlicker, please at least let me lick you for a bit." Tang Mengxing complained. Lin Yuchang looked back at him, "Dog licker? You are pretending to be a dog licker, right? You are the kind of person who won't give out anything until you get it. If you give me something, I will go to bed with you. I don't want anything from you." Tang Mengxing was a little confused by these words, they were so accurate. As long as Lin Yuchang dares to ask for the bag today, Tang Mengxing will dare to refuse it in the evening. "Then can I treat you to a meal?" "Okay, but don't go for something too expensive, something good will be fine." Lin Yushang seemed very cautious. At around 6 o'clock, Su Moli and Mu Yuni also arrived at the hotel. Tang Mengxing ordered a lot of dishes. "Ha, he was actually sent home? Ha ha." Lin Yushang learned his true situation through Su Moli and couldn't stop laughing. Su Moli had nothing to say about this matter. She didn't want to blame Tang Mengxing. She also understood that if she was provoked by other boys, she also hoped that Tang Mengxing would stand up. But Mu Yuni had something to say. "I'm sorry, Mengxing blames me." "Why blame you? Blame you for being good looking? It's all over now." But Mu Yuni still had something to say. Tao Yolong's matter was over, but Huang Jingjing's was not over yet. "I have to face this disgusting guy again when I go to school tomorrow." "Oh yeah, what's up with that Huang Jingjing?" Tang Mengxing wondered because today's Huang Jingjing didn't look like she knew Tao Yulong. Why interfere in these matters? Mu Yuni said, "Actually, she." After some explanation, the matter was basically clear. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. This is Tang Mengxing's summary. "After we finish eating, let's go buy Hermes." "Ah? Are you really going?" Mu Yuni actually exaggerated a little while speaking. How could she not like Hermes? He just didn't know how to ask Tang Mengxing for it, so he exaggerated his grievances by describing the conflict between himself and Huang Jingjing. Tang Mengxing would naturally feel sorry for her. "That's not good. Don't waste your money." Mu Yuni pretended to be polite. "In that case, let's not buy it and eat," Tang Mengxing suddenly said. Su Moli and Lin Yushang burst out laughing. Tang Mengxing knew that Mu Yuni was pretending. She wanted it but was too embarrassed to open her mouth, so she teased her on purpose. Mu Yunshi didn't dare to refute. She lowered her head with a lonely look and ate the rice in the bowl. I'm just kidding, don't be angry, huh? Tang Mingxing also stopped, seeing that Mu Yunshi was about to cry. I was bullied so badly by Huang Jingjing today. TSK, I don't want it. I'll just let Huang Jingjing bully me to death tomorrow. Mu Yunshi was being pretentious. But Tang Mingxing knew that she was just seeking comfort. Just a few nice words would comfort her immediately. After all, Mu Yunshi was simple-minded. Holding Mu Yunshi in his arms, Tang Mingxing whispered a few words to her, which really made her happy. Do you want it? Tang Mingxing asked Su Moli again. Su Moli was now confident and righteous. Yes, of course I want it. You bought it for Yunshi, how dare you not buy it for me? Tang Mingxing smiled and nodded, then looked at Lin Yushang. Chapter 39 Shopping. Lin Yushang avoided his scrutinizing gaze. Want to take care of yourself? It's not that easy. Lin Yuchang didn't say anything, pretending not to hear their discussion. Su Moli winked at Tang Mingxing, indicating whether he should take care of Lin Yushang's feelings. How about buying it another day? Mu Yunshi also felt embarrassed. She and Su Moli asked Tang Mingxing to buy a bag, but what was going on with Lin Yushang following? Leaving him alone? And then the three of them were having a great time? Tang Mingxing stared at Lin Yushang, and there was no sign of displeasure on her pretty face. It's okay, you guys just buy it, I'll just broaden my horizons. Lin Yushang thought she wouldn't be envious, let alone jealous. I am even happy that I treat money as dirt. I am so outstanding. Today, I will let Tang Mingxing see what an outstanding woman who is not materialistic is. Lin Yushang knew Hermes and had seen similar pictures online, but she thought she was not interested. But after I actually entered the store and saw the authentic bags firsthand, I couldn't calm down for a long time. She overestimated herself and ultimately could not escape the law of true fragrance. Lin Yuchang couldn't help but touch the exhibits and was overwhelmed with joy, but when she looked at the price tag, she calmed down instantly. 140,000? Just a small bag, 140,000? Calm down, calm down. I can't afford it, I can't afford it. Lin Yushang really wanted to slap herself twice. If she had come alone at this time, she would at most feel regretful and then leave. But Su Moli and Mu Yunshi beside her had already bought 2 bags each. Especially Su Moli, she has a good taste and the temperament of a bag suits her very well. My temperament is really different after putting it on my back. Lin Yuchang continued to endure it, and finally calmed down a little after leaving the store. Let's go buy some more clothes. Mu Yunshi struck while the iron was hot, hugged Tang Mingxing and blinked her eyes continuously. Good. Several people also agreed. Lin Yuchang also breathed a sigh of relief. Even if she couldn't afford a bag, she could at least afford clothes. But when she arrived at the door of Gucci, she hesitated again. She has bought clothes from this store. There are relatively cheap clothes, but they are only relatively cheap. I think this was the worst time I was cheated in my life. I had just started working and had some money. After coming here, I spent all my savings of 40,000 yuan on 2 pieces of clothing. That was all my savings at the time, but I was young and energetic at that time, and I thought that I could earn money again if I lost it, and that I would definitely be successful in the future. The fact is that she won't be flying high enough this year. Logically speaking, her income is not bad, but when it comes to the world of luxury goods, it is indeed not enough. Mu Yunshi looked at Lin Yushang, who was obviously a little impatient. Well, I suddenly don't want to buy it anymore. Let's go have milk tea, Mu Yunshi said considerately. Su Moli also said, well, let's go drink milk tea, Mingxing will treat you. Tang Mingxing patted his chest and said, okay. I'll treat you to celebrate my 10-day holiday, plus the 7-day national day, a total of 17 days, huh? Su Moli clenched her fist. Say this in front of me, I think you don't want to live anymore. Then he chased Tang Mingxing and wanted to beat him. The two of them chased and played, causing Lin Yushang and Mu Yunshi to burst into laughter. Lin Yuchang said, oh, you guys are so interesting. Go buy them, don't worry about me being embarrassed, because if you don't buy them, I will be unhappy. Tang Mingxing regretted bringing Lin Yushang out. Not only did she fail to handle the problem, but she was also just a light bulb. Su Moli and Mu Yunshi smiled at each other and went into the store. Seeing several people shopping crazily, Tang Mingxing didn't seem to care about the prices at all. Lin Yuchang's jealousy began to take over again. Hello, ma'am. Are you here with that gentleman? Do you need me to recommend someone to you? Seeing Tang Mengxing's arrogance, the shopping guide naturally would not miss this opportunity to make money. Seeing that no one was there to greet Lin Yuchang, he hurried over again, fearing that he might be neglected. Lin Yuchang politely replied, "No need, I'll just take a look." However, the shopping guide did not move at all. She knew that the man was a wealthy man and she would definitely be able to sell things if she followed the lady in front of her. At this time, a girl came in and was also looking at the clothes. I happened to meet Lin Yushang at the corner. Yushang? Xia Chang? The two looked at each other. The girl named Xia Chang was Lin Yushang's colleague. Xia Chang panicked instantly. Hello. The entire company knew about what happened 2 days ago, including Xia Chang, a colleague who had a good relationship with Lin Yushang. Lin Yuchang felt a little uncomfortable seeing her former colleague, but she also greeted him politely. What a coincidence. Yeah, what a coincidence. Xia Chang smiled slightly. In her heart, she felt a little sorry for Lin Yushang, but she couldn't offend the company for her. The powerlessness of the little people. Are you busy lately? Xia Qing said this politely, but she regretted it the moment she said it. Lin Yuchang didn't even have a job, so why was she so rude? Busy packing, I'm ready to leave Yanjing. Xia Cheng felt sad when she heard this. I'm sorry, Yuchang, What nonsense are you talking about? How have you done anything wrong to me? Stop thinking about it. Lin Yuchang grabbed the other's arm and looked at her with a smile. Xia Cheng could see that Lin Yuchang was unhappy. I didn't stand up to protect you, I feel really guilty. Lin Yuchang said, no, you did the right thing, and I don't want to implicate you, otherwise we would be the ones fired now. Ha, that's right. Wu Guanhai is just a dog. Xia Qing felt relieved when she heard her say that. I'm just worried that you're not having a good life. I heard that your boyfriend cheated on Wu Guanhai. Yu Chang, I advise you to leave this kind of man as soon as possible. Alas! You have a scumbag boss and a crappy boyfriend. Xia Qing really cares for her. But Tang Mingxing came over from behind and smiled a little creepy. Miss, who are you calling trash? Ah! Damn, I was scared. Xia Qing turned around and saw Tang Mingxing's big face. But I realized instantly that this was the legendary male protagonist, one of the parties involved that day. Ah, without me, you, don't bully Yu Chang. Xia Qing looked at the other party coldly. Tang Mingxing asked, your colleague? Lin Yushang said, yeah. Sister, I was just joking that day. I don't even know any Wu Guanhai. That's enough. I'm Lin Yuchang's younger brother, a puppy brother, huh? Not a boyfriend. Tang Mingxing smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Xia Cheng. But Xia Qing refused. She didn't believe it. Brother Negu? Is Yuchang your backup? Fuck, how did you associate these two things? Tang Mingxing thought he had explained it clearly, but in Xia Qing's eyes, there was no such thing as pure friendship between men and women. Isn't it just using various titles like godfather, brother, sister as a cover? If you don't believe me, ask Sister Lin. Xia Qing glanced at Lin Yushang. Lin Yuchang nodded a little embarrassedly. He is my younger brother, a foster brother who was not related to me. After chatting for a while, they finally explained what happened that day. Xia Qing laughed so hard that she couldn't stand still. Tang Mengxing, you are really good, you are so amazing. Just stay calm, it's just a routine operation. Tang Mingxing forced out a handsome smile, which really made Xia Qing a little dazed. He was so damn handsome. Xia Qing looked around and said to Lin Yuchang, hey, Yuchang, I like a piece of clothing. It costs more than 20,000 yuan. I have saved up 3 months' salary and I am ready to buy it. Can you give me some advice? Lin Yuchang nodded and said, okay. Xia Qing asked again, that? Brother Tang, right? Can you help me take a look too? Sure, do you want me to help you put it on? Roll. Chapter 40 Suffering All Wrongs. Su Moli and Mu Yunchi were also changing clothes in a fitting room. Tang Mingxing rushed in directly. What are you doing? Su Moli covered her chest. Mu Yunchi hurriedly pulled up his pants. A friend of Sister Lin over there asked me to help her with some advice. You and Yunchi go ahead and I'll take care of you two later. You're giving advice? What are you giving advice on? It's another pretty young lady, right? Mu Yunchi pouted, looking dissatisfied. No, this one is just average looking. I went to see it out of respect for Sister Lin and my appreciation for the design inspiration of Gucci designers. Don't think too much about it. In fact, Xia Qing looked pretty good, definitely not average, but she didn't meet Tang Mengxing's standards for beauty. The standard is Su Moli and Mu Yuni. Anyone worse than them is not good enough. But this requirement is too high. Lin Yuchang can meet it, but there is no one else who can meet it. At least there are only 2 people like this in my school. Of course, aesthetic standards vary, but most people, as long as their eyes are clear, have to admit that the looks of these 3 girls are absolutely rare. Tang Mengxing watched Xia Qing carefully pick up the clothes and walk into the changing room. After putting on her clothes, Xia Qing walked out. Tang Mengxing's eyes lit up. It is true that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. After changing his outfit, his whole temperament and appearance have improved. It looks good. It's really good looking. It makes the whole person look more refined without losing charm. There is a sense of intellectual elegance, Tang Mengxing exclaimed. Lin Yushan couldn't help but laugh. Why is what he said wrong? Xia Qing asked. Lin Yuchang smiled and said, no, he is so right. Then what are you laughing at? I laughed at him, saying he was incompetent at everything but praised girls for being sweet. Tang Mengxing was quite satisfied with Lin Yuchang's evaluation. All we want in life is ourselves and our family. He doesn't worry about his family, as his parents are living such a comfortable life. As for himself, he is living a pretty good life. Many people sacrifice too much of themselves for their families, while others are so selfish that they bring trouble to their families. He is very lucky to have both, but he still has a long way to go on the road to self-realization. At least he must get the woman he likes. When Xia Qing heard their praise, she made up her mind to buy the dress. Shopping guide, this one is 21,800, right? That's right. I want it. Xia Qing said happily. Lin Yuchang frowned slightly and pulled at the corner of her clothes. Xia Qing, you make more than 10,000 yuan a month, is it necessary to spend so much? Xia Qing's salary was not as high as Lin Yushang's, so she saved money for 3 months. Xia Qing said, it doesn't matter, I don't have any burden, my parents have pensions, and I have a brother to take care of them. I also gave them money before, hey. Xia Qing suddenly fell silent for a moment, then continued, but this time, maybe the only time, I want to be nicer to myself. After saying that, she looked down at the clothes in her hands. She knew that spending 20,000 yuan on a piece of clothing was too extravagant for her. But after living an ordinary life, she just wanted to be willful this time. Just this time. Xia Qing said softly with her head down, tears about to flow out. Shopping guide. Pack up this dress and I'll pay for it. Tang Mengxing's sudden words made the sentimental Xia Qing hold back her tears. What? The 2 girls looked at Tang Mengxing in surprise. Lin Yushang said, Mengxing, you have money but this is not good. Do you know what a rich 2nd generation, a rich 3rd generation is? What does a playboy, a dandy boy mean? It means being unreasonable. Tang Mengxing really acted like the stupid son of a landlord. But he knew in his heart that this was not bought for Xia Qing. Bought this for my past self. Once upon a time, I also lived in such a difficult situation. My parents have so much money, but they didn't tell me and didn't give me a penny more. I have been like Xia Qing countless times, standing in front of something I like but having no money to pay for it. This is a toast to you. This is not a good idea. Xia Qing looked a little uncomfortable. She believed that Tang Mengxing had the ability to do so. I also heard that he drives a Pagani, a sports car worth tens of millions. But I also feel like I owe someone a favor. It's okay, sister will go pick out some clothes and shoes to match them. Real? I'll take care of everything tonight. Xia Qing left Lin Yushang alone and started picking clothes. The shopping guide who had just followed Lin Yushang also changed to follow Xia Qing. Lin Yuchang's mind, which had just relaxed, began to become chaotic again. Tang Mengxing, you are not interested in Xia Qing, are you? That's not interesting at all. Then why are you like this, paying for her? Money can't buy my happiness, I don't ask for anything in return. Lin Yuchang was moved. He had already paid for Xia Qing, a girl he had just met, so why couldn't he do it for himself? Can you do this for your sister without asking for anything in return? Cannot? Oh my God. Why? Maybe it was possible a few days ago, but now that I like you, I have to have some ulterior motive. Besides, my sister doesn't like money, and I can't tarnish your noble character. But you call me sister, don't you treat me as your sister? Isn't calling you sister just to get closer to you? To put it bluntly, I'm just trying to seduce you. I don't really treat you as my sister. You're so real. Lin Yushan was speechless. She didn't expect Tang Mingxing to reject her so readily and express his desire to seduce her in such a refreshing and refined way. Tang Mingxing pounded his chest twice and said, "How about sincerity for sincerity?" Not so good. I watched Tang Mingxing pay the bill for everyone and found out that they had already spent 600,000 yuan at Hermes. I spent another 300,000 here. Xia Qing was very grateful to Tang Mingxing for the new coat, pants, and 2 pairs of shoes. All he could do was give her a kiss. Tang Mingxing said gentlemanly, "Sister Xia, it's okay, as long as you like it." Stop pretending. Lin Yushan on the side was completely naked, with empty hands. I even started to get angry with Tang Mingxing. Why should you have any plans for yourself? Moreover, Xia Qing's words stimulated her and made her treat herself better. Xia Qing has been saving up for 3 months and is determined to act willfully for once. And I am about to leave Yanjing. It's uncomfortable. Lin Yushan said inexplicably. Tang Mingxing didn't want to tease her anymore, but he couldn't just ask her what she wanted. I have my own goals, and this feeling comes from a moment of beauty. In these 2 days, the smell of ambiguity is in the air, and I have been moved, so I will not give up and must get it. If Lin Yuchang firmly refuses, he will withdraw. But this is just the beginning. She is about to go back to her hometown, the opportunity cannot be missed. I also want to be nicer to myself, but I'm trying so hard. Lin Yuchang looked embarrassed, and Su Moli and the others could see that she was about to cry. Su Moli kicked Tang Mingxing directly. "You did a good thing." Mu Yuni hurriedly pulled Xia Cheng and Su Moli away. "Let them handle it themselves." Chapter 41 Taking advantage of the slope. The other girls left with their belongings. Only Lin Yushang and Tang Mingxing were left. She had something to say, and he had something to say too. "Lin Yushang, I'm not targeting you today, everything here is normal." This was the first time Tang Mingxing called her elder by her name. Tang Mingxing continued, "I buy clothes and bags for my wife, right? During this time, I never provoked you or laughed at you for being poor and unable to afford it. I see my past self in Xia Qing, so it's okay to buy her clothes out of pity. I said I liked you, but you rejected me, so it's okay for me not to buy it for you. You said you weren't moved by money, but you had to follow me. Mu Yuni wanted to buy it another day to take care of your feelings, but you refused." Lin Yuchan was speechless and just said, "But you wanna pick me up." "I just wanna pick you up. I'm not happy." Lin Yuchang told the truth, but she couldn't tell why she was unhappy. Tang Mingxing said, "If you didn't have any feelings for me, you wouldn't have come out with me." Lin Yuchang blushed instantly, and felt wronged. "I feel wronged." "Of course you feel wronged. You think you are the same as Su Moli and Mu Yunxi. We are all my women, so of course you feel wronged if you are treated differently." Tang Mingxing's words made Lin Yushang suddenly understand the source of her frustration. "I really feel that I am the same as Mu Yunxi and Su Moli, and we are the same in Tang Mingxing's heart. In fact, it is different. She is his wife, so what am I? Don't cry." Tang Mingxing saw Lin Yushan crying again and reminded her in a cold voice. Lin Yuchan couldn't help it anymore. "You are not a good brother, you are not a little puppy now, why are you like this?" Indeed, at this moment Tang Mingxing returned to his truest self, the way he treated outsiders. Tao Yulong, Wu Guanghai, and Shen Dabiao had all seen this look before. I didn't say I didn't agree. I didn't agree to be your girlfriend. I just don't want to. I don't want to have sex right away." Lin Yushang sobbed. Tang Mingxing felt amused. She definitely didn't say that. She definitely refused, as if what she said was inappropriate or something. "I never agreed to be in a relationship." "Oh. I heard it wrong." Tang Mingxing's tone softened again. The other party gave him a way out, so he had to take advantage of it. Even if Lin Yushan brought this upon herself, as long as she agreed, it would be Tang Mingxing's fault. "How can a girlfriend or a wife be wrong?" Lin Yuchang said aggrievely, "You are wrong." I didn't say I disagree. I am just conflicted. I am afraid that you will not take responsibility. I am afraid that you will be like Ma Donghua. I think highly of myself, but you can't treat me like this." As she spoke, she began to cry more. Tang Mingxing hugged her and said, I was wrong. I was confused and didn't understand what you meant. I will definitely be responsible for you. At around 9 o'clock, Tang Mingxing and Lin Yushan walked out of the mall carrying a bunch of things. Yuchang, slow down. Tang Mingxing was a little tired. Lin Yuchang turned around and said, I am your girlfriend, but you still have to call me sister. I like obedient little dogs. I also like cosplay. Tang Mingxing hung a bunch of luxury goods around his neck and walked forward with difficulty. Lin Yuchang figured it out and decided to be nicer to herself, including finding a good partner. After returning to the apartment, Tang Mingxing first went to Lin Yushang's house and put down a bunch of things. He also explained this to Mu Yuni and Su Moli. Mu Yuni said, luckily it's Sister Lin, otherwise I really couldn't live with someone like Huang Jingjing. I don't think highly of you, Tang Mingxing said, and then he slipped into Lin Yushang's room quickly. In the room, Lin Yuchang had just changed into thin silk pajamas. Looking at Tang Mingxing with ill intentions, I told you, I agreed to be your girlfriend, but I didn't agree to anything happening so soon, and you agreed too. Yes, I agree. I agree with you, men's words are lies. Tang Mingxing thought he had done what was right with his conscience and made up his mind to be good to Lin Yushang for the rest of his life. Yeah, I've already made up my mind to love her forever, so I don't have any burden in my heart. I agree not to touch her, so just treat it as bullshit. Late at night, 11 o'clock. Tang Mingxing hugged Lin Yushang, is this your first time too? How come? Lin Yuchang pinched him, why can't I be like that? How can I easily do that with someone like Ma Donghua? We didn't even hold hands. I wanted to do the same to you, but Ma Donghua is really no match for you. You are so bad. So bad. How am I broken? Lin Yushang had several boyfriends, but none of them lasted more than a month. She likes puppies, so everyone listens to her. It's not even a milk dog, it's a licking dog. She didn't let them move, and none of the boys dared to move. But who knew that Tang Mingxing was a wolf in dog's clothing? Especially just now, he was not a dog at all, he was a complete pervert. You can even feel his eyes glowing green. Cool. Tang Mingxing turned off the lights, and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Early in the morning, Lin Yushang got up and looked at Tang Mingxing beside her. He is still sleeping soundly. Looking at his long eyelashes and angular face, Lin Yushang couldn't help but kiss her. Tang Mingxing turned over and went back to sleep. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and Su Moli came over to call Lin Yushang to eat. The three girls finished their breakfast in Tang Mingxing's apartment and started fiddling with their newly bought clothes and bags. This is the one I chose. It looks good, right? Lin Yushang slung the bag around her waist and put on her newly bought LV shoes. I feel so happy. Tang Mingxing also woke up and sent a text message to his father. Father, I am in good health. I have found my third lover. Although we have not obtained the marriage certificate, I hope you can give me an extra 5 million per week. I will not let you down and will obtain the marriage certificate soon. A few minutes after sending it out, I received a reply from my father. Son, I agree to your request, but I also have a request, which I hope you can do. That is, next time you speak human language, why are you pretending, my dear son? Ha, Tang Mingxing laughed when he saw his father's reply. 20 million a week, that's not good enough. Today is the last day before National Day. Mu Yuni walked into the classroom carrying the latest model of Hermes. She passed by Huang Jingjing and looked at her with contempt. Huang Jingjing stared ahead with her eyes wide open, and out of the corner of her eye she had already seen the bag that Mu Yuni was carrying. There is nothing else in my heart except sadness. I sacrificed so much just to get a bag, but Mu Yuni bought one more expensive than mine the next day. Mu Yuni didn't intend to reason with her. Her parents couldn't teach her how to be a good person, so she was too lazy to explain it to her. Just slap him in the face. However, this was not the end. Mu Yuni deliberately wiped her shoes, which cost more than 5,000 yuan, rolled up the legs of her trousers, which cost 18,000 yuan, and adjusted her shirt, which cost 26,000 yuan. The whole action is very artificial, but very enjoyable. Huang Jingjing saw it all and felt hatred in her heart. Innate beauty cannot compare to it, and acquired money cannot compare to it either. Huang Jingjing felt regretful and wondered why she had provoked her for no reason. Chapter 42 Put the knife down. Happy New Year. Mu Yuni's actions naturally attracted the attention of countless boys. This kind of news spreads quickly. It also discouraged some boys from doing this. At least they don't have that much money to spend on their girlfriends. Tang Mingxing took a nap and then got up. There was only breakfast left for him by 3 girls in the next room. There was no one in the room. Is that weird? Su Moli and Mu Yuni, one is at work and the other is at school, so if they are not here, then they are not here. Lin Yuchang has lost her job, so where has she gone? At this time, in the office floor of Guanghai Technology, Lin Yushang, dressed in luxury goods, walked into the company proudly. She came to get her resignation certificate, which was of course just an excuse, or she wanted to show off. How comfortable my life is without you. Seeing Xia Qing still at her workstation, Lin Yushang smiled at her. Xia Qing also made a yeah gesture. Pushing open the door of the personnel office, Lin Yuchang said, "Hello, I'm here to sign and get my resignation certificate. The previous compensation has been received, but she still needs to come and sign." Lin Yuchang was covered in jewels and precious stones, which stunned everyone. She is breathtakingly beautiful in herself, and with the dress as a backdrop, she looks like a fairy from heaven. She also has a unique temperament that makes all the boys a little dazed. None of these employees gave her any trouble, so there was no need for her to be hard on them, and everyone was polite when they spoke to them. "Yuchan, please sign here." A young lady from the Human Resources Department took away the form. Seeing Lin Yuchang signed, he asked again, "Can I add you on WeChat?" "Sure. I'll add one too." Many people came over and asked for Lin Yuchang's WeChat. These people also knew that Lin Yuchang now had the support of a big tree. Regardless of whether the day was true or false, at least Tang Mingxing's sports car was real. Lin Yuchang didn't care what their purpose was, she felt very satisfied at the moment. "Yuchang, you're here," Wu Guanghai hurried over after hearing the news. He hadn't even looked for her yet, but she had come to him. "Hello, Mr. Wu. I'm here to complete the resignation procedures," Lin Yuchang said with a smile. Eh? Wu Guanghai didn't expect that the other party didn't get angry and was very polite. Wu Guanghai is also an experienced person. He will not get angry unless the other party gets angry. "How about we talk alone?" "Okay." Lin Yuchang agreed readily. She felt confident now. Thinking back to the past, she was like a fool. Why didn't she take the good man if she had one, but insisted on doing it herself? How relaxing it is now. Just based on the fact that Tang Mingxing spent a total of 1.36 million last night, without even blinking an eye. Lin Yuchang leaned against him and didn't care about anyone else. "Yuchang, we are all very sorry that you are gone. Mr. Wei invites you to have a meal alone. And we can communicate about our feelings. The previous incident has not yet ended, and Wei Hong has not shown up. But his love for Lin Yuchang is different from that for ordinary girls. There is no need to say much about Lin Yuchang's beauty. The key is that she looks like Wei Heng's first love, and her heroic appearance is extremely attractive to Wei Heng. Wei Hong has had countless women over the years, but this one is missing. The wealth was more than enough for him, he had always had everything he wanted, and Lin Yuchang's refusal filled him with resentment. "Mr. Wei invited me? Then can I bring my boyfriend?" When Wu Guanghai heard her say she wanted to bring her boyfriend, he hesitated. "Okay, I'll go with you as long as you agree," Ma Donghua appeared at the door and said anxiously. "This concerns his promotion." "Ha, my boyfriend is Tang Mingxing, please stop being so conceited." Lin Yuchang gave him a look of disdain. Ma Donghua stepped forward and said, "Tang Mingxing? What's so good about him? He's just a little brat." Before she finished speaking, Lin Yuchang shook the bag in her hand. "Hey, this little brat bought it for me. Mr. Wei can give me 10 times as much as Tang Mingxing can give me, but I don't want it." After saying this, Lin Yuchang felt a little worried, wondering if she was exaggerating. She should have said twice, or 1.5 times. Neither Wu Guanghai nor Ma Donghua said anything. Wu Guanghai, in particular, had a grim look on his face. He knew that Tang Mingxing was definitely rich, and he didn't know from which family he came. "So I have been investigating during this period." He was afraid of offending President Wei, but he would not be stupid enough to offend another big boss. At the very least, we have to investigate it thoroughly. If Tang Mingxing's power is too huge to be provoked, we can only think of other ways to attract investment. But I've been searching for a long time recently, but I still can't find out where this guy comes from. A good friend of mine also learned about this and warned me. You must be careful with Tang Mingxing. You can't find this kind of person, either because he is not from a wealthy family or you will never find him if you keep searching for the wealthy people in the circle. Either Tang Mengxing's background is so powerful that no one can find out. If someone can touch his core area, he will die without knowing how. Wu Guanhai tends to be the latter. He drives a Pagani, so he is definitely not an ordinary person. When he heard Lin Yuchang say that he was her boyfriend again, he believed it this time. At least when Tang Mengxing said Lin Yuchang was his wife, Wu Guanhai still didn't quite believe it. At least at that time Lin Yuchang was dressed ordinary and came to make trouble for a little money. And now, seeing her calm and confident, dressed in luxury goods, Wu Guanhai instantly understood that the matter was done and they were really together. Sure, Yuchang, I sincerely invite you and Tang Mengxing to have dinner together. Of course, I will also invite President Wei. I apologize to you for what happened before. Wu Guanhai's sudden change in attitude made everyone feel strange. Especially Lin Yushang, she was thinking about disgusting Wu Guanhai. But Wu Guanhai is a shrewd man who can bend and stretch. If Wei Hong treats him well today, then Wei Hong is his real father. If Tang Mengxing can help him one day, he can immediately become Tang Mengxing's disciple. That's not all. Wu Guanhai invited Lin Yushang to sit in his office and tried his best to build a good relationship with her, pouring tea and reminiscing about the past. 2 hours later, Wu Guanhai personally sent Lin Yuchang out. Yuchang, come and play again when you have time, huh? Lin Yuchang also smiled happily. Damn, it felt so good to be complimented. Okay, goodbye, Mr. Wu. At this time, the company announcement that fired Lin Yuchang that day had long been taken down. After Lin Yuchang left, Wu Guanhai was in a good mood. No one could go against money. If Tang Mengxing can help him, he is willing to acknowledge him as his godfather. Lin Yuchang returned to the apartment humming a little tune. Tang Mengxing hid behind the door and attacked suddenly. Lin Yuchang was shocked and slapped him with her backhand. Then she rolled over and ran to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife. It's me. Tang Mengxing covered her face. She didn't expect this girl to be so strong and agile. Seeing the aggrieved Tang Mengxing, Lin Yuchang weighed the kitchen knife in her hand. Tang Mengxing, do you want to have an operation? Let's be sisters. Now that the relationship is established, Lin Yushang is naturally fearless, and Tang Mengxing is not the kind of person without conscience. Put the knife down first. Lin Yuchang put down the kitchen knife and smiled. I have something to tell you. Okay, let's lie on the bed and talk. Be serious. Chapter 43 Dinner. Lin Yushang told Tang Mengxing about the matter. I took the initiative and arranged a dinner for you. Lin Yuchang felt a little ashamed to say this. Wu Guanhai, this old fox, was really good at fooling people. In the office, she treated Lin Yushang like her own mother, and then she became arrogant. Tang Mengxing was not angry, but excited instead. The adult world was not as childish as it was in school, where problems could be solved with fists. Wu Guanhai taught Tang Mengxing another lesson. If it's profitable, that would be the best. But let me make it clear in advance, if that Wei guy can make me money, everything will be fine. If he plots against you again, I will flip the table on the spot. I'm just a kid, I act on my mood. It's not that Tang Mengxing can't become mature. Maturity is the price of growth, but he has every capital to act recklessly. His growth path, at least now, is smooth sailing. Tang Mengxing did not tell his father about this matter. He wanted to try to figure it out on his own. At the southern tip of the African continent, a rebellion broke out in a small country. Within hours, the rebellion was crushed. General Sano, I don't understand. I can bring you wealth and freedom. Why don't you welcome me? Tang Hai was sitting in an office, with several men in black holding guns standing behind him, and opposite him was the rebel leader, Sano, who had been shot several times. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Sano looked at the other person in horror. Tang Hai's influence in this country is expanding rapidly, and it is all reasonable and legal. But there is no doubt that some people's interests have been affected. The main purpose of this rebellion is to eradicate Tang Hai. However, the rebel force of several thousand people was defeated within 2 hours. I don't want to hear your apology, and then Tang Hai stood up and walked out. Tang Hai lit a cigarette at the door before he walked far. A man in black inside quickly closed the door, fearing that it would affect Tang Hai's interest. Bang bang, 2 gunshots rang out. Several men in black came out. Mr. Tang, it's done. Tang Hai hummed, took another deep puff of cigarette, and exhaled slowly. What are you having for dinner? Hot pot. Did you buy the pickled garlic? I bought it. 30 kilometers away, there is a supermarket opened by our fellow Longhua people. They also sell lao gan ma, pickled mustard tuber. Not bad, I like this. After saying that, Tang Hai led everyone away, as if nothing had happened just now. Tang Mingxing may have never seen true luxury. Just like his father, eating hot pot now. Hey! This millet porridge is delicious. Tang Hai said with a smile. The chefs we invited were cooking French foie gras, wagyu beef, grouper, king crab. Xiao Shan. Come and eat. This meal is not for humans, but is specially prepared for his beloved dog Tang Xiaoshan. This dog was a local dog that Tang Mingxing bought at the market in his hometown. Because Tang Mingxing went to school, she was taken away by Tang Hai. He is very popular with Tang Hai and Zhang Yuanying. A feast? What has Tang Hai not seen and eaten? I have lost interest in it a long time ago. My favorites are still hot pot, pickled mustard tubers, and steamed buns. Back then, my father, Mengxing's grandfather, got into trouble and was hunted by his enemies. I was only 7 years old at the time and was abroad, so my housekeeper took me and ran away. I hadn't eaten for 2 or 3 days and was almost starving to death, so my housekeeper took me and sneaked into a Chinese restaurant. Hey! It was the middle of the night, and there were only 2 bowls of millet porridge and a few mouthfuls of hot pot soup left. You managed to save us. After saying this, Tang Hai was somewhat moved, and said to the old butler beside him, Uncle Fu, it was all thanks to you back then. Uncle Fu smiled slightly and said, Da Hai, what should we do with these people? Da Hai is the nickname that the butler Fu Bo gave to Tang Hai. He raised Tang Hai and they are as close as father and son. At this time, several black men were sitting nervously at the table. Each of them had a gun pressed against the back of his head. Ministers, have you made up your mind? In the words of our dragon country, after drinking this glass of wine, we are friends. If you don't drink it, you will be giving face to me, Tang. Translate word by word and tell it to several people. Drink, drink. We are willing to follow Boss Tang. No. We are willing to be loyal to you. In Yanjing, Tang Mingxing was forced to dress up by Lin Yushang. So handsome. I need you to tell me? No, your tone is not that of a puppy brother anymore, change back to that. Sister is so annoying. Lin Yushang took Tang Mingxing's arm and came to a high-end restaurant. Foie gras, wagyu beef, grouper, and king crab. Lin Yushang drooled at the sight. Suddenly she whispered coquettishly, I want to eat, can you order it? Tang Mingxing said, okay, let Wei Hong or Wu Guanghai pay the bill later. He asked us to come, so I won't pay the bill. Lin Yuchang smiled evilly when she heard it, yes, 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 yes. After a while, Wu Guanghai walked in with a middle-aged man. Wei Hong is in his 50s, but he is well-maintained and looks only in his 40s. I saw Tang Mingxing and Lin Yushang sitting together, talking and laughing. Wei Hong felt unhappy. When he was young, women were like clothes, which needed to be replaced at any time. But when we get older, it is easier to fall in love, especially unrequited love. Let me introduce you to. This is President Wei. These two. Tang Mingxing and Lin Yushang. Hello? Hello? Tang Mingxing and Wei Hong simply shook hands. Wei Hong looked unhappy, but didn't say much. Tang Mingxing had a smile on her face, but she was thinking about turning the table over at any time. Lin Yushang looked at Wei Hong curiously, feeling nauseous. She looked at Tang Mingxing again and felt very lucky. Wu Guanhai asked several people to take a seat and called the waiter to take the order. As Lin Yushang was the only woman, the menu naturally fell into her hands. This, and this. Lin Yushang was not polite. She didn't care who was treating the guests, as long as it wasn't her and Tang Mingxing. Wu Guanghai warmly entertained the group and turned the topic to the project. Our AI project is mainly used to develop games. To be honest, there are not many AAA games in our country on the market except Black Monkey. I have my own idea. Through AI, I can help develop this AI specifically for the gaming industry. Wu Guanghai talked a lot, but Wei Hong didn't listen at all. He didn't care because the game Black Monkey opened up the domestic 3A market. It's definitely right to follow the venture capital. I need 600 million in funds, Wu Guanghai stated his asking price. In fact, 600 million is far from enough. He was just testing Tang Mingxing first. Wu Guanghai's real psychological price is 1.5 billion. Lin Yuchan was listening on the side, secretly astonished. How come it has only been a few days and she can already negotiate a project worth hundreds of millions? Tang Mingxing hesitated. Wu Guanghai thought that he might have so much money, but he didn't believe that Tang Mingxing had the ability to control a multi-billion project right now. Wei Hong didn't believe it either. Even Tang Mingxing's father didn't believe it. And the most important thing is that Tang Mingxing himself doesn't believe it. It is important for a person to know himself. He can clearly see his own shortcomings and will never be blindly confident. From this point of view, Tang Mingxing has already won. I can invest money, and professionals do professional things. I don't care how you manage and develop, but I need to understand your progress, current development results, and future direction. Tang Mingxing said a lot, which made Wu Guanghai feel much more at ease. This kid can do it. Chapter 44 Dogs eat this? In Wu Guanghai's experience, these second-generation rich people are either arrogant or conceited. Once you invest money, they think they are the boss and start to make decisions, which often affects the progress of the entire project. Either you know nothing, just go through the motions, listen to other people's bragging and believe it how to make money. Tang Mingxing knows what he is not good at and what he should do. Many people often fail to see their own shortcomings, which is the most fatal. Tang Mingxing also wants to improve himself through these opportunities. Of course, the most important point is that he doesn't want to be busy like a dog. With the company of a beautiful woman, he should have plenty of time to live a carefree life. Wei Hang then said, I can actually invest this little money, why bother brother Tang anymore? Obviously, his words did not give face to Wu Guanghai and Tang Mingxing. Wu Guanghai filled his cup of tea and said, to be honest, the more money the better, Mr. Wei. The 600 million I mentioned just now means that I hope you two will invest 600 million each. After that, I will use my connections to attract investment. The main reason is that the funding gap is too big, I am afraid. The following words are, I am afraid that you two don't have money. Faintly, Wu Guanghai began his routine. What are you talking about? I'm still very optimistic about your company. No matter how big the pie is, it can't withstand too many people sharing it. Wei Hong closed his eyes and began to think. Mr. Wu, please tell me directly how much it costs and what will be our return. Tang Mingxing said directly. The three men chatted for a long time during the one-night conversation. Lin Yuchang didn't say a word and ate for a long time, finally feeling a little full. After leaving the hotel, Tang Mingxing felt a little hungry. What a loss, I didn't even eat a few bites of food and spent 1 billion. The few people finally decided that Tang Mingxing would hold 50% of the shares with 1 billion, and Wei Hang would hold 25% of the shares with 500 million. The rest is still in Wu Guanghai's hands. Of course, these are shares, and Wu Guanghai maintains absolute control of 51% of the equity. Wei Hong came and kept staring at me. I really want to poke his eyes out, Lin Yushang said after burping. Pay attention to your manners and don't use dirty words. Tang Mingxing didn't care. He also noticed that Wei Hong occasionally glanced at Lin Yushang. But he was not angry, because he saw Wei Hang's eyes were full of regret and sadness after he peeped. When he looked at Tang Mingxing again, his face was full of envy, and he wished he were 30 years younger. Tang Mingxing really enjoyed this kind of gaze, so let him be jealous. If Wu Guanghai hadn't been there, he would have wanted to kiss Lin Yushang a few times and challenge Wei Hong a few more times. I kissed your goddess, so what? When I returned to the apartment, Tang Hai called me via video. Dad, where are you having lunch? In the office. Your mother has returned to her country. She should come to see you soon. She went back to Shanghai for some business. Mom is back? Su Moli and Mu Yunshi hurried over to greet Tang Hai. When Tang Hai saw the two girls, wrinkles appeared on his face from smiling. The impression he gave to the two girls was that he was honest and extremely simple. Su Moli said with concern, Uncle, please be careful over there. I heard that there was a rebellion over there. You should go home early and don't go out. Tang Hai quickly replied, Don't worry, my co-workers are taking good care of me, it's okay. We won't go out. Workers? Tang Mingxing wondered, where did the workers come from? That Mengxing, isn't there another one? Tang Hai remembered that Tang Mingxing said there was a third one. At this time, Lin Yuchang walked into the scene. Hello, uncle. Hey, hello. Xiaoshan, stop eating and go see your brother and sister-in-law. Xiaoshan? Several girls wondered. Tang Mingxing explained, my dog was bought at the market and cost me 180. Several people were looking at the screen. A yellowish local dog was eating steak with its head lowered. Wagyu beef, grouper, king crab, caviar. Lin Yushan looked at it. Isn't this almost the same as what she had eaten in the evening? Your dog eats this? Lin Yushan asked in surprise. Tang Hai replied seriously, not really, sometimes it gets tired of eating and doesn't want to eat anymore. This dog has been picky about food recently. Alas, Meng Xing is more obedient. Ha, thank you, Dad. Comparing me to a dog, this dog is twice as fat. Tang Mingxing chatted with his father for a while and told Tang Hai what happened today. Tang Hai was very pleased that Tang Mingxing did not insist on doing it. At least he thinks the project has potential. At night, Su Moli and Lin Yushan were watching TV series. And Mu Yunxi was taking various selfies. I just bought a bunch of luxury items and I have to show them off. But she knew that showing off in her circle of friends might cause jealousy among people she knew, so she chose to show off her wealth anonymously on the online platform Little Blue Book. Among the three, she seems to be the most obedient, but in fact she is the most cunning. Mengxing, take a picture for me. Mu Yunxi handed the phone to Tang Mengxing and then posed gracefully. A pair of silky black stockings cling tightly to the legs. In order to make her legs look longer, Mu Yunxi deliberately turned slightly sideways and stretched out one leg. Munching, please shoot lower so that my legs look longer. I'm almost lying on the ground. Besides, your legs are not short. None of these three women has an average figure. However, girls' pursuit of beauty is endless. After taking dozens of photos in a row, Mu Yunxi lay in Tang Mingxing's arms and began to edit the photos. Tang Mingxing rarely posts on WeChat Moments and never shares anything on other online platforms. Watching Mu Yunxi cutting out the picture bit by bit, Tang Mingxing was shocked. Damn it, Yunxi. You over-edited this picture. According to the proportion, you must be more than 2 meters tall in the photo. The wall is crooked. You can go play in NBA next season. Mu Yunxi looked up and glared at him fiercely, and Tang Mingxing quickly shut up. It took Mu Yunxi more than an hour to finish editing a few pictures. After looking at them, she was satisfied and then posted them on the platform. And the caption read, "An unforgettable night, thanks to my husband for buying the bag." True or false? Tang Mingxing was very contemptuous, but Mu Yunxi was very satisfied in her heart. In just half an hour, the number of comments exceeded 100, and there were 99 plus private messages. Tang Mingxing was curious and wanted to see what the comments were, but after reading just a few, he was already furious. Damn, how can they call you their wife, and they are girls? The private messages made Tang Mingxing even more angry. They were nothing more than boys asking for contact information and flirting with her in various ways. Don't be angry, I won't pay attention to them. I just want to show off that I have a good husband. Mu Yunxi began her tender performance. Tang Mingxing didn't really have a conflict with Mu Yunxi over this matter. He just said, I have been with you for a whole night and fulfilled my obligations as a husband. Next, I have to exercise my rights as a husband, hee hee. After a burst of evil laughter, Mu Yunxi was heard saying in the room, go take a shower first. Chapter 45 Departure. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Tomorrow is National Day, so no one is in a hurry to go to bed. Su Moli is still at Lin Yushan's house. The two of them were lying in bed with a tablet in hand, a small desk set up, and some melon seeds and snacks laid out, watching a show. It was already 1 a.m. and neither of them felt sleepy at all. Tang Mengxing knew the password to Lin Yushan's house and quietly opened the door and walked in. The living room was dark. Wearing only a pair of shorts, he gently pushed open the bedroom door. The sound of the door opening caught the attention of the two girls. After Lin Yuchang saw that it was Tang Mengxing, she asked, you haven't slept yet? Where's Yunxi? Tang Mengxing looked helpless. The little loser said he was tired and fell asleep in the middle of the work. Let's watch a show together. Tang Mengxing smiled evilly, crawled into the bed, and squeezed in between the two of them. Just after lying down and before he could enjoy himself, Tang Mengxing saw a ghost suddenly appear on the tablet. He sat up with a start. You two are watching this thing at night? Isn't it scary? This scare wiped out all the passion I had just felt. Lin Yuchang looked at Tang Mengxing, who was frightened, and said, this is a suspense drama, not a horror movie. I was scared to watch it alone, so I asked Moli to accompany me. Fortunately, the three of them were close to each other, so Tang Mengxing was not so scared. It's just a costume suspense drama. It's okay to show murder and arson, but I'm afraid of playing with ghosts and spirits. I don't know how long it took, but Tang Mingxing fell asleep with his head resting on the two soft lumps of flesh on Su Moli's chest. When I woke up again, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yushang and Su Moli were packing up. Tang Mingxing opened her eyes, and the person next to her was Mu Yunxi. When did you come here? Mu Yunxi seemed a little tired, stretched and said, I'll take a nap here. At noon, after lunch, several people prepared to go to Jishui City, Lin Yushang's hometown, as planned. It takes an estimated 5 hours to drive from Yanjing to Jishui. However, before leaving, Tang Mingxing informed the apartment property that Lin Yuchang's room needed to be reserved. Lin Yuchang was a little puzzled. Don't you have a villa? Why don't we go to the villa? And wouldn't it be a waste of money to rent a house here? Tang Mingxing replied, It's not a waste. This building is under my father's name. It doesn't cost any money. You can live here as long as you want. Su Moli and Mu Yunxi also just learned about this. Does the whole building belong to you? Or these two apartments? The apartment is not for sale, only for rent. So the whole building belongs to my dad. Lin Yuchang has now come to terms with it, and she did the math for herself. What belongs to your father is yours, and what belongs to you is what belongs to the three of us. Is that what you mean? Tang Mingxing, it seems to be true. Mu Yunxi's little blue book also updated its content, showing a high-end apartment building, with the caption, Thank you to my husband for providing me with this apartment during this period of time. Now I know that it is my family's property. Tang Mingxing glanced at her copy and couldn't help frowning. Can't you be more low-key? Mu Yunxi grabbed his hand and swung it back and forth vigorously. Let me pretend for a while. Please. You damn thing, you didn't serve me well last night, and you're still being pretentious with me. Speaking of which, Lin Yuchang is reluctant to leave this apartment. She has lived here for a long time and has some feelings for it. She has even grown the plants in the house bit by herself. I feel a lot better now that I don't have to move so soon. On the Yanji Expressway, Tang Mingxing was driving a Maybach S680 with 3 girls towards Jishui City. Mu Yunxi and Lin Yushang sat in the back row, playing with their phones. Su Moli was sitting in the passenger seat, looking out the window with a dazed look on her face. Changes had also begun to take place in her heart during this period of time. The achievements that he was proud of were so worthless compared to Tang Mingxing. A few days ago, the school leaders told her that she could prepare to become a full-time employee. The salary was increased to 12,000 yuan, plus year-end bonus and various bonuses. For a newcomer like her, she can earn about 250,000 yuan a year after being converted to a regular employee, including bonuses. This income has already beaten 99% of ordinary people. If Tang Mingxing hadn't appeared, I would be very happy now because of my transformation into a regular employee, Su Moli thought to herself. This is the education she received since childhood. A stable income, a small but happy family. But she looked at the bag in her hand, then at the clothes she was wearing, and then thought of her Panamera. This is how many years it will take me to earn this. Your own pride is worthless. A set of clothes and a bag cost more than my annual income. Su Moli didn't know how to face Tang Mingxing, especially after learning that the apartment belonged to him. She couldn't think of any reason to discipline Tang Mingxing anymore. Should she ask him to work hard? To be obedient? But he already had everything. What was the point of working hard? I thought I was Tang Mingxing's teacher, so I asked him to study hard under the guise of doing it for his own good. But now, she couldn't guarantee to Tang Mingxing that these efforts would bring him more benefits. Am I wrong? At this time, Tang Mingxing's mother Zhang Yuanying called. Tang Mingxing turned on the speakerphone. Mom. I heard you returned to China? Zhang Yuanying said, Yes, son, I will go to Yanjing in a while. Where are you going to play during the National Day holiday? Go to Jishui, your daughter-in-law's hometown. Lin Yushang reached out from the back seat and gently pinched Tang Mingxing's face. Zhang Yuanying was very happy and kept reminding her son to be careful. Su Moli and the other 2 girls also greeted her one by one. Finally, Zhang Yuanying instructed, Moli, Yuchang, you two must take good care of Tang Mingxing. This kid is very naughty. His father and I were away from home for a long time before, so we didn't have much company. You two must be responsible, especially Moli. As his teacher, you must not let him slack off and make sure he studies hard. Su Moli felt warm in her heart and realized her own importance. She said, I know, Auntie, you are also rich. Rich? Ha, our family is not just rich. Zhang Yuanying was silent for a few seconds and then said, Mingxing, this family will rely on you in the future. You should understand the principle that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. Tang Mingxing gently pressed the brakes. He understood what his mother said, I know. I will be obedient. No matter how old you are still a child in your mother's eyes. After hanging up the phone, Su Moli suddenly smiled. Why are you laughing? I suddenly found my own value. Tang Mingxing, please be obedient in the future. Do you think I would? The two of them were arguing, and Mu Yuni poked her head out and asked, Why don't I let you listen to me too? Just now, Zhang Yuanying only asked Lin Yushang and Su Moli to take good care of Tang Mingxing, but did not mention Mu Yuni. Listen to you? Then can our family still survive? Su Moli said with a smile. Mu Yuni smiled innocently and said, That's right. Ha ha. Chapter 46 Lin Yushang's home. The scenery along the way is pretty good. 2 hours later, we arrived at a service area. A few people took a short break. I'll drive the second half, Lin Yushang said enthusiastically. She also wanted to try the feel of the Maybach. Although I prefer sports cars, Tang Mingxing's sports car is too expensive. Tens of millions at any time. She still didn't quite dare to do it, and there wasn't enough space for too much luggage. Several people bought some snacks in the service area. Tang Mingxing was in a good mood and gave each of the girls a big red envelope of 500,000 yuan. Thank you, husband. Mu Yuni didn't care about other people's eyes. She happily hugged Tang Mingxing, kissed him and rubbed his face. Su Moli also thanked him, but was a little reserved. Your attitude is not as good as Yun Shi's. It makes me feel that it's not worth it, Tang Mingxing said deliberately. Su Moli blushed, and she was a little embarrassed. Can't I call you tonight? No. Then, thank you. Thank whom? You, Tang Mingxing. Teacher Su, you are being so polite. Who am I? Husband. That's right, Tang Mingxing hugged Su Moli and took a big gulp of the drink. Only Lin Yushang was still standing there in a daze. How could she thank him? Everyone thanks her husband, but she and Tang Mingxing haven't registered their marriage certificate yet. Sister Lin, let's get the marriage certificate in a few days. It's a done deal now, Tang Mingxing said casually. Lin Yuchang replied blankly, Oh, okay. I agreed to it without thinking clearly. Lin Yushan drove the rest of the way. Su Moli wanted to sit in the passenger seat, but was forcibly pulled to the back seat by Tang Mingxing. Mu Yuni was sitting in the passenger seat, looking through the rearview mirror at the two of them being intimate in the back seat, feeling a little jealous. Why did you send me to the passenger seat? How can I concentrate on watching the movie with you two? Mu Yuni pouted, looking unhappy. Su Moli in the back row tried her best to resist, but was unable to do anything to Tang Mingxing. Don't. Teacher Su, you are so disobedient. A few minutes later. Yu Chang, do you know how to drive? Can you be more steady? Tang Mingxing felt that the car was a little drifting. Lin Yuchang slapped the steering wheel. How can I drive properly with you two like this? Afterwards, Lin Yushang and Mu Yuni stopped talking and looked ahead obediently, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror and blushing. For half an hour, Su Moli leaned against the window, her hair disheveled and her face flushed as she looked out the window. Tang Mingxing said to Mu Yuni, Would you like to come to the back row and play some games later? Roll. After a 5-hour drive, the car slowly drove into Jishui City. Lin Yuchang's home surprised Tang Mingxing a little as it was located in a remote location. In a large yard next to a farm field, tractors, pickup trucks, and combine harvesters were lined up. The yard is very large, with only a few bungalows in the north. The water pipes are still pouring water into the washing machine. Is this your home? Tang Mingxing looked at the yard. There were several birch trees in the corner of the yard, and a simple swing was made on top with a rope. Yeah. Lin Yuchang nodded and shouted again, Mom and Dad, I'm back. The door of the room opened and a middle-aged couple hurried out to greet them. Tang Mingxing bought a lot of gifts along the way, and the car was now full. A few people moved the things down again. Lin Yushang's father, Lin Xiaodong, took Tang Mingxing's hand and led them into the house. It was getting late, and in the room, a table full of food and wine had already been prepared. Lin Yuchang's mother was named Yang Yueying. She was plain and simple, wearing an apron, with her hands nowhere to put. She just looked at Tang Mingxing with a smile on her face. Obviously, she is very satisfied with her future son-in-law. Hello, uncle and aunt. Su Moli and Mu Yuni also greeted politely. This is the situation in Longwa, and everyone can accept it. The two girls were naturally also warmly received. Logically speaking, Lin Yuchang has a good income, sends money home every month, and is well educated. In Tang Mingxing's eyes, her parents should also be intellectuals. But I didn't expect that they were just an ordinary family, and their conditions seemed very average. Lin's father and mother were not without money. In fact, they worked hard and had quite a bit of savings. But in their minds, it's all for the children. They wanted to save more money so that Lin Yuchang could find a good family in the future and they would not be bullied if they had some money. Secondly, the old couple only has this one daughter, and they don't want to trouble their child with their retirement needs, so they want to leave more money so that they don't have to ask their child for money. Tang Mingxing sat next to Lin Xiaodong, feeling very reserved. It was her first time meeting her father-in-law and she didn't know what to say. How old are you, kid? 21. Oh. Lin Xiaodong didn't expect Tang Mingxing to be so young, but it didn't matter. At least after a few brief conversations, it turned out that this young man was not an impatient person. Lin Xiaodong asked again, "What do your parents do?" This question is difficult for Tang Mingxing to answer, doing business. He could only reply like this, but he was afraid that the other party would ask what business he was in because he really had no idea. My daughter is wild, please bear with me. The two of them got along quite well when chatting. Lin Xiaodong poured Tang Mingxing a glass of white wine. Let's drink some. Tang Mingxing hurriedly picked up the glass with both hands and clinked glasses with Lin Xiaodong, then secretly glanced at Su Moli and Lin Yushang. Both girls' eyes conveyed the signal of only this time. Tang Mingxing then felt at ease to drink, but he couldn't drink much. But he didn't know exactly how bad it was. It was not until he finished the glass of liquor that Tang Mingxing realized that he was a waste when it came to drinking. A 2 liang glass of liquor, only 36% alcohol, was enough to make him drunk. Tang Mingxing felt so sleepy that he felt like falling down. I heard Yang Yueying's reproachful voice, "Why did you drink with the child? Look, you've passed out." Lin Xiaodong said aggrievedly, "I didn't expect this child to have such a low alcohol tolerance." That's good. I tested it for the three of you. This child will not be a drunkard in the future. Then there were the sounds of several girls laughing. The night in the countryside was very refreshing. Around 7 o'clock, Tang Mingxing lay down on the bed and fell asleep. I woke up at 9 o'clock and everyone else was still awake. Lin Yushang brought a cup of hot water. I'm fine. Tang Mingxing forced himself to get up. Stop pretending and drink some hot water. Lin Yushang supported his head and fed the water to his mouth. In the next room, a few people were talking and laughing, and the TV was on, but I couldn't hear what they were saying clearly. Tang Mingxing took a sip of water and heard a cricket chirping in the yard and a few frogs croaking in the puddle. I felt relieved and it was such a comfortable life. Mang Xing. You will be nice to me, right? Lin Yushang suddenly asked. Tang Mingxing was surprised. Why do you ask that? There was a hint of tenderness in Lin Yuchang's eyes. My mother said that we can get the certificate if it's suitable, so I want to ask you. Tang Mingxing hugged Lin Yushang. I will love you forever. Lin Yuchang lay quietly in Tang Mingxing's arms. A few minutes later, Mu Yuni gently opened the door. Are you awake? Just woke up. Lin Yushang saw Mu Yuni coming in and quickly stood up, feeling a little embarrassed. Mu Yuni didn't care and just asked, Meng Xing, can you drive a tractor? Chapter 47 Tractor Goddess. Tractor? I've never driven one, but I can try it. Tang Mingxing fell in love with the tractor as soon as he entered the door. When you get tired of driving luxury cars, it's nice to try something else occasionally. Mu Yuni said, Uncle said that he will harvest corn in the next 2 days, and I thought, if you can go and help. This season coincides with the autumn harvest. Lin Dongxiu's family only has a few acres of land, but he has a harvester and a tractor, and he also goes to harvest corn for other people to earn some money. Leave it to me. Tang Mingxing assured generously, but he was still wondering in his heart, driving a Ferrari should be similar to driving a tractor. The evening was wonderful. Tang Mingxing lay on the floor and asked, Can I go up? The three girls on the bed answered in unison, No. There's no room. Lin Yuchang's bed could just fit 3 people, and there was no room for more. It's okay if we stack them up. Tang Mingxing was not giving up and tried to sneak up secretly, but was kicked down by Lin Yushang. Tang Mingxing, lying on the floor, felt very depressed. The moonlight from outside the window shone in, adding a sense of tranquility to the atmosphere in the room. I don't know how long it had been, but when Tang Mingxing was sleeping, she felt that there was someone in her arms. After touching it, I found that this sigh should be Lin Yuxiang. I opened my eyes slightly and it was indeed her. Don't talk, go to sleep. Lin Yuxiang squinted her eyes and glanced at Tang Mingxing. Let's drive the tractor to plow the land tomorrow, Tang Mingxing asked. Lin Yuxiang just hummed. Tang Mingxing added, I'll practice now. Won't it affect others if you practice now? No, I'll plow your fertile land first. As the saying goes, there are no fields that can be plowed to death, only cows that can be worked to death. As expected, Tang Mingxing, who was tired after a night of work, got up late again. The next day, at around 10 o'clock, Tang Mingxing stood in the yard, looked at the tractor, and began to study it. I often saw tractors when I was a child, but Tang Hai did not deliberately train himself in this skill. What is the purpose of training? After tinkering with it for a long time, I finally got the hang of it. Lin Xiaodong drove the harvester and started harvesting corn. Tang Mingxing's task was to drive a tractor and sow wheat seeds in the back. The harvester breaks up the corn stalks directly and leaves them on the field as fertilizer. Unfortunately, Tang Mingxing understood the process, but he couldn't do the job. It went off track. Put down the plow. Lin Yuxiang stamped her feet anxiously. Tang Mingxing sat in the car, not paying attention to the end, and was in a panic. Don't rush me, which foot should I stretch out? Ha ha ha. Mu Yuni laughed so hard that she fell backwards. This girl said she would come to help yesterday, but after working for just a few minutes, she hid away and started to slack off. Su Moli was the same, she vowed to do the job well, and she also felt that everyone could farm. And now the two girls were sitting aside eating popsicles and watching Tang Mingxing make a fool of herself. You. Go sit aside, Lin Yuxiang said angrily and asked Tang Mingxing to move inside. Sister Lin, your tractor is not easy to drive. Tang Mingxing was afraid that Lin Yuxiang would be angry, so she changed her name back to Sister Lin. Lin Yuxiang rolled her eyes at him and took a step forward. Amid everyone's shocked gazes, she skillfully drove the tractor and began to plow the land. Oh my god! Tang Mingxing didn't expect that Lin Yuxiang not only loves to play motorcycles, but is also so good at driving a tractor. The two sat side by side, very close to each other, and Lin Yuxiang taught Tang Mingxing how to drive a tractor while driving. But Tang Mingxing didn't hear a word and just stared at the other person's chest. The tractor was shaking violently, and the waves on her chest rose and fell accordingly. I have to say that Lin Yuxiang is really cool, steering the car skillfully. Lin Xiaodong drove a harvester from the opposite direction, and the father and daughter smiled at each other. Good cooperation. When she was in high school, Lin Yuxiang developed a deep interest in the agricultural tools at home. Learned to drive a tractor, a harvester, and a three-wheel truck. Mainly helping out at home. Her parents were reluctant to let her do work that was too heavy or tiring. Later I fell in love with motorcycles. Also a machine, Lin Yuxiang would drive his motorcycle around Yinjing a few times every day. It is also this kind of family that makes her more free, open, and straightforward. It wasn't until she met Tang Mingxing and fell in love that her feminine side began to show again. And now Lin Yuxiang's image in Tang Mingxing's eyes has become even more glorious. Isn't it more awesome to be able to drive a tractor than to drive a sports car? Tractor goddess. It was 12:30 noon when we finally finished our work. The corn that was brought back filled the entire yard, and there was still a little corn outside the yard, spread on the road, waiting to dry. I'm so tired. Tang Mingxing exclaimed, then took out the prepared ice beer, filled a large glass for Lin Xiaodong, and poured some for himself. What are you doing? I have to do all the work. Lin Yuxiang took off her old work coat and only wore a tight short-sleeved vest inside. The sweat soaked through her clothes and they clung to her body, revealing her beautiful figure. Mingxing, you haven't drunk any alcohol yet, why is your face red? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Xiaodong asked Tang Mingxing. Tang Mingxing lowered his head and took a sip of wine. I'm not feeling uncomfortable. Uncle. I'm just embarrassed that I didn't do my job well. Lin Xiaodong laughed and said, it's okay. I just want you to experience it and treat it as fun. To be honest, you can't make money from farming. Do you know how much you can make from these few acres of land? Mu Yuni answered first, 1 acre of land can earn 5,000. Su Moli shook her head, the harvest only comes once every 6 months, and 1 acre of land is estimated to be around 10,000 yuan. Ha, these two girls are really good at joking. They only make about 3 or 400 yuan per acre of land. Lin Yushang's mother Yang Yueying came out with a plate of food and laughed when she heard the two girls' discussion. Farming doesn't make money, and farming makes you even less able to buy a house. Tang Mingxing suddenly said, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. He also grew up in the village, but his family had no land. Occasionally I go to my neighbors' houses to help, so I naturally know the harvest from farming. Excluding the costs of labor, fertilizer, seeds, and irrigation, a family with 4 or 5 acres of land can make very little money. Fortunately, Lin Sudong usually drives a small truck to transport goods, and helps other people harvest in autumn, so he can also earn some money. If you only rely on farming, then there is no need to live. Lin Yuchang has been working these years and transfers money home every month, and her life has become better. Mu Yuni and Su Moli looked at each other, feeling very surprised and not daring to say anything more. Oh, by the way, I'll cook some corns for you, Yang Yueying said, then took out a few glutinous corns from Lin Yushang's Hermes bag and prepared to cook them. Mom! Why did you take my packaged corn? Lin Yushang looked at her mother. When she went to the field just now, Yang Yueying saw Lin Yushang's bags, and more than one. She just picked up a bag that didn't look good according to her taste. He was picking sticky corn in the field. Mom, why are you like this? Lin Yushang was a little angry. Yang Yueying knew that she was wrong and shouldn't have taken her bag. I couldn't find a suitable bag, so I just picked one up in a hurry. I'll buy it for you again. Don't be angry. I'll buy it for you again. Tang Mingxing hurriedly grabbed Lin Yushang. Yuchang, Dad will give you 500 yuan, you can buy a new one, Lin Xiaodong said generously. Lin Yuchang was so angry that she laughed. My bag costs 80,000. What? 80,000? Lin Xiaodong and Yang Yueying couldn't believe it for a moment when they heard her say that. Fake. Fake. Are you kidding? It's only 300 yuan each. Uncle and aunt, it's worthless, Tang Mingxing said quickly. He didn't want to show off in front of his future father-in-law and mother-in-law, which might cause disgust. Chapter 48 My name is Su Dafu. After hearing what Tang Mingxing said, Yang Yueying gave Lin Yushang a cold look. You kid, you are still telling lies. Where did a bag come from that costs 80,000 yuan? It's made of elephant skin. Hearing her mother say this, Lin Yuchang felt aggrieved. She then took out all the corn in the bag and shook the corn cobs. Fortunately, the bag was not damaged or dirty. Tang Mingxing found it funny looking at Lin Yuchang's pouting and angry expression. Buy more and don't pout. Tang Mingxing pinched Lin Yushang's pouting lips with chopsticks again. It made everyone laugh. Seeing his new son-in-law, Lin Xiaodong was in a good mood and drank 2 more glasses. Mingxing, you and Yuchang should be good in Yanjing and don't cause any trouble. Let's work hard. I'll buy you a BMW when we have money. Hearing this, Tang Mingxing thought of the Maybach parked at the door. Although it belongs to Mercedes-Benz, it does not have the Mercedes-Benz logo. It seems that the old couple don't recognize this car logo. There was no busy time in the afternoon, so Tang Mingxing got a recliner and lay on it drinking tea. By the way, I parked my Maybach next to the tractor. The more I looked at it, the more I liked it. The tires are so high and the car looks so powerful. In my head, I imagined a tractor running over a Maybach with the windshield shattered all over the ground. Aunt Yang. Is she home? Suddenly a sharp shout came from outside the door. Tang Mingxing hurriedly stood up to greet him. There was no need to ask because this was his neighbor. From his voice he seemed to be an elder. Sure enough, a middle-aged woman walked in with a cell phone. Hello, Auntie, Tang Mingxing said politely. The woman looked at Tang Mingxing and sized him up. Young man, who are you? I am. Tang Mingxing didn't say anything yet. Yang Yueying ran out in a hurry. I'm here. I'm here. Now that we're done, let's go play cards. Is everyone here? Mingxing, this is your Aunt Wang. Tang Mingxing nodded again and said, Hello, Aunt Wang. When Aunt Wang saw the situation, she immediately thought that the boy in front of her should be Lin Yushang's boyfriend. There was a moment of stagnation. After finally coming back to his senses, he replied, Oh, this is Yuchang's boyfriend. Good. 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 The young man is really energetic. Then she took Yang Yueying out. After she left the door, Aunt Wang looked back to see if Tang Mingxing had followed them out. What's wrong with Aunt Wang? She's so nervous. Aunt Wang then stamped her feet and said, "Oh my god, it's bad, it's bad. Su Dafu, the son of Su Guoqiang in our town, is here. Didn't you ask me to find a matchmaker for your daughter some time ago? He's here, and it seems that he's attracted to your daughter. What should we do? We can't let him come here for nothing." Yang Yueying tried hard to recall, and then she remembered that this incident did happen 2 months ago. She said with some embarrassment, "It's been more than 2 months, and there is still no news. I just thought it was over." How could he not ask in advance? This is not Yang Yueying's fault. After all, it happened 2 months ago and Tang Mingxing didn't know Lin Yushang at that time. 2 months ago, Lin Yushang also received a friend request from Su Dafu, but she ignored it. Later, Ma Donghua got lucky and Lin Yushang inexplicably agreed to date him. Ma Donghua looks very honest, but he actually has a very bad heart. Lin Yuchang is not a pushover either. Ma Donghua wanted to spend a night with Lin Yuchang several times, but was rejected, and the rejection was very sharp. If you want to talk, follow her rules, or get out. Until the nasty gangster Tang Mingxing showed up and successfully took her down using both soft and hard tactics. But Su Dafu fell in love with Lin Yushang at first sight through the photo sent by the matchmaker, and had been looking for an opportunity to contact her. It was National Day, and Su Dafu thought that the opportunity had come and Lin Yushang would definitely come back. He was also very confident because his family was rich. His father Su Guoqiang opened a machinery processing factory in the town and also had a plantation, making 1 or 2 million a year. Now Yang Yueying was in a dilemma and prepared to say sorry to Su Dafu in person and make amends to him. At this time, Su Dafu was sitting in a Cayenne picking his nose. Seeing Aunt Wang coming back, Su Dafu wiped his booger under the steering wheel and quickly got out of the car. "Aunt Wang. How are you? Can I meet you?" Aunt Wang just smiled and didn't say anything. Yang Yueying on the side smiled and said, "You must be Su Dafu, right? Your parents and I know each other. You're a handsome young man." Looking at Su Dafu, who weighed more than 200 pounds and was 170 centimeters tall, Yang Yueying didn't feel that what she said was against her will. Su Dafu looked at Yang Yueying and said innocently, "Auntie, who are you?" Aunt Wang introduced, "This is Yu Chang's mother, you can just call her Aunt Yang." Hearing that it was Lin Yuchang's mother, Su Dafu's attitude instantly improved a lot. He quickly wiped his hand that had just been picking his nose on his clothes, and extended his hand in a formal manner to greet, "Hello, Aunt Yang. I'm Su Dafu." Yang Yueying looked at Su Dafu and felt that he was not very old. His attitude made him look like a child pretending to be an adult. "Oh. We are all rural people, why should I shake hands with you? It's so formal." Hearing this, Su Dafu retracted his outstretched hand. "Aunt, when can I see Yu Chang? I miss her so much." "How old are you?" 21. "Oh, so young, oh. I'm so sorry, Yu Chang is 4 years older than you." "It's okay, I like it." Su Dafu only has a junior high school education. It's not that his family has no money for his schooling, but he is simply used to being rich. He can't go to school just because he wants to. His father actually agreed, because he also had a junior high school education and was now successful in his career, so he felt that there was no need for his son to go to school and that he should enter society earlier and inherit the family business sooner. Just follow your own old path. In their town, Su Dafu has been praised by his peers since he was a child, not for any other reason but because his family is rich. He is naive and has no idea about the ways of the world. All the intrigues are handled by his parents. "I have lived a free life since childhood." "That Dafu, that's not what I meant. You may not understand. Age is one thing. Also, I'm sorry, I just found out that Yu Chang is dating someone." Yang Yueying still told him the truth. "Ah? Married?" Su Dafu felt unhappy for a moment, and his fingers couldn't help but move towards his nose. When they were almost touching his nose, he felt something was wrong. "It was too embarrassing to pick my nose in public, so I put my finger in my mouth and licked it." Aunt Wang and Yang Yueying looked at the child and frowned slightly, wondering why the child was sucking his fingers. However, Yang Yueying still replied, "I'm not married, I just brought my boyfriend back." "So you go back first. Your uncle and I will go to your house someday to talk to your parents and apologize." Su Dafu was happy. "Aunt, it's not a big deal, don't worry about it. It's okay." Yang Yueying didn't expect Su Dafu to say this, and he was quite generous. "I'm glad you're okay, kid. I'll introduce you to a good one some other day." Aunt Wang also agreed, "Yes. Introduce a good one, I have plenty of good girls. Su Dafu waved his hands repeatedly. That's not what I meant. My boyfriend isn't married yet, I can just chase him away to save Sister Yu Chang from being bullied by him. As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Yueying immediately understood that this child was not smart and Lin Yushang must not marry him. Chapter 49 You took the money. Su Dafu was very confident. Since he was a child, people around him have told him how outstanding he is. Handsome, good figure, high quality, broad knowledge and good brain. He didn't quite believe it at first, but after hearing so many people praise him, he started to believe it. Without saying much, Su Dafu got into the car and headed for Lin Yushang's house. Hey! Child, why aren't you listening? Yang Yueying and Aunt Wang were chasing after him. Su Dafu knew the location of the Lin family, but his father repeatedly told him not to go to her house without permission, otherwise it would be impolite. Only then did he resist the urge to go. But now he couldn't care less about so many things. He stepped on the accelerator and quickly arrived at the Lin family compound. Su Dafu pushed open the door domineeringly, and only Tang Mingxing was lying on a recliner in the yard. Hello, who are you looking for? Tang Mingxing sat up and stared at the big meatball in front of the door. Can these legs run? Seeing his bloated body, Tang Mingxing felt that he had difficulty walking. Su Dafu hurriedly ran 2 steps and came in front of Tang Mingxing, wanting to say something. Tang Mingxing was also waiting for him to speak, but she saw Su Dafu opening his mouth and breathing rapidly. Ha! 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 It was only a distance of 20 or 30 meters, and I was already out of breath after jogging over. Brother, please speak slowly, there's no rush, Tang Mingxing kindly patted him on the back. Ha! Ha! After taking a few deep breaths, Su Dafu looked up and asked, where is Sister Yu Chan's boyfriend? Tang Mingxing smiled when she heard this. I am. Su Dafu took out 10,000 yuan from his pocket without any further ado. Here you go. What is this? Tang Mingxing didn't understand why he did this, but then he thought that Aunt Wang must have gone out and told the relatives, which led to the relatives coming over. This 10,000 yuan should be the share money for the new son-in-law. Then I won't be polite, ha ha ha. Tang Mingxing put the money directly into his pocket and enthusiastically led Su Dafu into the house. Come in quickly. Hey! You are Guoqian's son, right? Lin Xiaodong in the house recognized him as soon as he entered the room. Although he didn't see him often, he left a deep impression on him, after all, he was so fat. Hello, uncle. Su Dafu sat on the sofa and wanted to cross his legs, but he couldn't. How come you have time to come here today? You look tired. Lin Xiaodong poured him a glass of water. Su Dafu took a sip of water and said, Uncle, I'm here to marry Sister Yu Chang. Ah? Lin Xiaodong and Tang Mingxing looked at him in surprise. Especially Lin Xiaodong, who looked very uncomfortable. His future son-in-law was here, but Su Dafu's words made him lose face. Dafu. You, who taught you to say that? Lin Xiaodong was a little angry. Su Moli and a few others were playing cards in the next room. They heard the noise and walked in. The appearance of the 3 peerless beauties made Su Dafu's eyes dull and he forgot what he was here for. Dafu. Dafu. I'm asking you a question, Lin Xiaodong shouted twice, and finally brought Su Dafu back to his senses. Oh. Uncle, what did you say? I'm asking you, who told you to say that? My Aunt Wang and Aunt Yang said they would introduce me to a wife, Sister Yu Chang. Lin Xiaodong was not aware of the matchmaking for Lin Yu Chang. Fortunately, Yang Yueying rushed back at this time and explained the matter to everyone. Lin Yushang said to Su Dafu, Dafu, I have a boyfriend now. I'm sorry, please look for someone else. Lin Yuchang didn't dislike Su Dafu, but he was pursuing her and she couldn't refuse him directly, so she could only leave him aside. The two met when they were very young, and the impression he had was that he was a cute little fat boy. Tang Mingxing was not angry either, because Su Dafu did not pose any sense of crisis to him. Even if Lin Yuchang wants to live alone until the end of her life, she would never be with him. And I can't feel disgusted with him, this guy is too stupid. Sister. He doesn't want you anymore, why are you still following him? Aren't you better off with me? Su Dafu pointed at Tang Mingxing. When did I say I didn't want her anymore? Don't talk nonsense, Tang Mingxing thought to herself that she had definitely never said that. She also wondered if Su Dafu was pretending to be stupid and whether she was just blind. Then why did you take 10,000 yuan from me? I gave you the money just to make you leave Sister Yu Chang. The three girls and Lin Xiaodong all looked at Tang Mengxing. When Tang Mengxing heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn! His fame was ruined by this kid. However, neither Lin Xiaodong nor Lin Yushang and the other three believed that Tang Mengxing was that kind of person. Yang Yueying also advised, Dafu, go home quickly, lying is not a good thing. Just after he finished speaking, Tang Mengxing slowly took out 10,000 yuan from his pocket under the gaze of everyone. No. Sorry, I really took it. Tang Mengxing carefully put the money on the table and wanted to explain. Mu Yuni was watching the fun and didn't mind the big deal. Hey, you betrayed Sister Lin for 10,000 yuan, Mengxing, you have a big heart. He could tell she was mocking him, but Tang Mengxing didn't bother to argue with her. Mengxing, you kid, you accepted 10,000 yuan. Yang Yueying did not expect this result, but she was not angry, she just blamed him a few words. No, he stuffed money into my pocket as soon as he came in. I thought. What do you think? Wait for me tonight. Lin Yushang pinched Tang Mengxing's arm and twisted it. They didn't believe that Tang Mengxing would give up Lin Yushang for 10,000 yuan. Even 1 million or 10 million is impossible. I just don't know why he accepted the money, which is really embarrassing. Tang Mengxing felt bitter. She was a top student from Peking University and Tsinghua University, but she was fooled by this guy? He gave money without saying anything when he walked in. Who wouldn't want it? Dafu, here's the money, you go home first. Yang Yueying took the money and handed it to Su Dafu. Su Dafu shook his head and said, I don't want it, this is for that boy, I'm taking Sister Yuchang home. Lin Yuchang was speechless and simply said directly, Dafu, I don't like you, it's impossible for us to be together, and I don't want to hurt you. You are very simple. Can you be obedient? Su Dafu. At this time, another voice came from outside the door, and Aunt Wang came over with a middle-aged man. The visitor was Su Guoqiang, Su Dafu's father. Dad. Su Dafu was overjoyed when he saw his dad coming. Dad. This kid took my money and refused to admit it. Su Dafu pointed at Tang Mengxing. Tang Mengxing was also furious at this time. Why was he spitting insults at me? Lin Yuchang quickly stopped Tang Mengxing, who was about to explode. He just has a strange way of thinking, he doesn't have any bad intentions. Just bear with it. Okay. Tang Mengxing held back his anger and said 3 okays in a row. He is stupid, but his father is not stupid, right? I will go and reason with his father. After saying this, Tang Mengxing went to find Su Guoqiang to seek justice. Su Dafu walked towards his father happily. Pa! With a heavy slap, Su Guoqiang slapped Su Dafu directly on the face. Are you ashamed? You are so reckless. Go apologize to your uncle and aunt. Su Guoqiang's slap not only stunned Su Dafu, but also stunned Tang Mengxing and others. This father is so fierce. Lao Lin, Yueying. I'm sorry, this is my fault. It happened 2 months ago. I should have asked in advance. Didn't this kid cause you any trouble? Su Guoqiang is not unreasonable. Lin Xiaodong quickly greeted them warmly. Oh, they are all children, it's a misunderstanding. It's all over. Chapter 50 Bowing to Heaven and Earth. Several people entered the house. Tang Mengxing no longer had the anger she had just now, and it could be seen that Su Guoqiang was still very simple and honest. And he indeed felt that Su Dafu was not pretending to be stupid, he was really stupid. Hoof. 21-year-old Su Dafu was sobbing after being slapped. Lin Yushang and several other girls felt a little distressed. This was so adorable. The chubby and fair boy looks really pitiful when he cries. Lin Yuchang brought a tissue. Dafu, don't cry, you are so old now, wipe your tears. Lin Xiaodong also said, Guoqiang, you should change your temper. You were not like this before. Su Guoqiang looked helpless. I wasn't like this before, but now I'm mad at this kid. Sigh. Sometimes I really wonder if he made me stupid. Several people chatted in the room for a long time, and Su Guoqiang and Tang Mengxing also apologized. It was just a misunderstanding, so Tang Mengxing didn't dare to be arrogant. Uncle Su, you are too polite. It's okay. Dafu is also simple-minded. Dafu, if you accept Yuchang as your sister, this matter will be over. From now on, Mengxing will be your brother-in-law. You can call him brother too. Su Guoqiang was quite perceptive and saw the Maybach as soon as he entered the door. Others don't know him, but he does. This Tang Mingxing must be someone of high status. It would be difficult for me to establish a relationship with him on my own, but it would be possible to let Dafu get to know him more. Su Dafu was very obedient, sister. Lin Yuchang responded with a smile, good brother. Then Tang Mingxing waited for him to call her brother-in-law or brother. I felt very proud. Su Dafu also wanted to express himself in a more formal way, big brother, please accept my greetings. After saying that, he knelt down and was about to kowtow to Tang Mingxing. Hey! What the hell are you doing? He saw the fat Su Dafu kneeling down with difficulty and trying to kowtow to him. Tang Mingxing hurried to help him up, but he was too heavy to lift. So he knelt down as well. I won't take advantage of you, I'll kowtow as many times as you do. The others found it funny, and Mu Yuni looked at the two people knelt and whispered, first bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to parents. Su Moli heard it, and then smiled at her, and began to sing softly, this bow. Loyalty and courage. After resolving the matter, Su Guoqiang left alone. Su Dafu was left here to play, and was told not to cause trouble. Brother! Su Dafu said sweetly and called him brother directly. Tang Mingxing also enjoyed it and replied, why? Can you teach me how to chase girls? You are so good, and those two sisters-in-law are so beautiful. Teach me. Be honest with others. If you have money, spend it. It's that simple. Su Dafu seemed to understand, but not quite. Lin Yuchang cut the watermelon and prepared to bring it over. Walking behind Su Dafu, I heard Su Dafu say, actually, I also think Sister Yuchang is too old. I've always wanted to find a younger one, but no younger one is as pretty as her. Brother, please keep an eye out for me. If there's anyone younger and prettier, please help me find a matchmaker. Okay, Tang Mingxing looked at Lin Yushang, who was angry behind Su Dafu, and couldn't help laughing. Lin Yushang walked over and put down the watermelon. Hey! Sister Yushang, when did you come? Duong. Lin Yuchang kicked the small stool under Su Dafu's buttocks and knocked it down, causing him to fall on his buttocks. Ouch! What are you doing? Pay attention to yourself and don't say anything. Tang Mingxing said, don't make it difficult for him. He already doesn't have enough brains, and you still bully him. Afterwards, they made an appointment to go to the city tomorrow to have some fun. Su Dafu was behaving very well now, and he really does what his father says. Treating Tang Mingxing like his own brother made Tang Mingxing feel soft-hearted and touched. It's not because of feelings. They just met and there is no feelings between them. But Su Dafu's innocent attitude makes Tang Mingxing a little envious. Sometimes it would be nice to be a little stupid, at least you will be happy. Suddenly, I remembered that this time when I go back, I will sign a contract with Wu Guanhai and officially become a shareholder. Then naturally we have to send a supervisor, and the best candidate is undoubtedly Lin Yushang. And Tang Mingxing has taken a fancy to this Su Dafu. Although this kid is simple-minded, he is very good at counting cards, playing poker and driving, which means there is nothing wrong with his brain. He just doesn't have so many intrigues and doesn't know how to go around in circles. Just say what you mean. So we plan to let him be Lin Yuchang's assistant. That's right. Tang Mingxing doesn't care whether he is capable or not, nor does she care whether he is loyal or not, as long as he doesn't betray her. There is no doubt that Su Dafu does not understand betrayal. Wu Guanghai, Wei Heng, I'll send you a talented person, there will definitely be a chemical reaction. Tang Mingxing would not really trust Wu Guanghai just because he flattered her. You want to use him? Lin Yuchang's expression changed when she learned about this. Tang Mingxing told her that she would be the supervisor, and she was very happy at first. But then she was told that Su Dafu would be her assistant. Lin Yuchang was confused. Are you okay? You two just met, and you trust him so much? Tang Mingxing said, some people you have known for 10 or 8 years will still betray you for their own benefit, but Dafu will not. Trust is a very subtle thing. You have to understand the other person. There is no absolute trust. It's just that you know the other person well enough to put him in a position where he will not betray you. And Dafu is a good fit. He has no evil ideas. After spending some time with you, he will be eager to tell you everything from childhood to adulthood. He is easy to trust others, so I naturally believe him. Lin Yuchang still disagreed. No, he can't beat Wu Guanghai and Wei Heng. Tang Mingxing said, hey. I'll find someone to talk to Dafu later. He will definitely listen to us. He will definitely not be able to defeat Wu Guanhai and Wei Heng. We just started working together, so don't think about fighting each other. But the two of them definitely can't do anything to Dafu. Who are you looking for? Dafu's father. Su Dafu was stubborn and not very smart, but he has always believed in one thing since he was a child. Listen to his dad. Whatever Su Guoqiang says is what it is, and there is no reason to believe it. In the afternoon, Tang Mengxing found Su Guoqiang. You want to take Dafu to Yinjing? Su Guoqiang looked a little embarrassed. It's not that he was reluctant, but he knew his son's ability very well. Is he okay? Uncle, don't always criticize Dafu, he is a talented person. At least he is honest, and no one else can compare to him in this respect. Don't worry, I will provide him with food and accommodation, and pay him a salary. Hearing Tang Mengxing's words, Su Guoqiang felt warm in his heart and turned to ask, Dafu, what do you think? Su Dafu patted his round belly and said, Dad, I want to see the world. Hearing his son say this, Su Guoqiang was so moved that he was about to burst into tears. His child had finally grown up. But within 2 seconds, Su Dafu said again, I heard that the girl in Yinjing is pretty good, I want to go and see her. Are you looking for trouble again? Chapter 51 Storytelling. Today is the 3rd chapter. Thank you for your support. This chapter is about the happy daily life of the 4 of them, sitting together and telling ghost stories. So I wish you all a good dream. Please be careful when you go to the toilet at night and check if there is anyone under the bed. It has been 2 days since they arrived, and Tang Mengxing and his friends are very happy. Su Dafu returned home in the evening. In the yard, Yang Yueying cooked another table of dishes. Auntie, this is Yuchang's card. I just transferred 500,000 yuan to it. You two can keep it for your spending. Tang Mengxing handed a bank card to Yang Yueying. 500,000? Kid, what are you doing? How can I take your money? Lin Xiaodong and Yang Yueying were both quite shocked. They didn't expect Tang Mengxing to do this out of the blue. Lin Yuchang nodded slightly and smiled, Mom and Dad, take it. He doesn't need this little money. He can earn more by selling his daughter. Bullshit, how can this be considered selling my daughter? Yang Yueying was a little unhappy when she heard this. Tang Mengxing said, if you don't accept it, I will assume that you are dissatisfied with me. Accept it. Accept it. The child is very filial, Lin Xiaodong advised. In the afternoon, Su Guoqiang asked Lin Xiaodong about Tang Mengxing's background. Lin Xiaodong was wondering why he was asking this since he was not his son-in-law. Su Guoqiang said, your son-in-law's car is top of the line. I don't know the price, but it's at least 6 million. This price made Lin Xiaodong's heart beat fast. Tang Mengxing was just an ordinary kid, but how could he be so rich? However, Tang Mengxing's low-key and down-to-earth attitude also made him feel very happy, as long as he didn't get too cocky. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A dim light was on in the yard. Several people were sitting around the table, eating, talking and laughing. The lights in every house outside the wall were on, smoke was curling out of the chimneys, and the occasional barking of dogs could be heard. For a moment, Tang Mengxing had a desire to stay here and live forever. In the evening, Lin Xiaodong and Yang Yueying rested. Tang Mengxing and the other 3 sat around the bed with a small desk lamp on. Let's tell ghost stories. Let's see who gets scared first. At this time, many people gathered together, and Tang Mengxing started to show off again. The 3 girls all knew that he was timid and afraid of ghosts. I'll talk first. After the 4 of us have finished, turn off the lights and count again. See if there's one more person. Tang Mengxing is a novice but loves to play. Although he is afraid, he is addicted. Come on. Come on, Mu Yuni also found it interesting. It was rare for so many people to play together. Tang Mengxing took the small table lamp and made a scary and gloomy expression. Let me tell you a story about Granny Tao. It's about a remote mountain village. Tang Mengxing kept on a smile that he thought was weird, hoping to scare a few girls, and what he said really sounded very convincing. Combined with the startled tone, several girls felt a little terrified. 10 minutes later, I'm done. Tang Mengxing handed the lamp to Mu Yuni, and said in a hoarse voice, it's your turn, the girl with the smallest breasts. Mu Yuni was about to take the lamp, but when she heard him say that her breasts were small, she became unhappy. If you can't speak human language, just shut up. Next, I will tell you a story about I will come to find you in 7 days. This happened a long, long time ago. How long ago? Tang Mengxing suddenly interrupted. Shut up. 10 minutes later, Mu Yuni also finished speaking. Emily, let's switch places. Tang Mingxing felt a chill on her back. Mu Yuni's speech was quite good, especially when she imitated the way a female ghost spoke, which was quite eerie. Su Moli leaned against the wall, feeling very safe. This made Tang Mingxing want to switch places with her. No change. It's my turn. Su Moli took the desk lamp and ignored Tang Mingxing's request. Tang Mingxing felt a little regretful. Let me tell you a story, about a midnight bus. I heard about it a long time ago. A boy named Tang Mingxing was busy until very late. Wait. How come this male protagonist has the same name as me? That's the story. Is it strange to have the same name? No, if my name is Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wei, or something like that, it would be fine, but my name is not suitable for people with the same name as mine. Listen or not. The male lead of Midnight Bus is Tang Mingxing. I'm obviously the hero of a novel about a wealthy urban tycoon. How come I'm in the wrong book? The two of them argued for a while, and Su Moli officially started. This Tang Mingxing got off work at midnight, and there were obviously no buses at the bus stop at this time, but at this time a small bus slowly drove over from a distance. It looked very strange. Guess what it looked like? Mu Yuni and Lin Yushang shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Tang Mingxing looked frustrated, as if he had guessed it. It won't look like a hearse, will it? Bingo, you got it right. It's a hearse. Then Tang Mingxing got on the hearse without even thinking. I'm not that stupid. I will never work part-time in my life, and work until late at night. That's nonsense. A gentle breeze blew in from the window, bringing coolness, but Tang Mingxing could feel a gust of chilly wind at this moment. Su Moli did it on purpose. There was no ghost story protagonist with the same name as Tang Mingxing. She just wanted to scare him. She wanted to laugh when she thought about how he lay in her arms when she was watching The Grudge. The story progressed quickly, but Tang Mingxing felt more and more weird, and even the three girls in front of him seemed abnormal. Damn it, are these three possessed by ghosts? Tang Mingxing was very good at imagining, and imagined that he was the only living person in the room. Lin Yushang felt a little hot, so she took off her coat and put it aside. The smooth skin looks particularly white under the moonlight. Tang Mingxing leaned over to smell it, then poked her chest with her hand. What are you doing? Why don't you do it after you go to bed? Lin Yushang's face turned slightly red, thinking that Tang Mingxing was going to do something. In fact, he just moved closer to see if Lin Yuchang's skin was red, and touched it to feel if it was warm, to determine whether she was alive. I've finished. Tang Mingxing survived the disaster, but was so scared that he peed his pants. Su Moli finally finished. At this moment, Tang Mingxing didn't care that she was insulting him in the story, because he was completely numb. He was so scared. The desk lamp fell into Lin Yushang's hands. Looking at the frightened Tang Mingxing, she still softened her heart. Mingxing, don't be afraid. I don't know how to tell ghost stories. I'll tell you one that's not scary. Lin Yushang gently stroked Tang Mingxing's cheek to comfort her. The gentleness on her face made Tang Mingxing feel more at ease. Sister Lin is still caring. Let me tell you about my personal experience. It happened near my yard. Personal experience, near the yard. These key words exploded instantly when they entered Tang Mingxing's ears. Isn't this scary? Obviously, the closer this kind of story is to life, the scarier it is. If it were about an alien haunted by 100,000 light years away, Tang Mingxing would not be afraid. But Lin Yuchang's story is just around the corner outside the courtyard. 10 minutes later, Lin Yushang also finished her speech. Tang Mingxing looked at the yard outside the window and didn't feel it was so warm anymore. She suddenly missed the hustle and bustle of the city. Chapter 52 Who Shouted 5? Let's start counting. The most exciting moment is coming. Sister Yuchang, please pull down the curtains. Mu Yuni clapped her hands. She really liked this game. Every minute and every second was thrilling and extremely exciting. Wait. Tang Mingxing suddenly said. Seeing that the three girls were looking at him, he adjusted himself slightly. We don't need to draw the curtains. Su Moli said it didn't matter. She wanted to finish this boring game as soon as possible and was ready to watch TikTok for a while before going to bed. Lin Yushang did not draw the curtains. She could see that Tang Mingxing was scared. But Mu Yuni couldn't do that. She got out of bed and closed the curtains herself. Yunxi, that's not necessary. This is interesting. Mingxing, you protect me later. I can't even protect myself. With the curtains drawn, the small table lamp in the room appeared brighter. Ready. Mu Yuni held the desk lamp and looked at Tang Mingxing with a smile. I'm ready to give it my all. Who cares if they are gods, ghosts, monsters, or foxes? Just kill me if you dare. Tang Mingxing made up his mind and thought, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Snap. With a crisp sound, the lights went out and the room quickly fell into darkness. 1, someone said. 2. 3. There was no response for a few seconds. Mingxing. It's your turn, it's time 3. The first 3 are obviously girls, and there is no doubt that the fourth one should be Tang Mingxing. Say, 4, Tang Mingxing's trembling voice came from the quilt. Ha, the mocking voices of several girls were heard. Then there was another light 5. Ah. Ah. Shit, it's haunted. Dreamstar, I'm afraid. Who the hell is yelling? Tell the truth. Several people were in chaos in the house. It seemed that the small bed could not withstand their tossing and turning, and it began to squeak. Even Lin Xiaodong and Yang Yueying, who were in the next room, were woken up. Oh. These young people, Yang Yueying sighed, but in her heart she was worried whether her daughter could withstand Tang Mingxing's torture. The noise was too loud. Several people in the room quickly turned on the lights, only to find that the desk lamp was not on. It's really haunted. In a hurry, Mu Yuni felt the wall and turned on the light in the room. As the room lit up, everyone felt at ease. Tang Mingxing didn't know where he put his head, he just felt safe being wrapped up. At this moment, Sumoli only felt a round and bulging object between her legs. When I lifted the quilt, I saw Tang Mingxing's big head. It's okay, get up, Sumoli said shyly and asked him to get up. Tang Mingxing opened his eyes and slowly stood up when he saw the light. Who shouted 5? None of the girls admitted it. The more they denied it, the more scared Tang Mingxing became. Stop it. Mu Yuni was about to cry, it's not fun, I won't play it again. No one admitted it until the end. Mu Yuni received a message from Lin Yuchang on WeChat, I got 5, don't be afraid. Su Moli also received it. The 3 girls smiled at each other, but Tang Mingxing was the only one who was kept in the dark. Lin Yuchang said that she didn't want to scare Tang Mingxing, but she was the bad one. In the middle of the night, Tang Mingxing finally felt sleepy, but was so frightened by the ghost story he had just told that he couldn't fall asleep. Lying on the floor, I kept thinking about who shouted 5. He didn't believe in ghosts and gods, but he was genuinely afraid of them. But he knew clearly that one of the 3 girls must have been responsible. I was about to close my eyes and go to sleep in a daze, when I vaguely saw someone looking at me beside the bed. Yuchang, are you opening your eyes? No. So, are you asleep? Falling asleep. Oh. After playing with Su Dafu for an entire afternoon, Tang Mingxing felt that his brain was not working well anymore. You fell asleep and you still talk to me. Daydream. In fact, Lin Yushang just opened her eyes and stared at Tang Mingxing. It's funny to see him tossing and turning and unable to sleep. Then if you fall asleep, I'll go upstairs. Don't wake up. So Tang Mingxing got up and went to bed. You. Lin Yushang was a little annoyed. Tang Mingxing looked at Mu Yuni and Su Moli inside, they were both asleep. Yuchang, don't wake up when you fall asleep. Sleep well and leave the rest to me. At this moment, he was already aroused by lust. The feeling of taking risks is still very happy. Lin Yuchang covered her mouth, not daring to breathe, and let him do whatever he wanted. Are you really a coward, or are you just pretending? Lin Yushang couldn't help but suspect that he did it on purpose. Early in the morning, 20 million yuan arrived in the bank card. Tang Mingxing was awakened by the sound of a phone ring. He checked his phone and saw that his father had sent him money again. Although he and Lin Yushang haven't registered their marriage yet, he still overcharged them by 5 million. Su Moli and Mu Yuni also got up. I looked at Lin Yushang beside me. She never stays in bed. But he was still sleeping soundly at this time. Su Dafu drove over early in the morning in a Cayenne and said he would take them to the city to see the springs and enjoy the flowers and plants. Tang Mingxing said with a smile, Dafu, I never thought you had such leisure and elegance. You guys enjoy the flowers, I'm going to go see Xiaoni. The weather is getting cold, and they won't look good if they wear too much. Su Dafu had no interest in looking at the flowers and plants. He just vaguely felt that those beautiful girls looked down on him. This made him very depressed. Tang Mingxing was driving his own Maybach, with Su Dafu sitting in the passenger seat. There are 3 girls in the back row. Drive towards the city. Dafu, don't wipe your nose on my car after you pick it. There's paper in the drawer. After driving for a while, Tang Mingxing noticed that the boy started picking his nose. After picking it, I was about to reach under the seat. Su Dafu smiled and took out the paper. Brother, you are quite particular. Booger is not shit, and soy sauce is not oil. Tang Mingxing and the others were speechless. Dafu, if you want girls to like you, at least you have to change these bad habits and lose some weight. You come from a good family, so there will be a lot of girls who like you. Tang Mingxing was sincerely thinking about him, and if he continued like this, it would definitely not work. Not to mention whether he can find a wife, his health is also a problem. Su Dafu said, but I am greedy. He really speaks his mind and never beats around the bush. Then you change it. I can't change it. Forget it, just leave it like this, no girl is interested in you anymore. But I want to change it. Then lose weight. But I'm greedy. Roll. It only took 20 minutes to take the elevated road and they arrived in the city, a famous tourist attraction. Tang Mingxing first bought some snacks and street food for a few people, and Su Dafu followed slowly behind with meat skewers and coke. Mu Yuni wanted balloons and bought a few, but it was a bit inconvenient to hold food in her hands. So all the responsibilities were tied to Su Dafu. 3 balloons floated on Su Dafu, but he didn't mind and just ate the meat. Since Tang Mingxing was treating them, naturally they wouldn't be polite. Su Dafu also sensed that Tang Mingxing was rich, so he bought things without hesitation, although they were not expensive. But this brother is very doting and he will buy you whatever you want to eat. Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Is it a biological child? Su Dafu said bluntly, brother. Are you very rich? Yeah. I have money. Rich people like to show off, and some rich people also enjoy the envious and jealous looks of others. Enjoy the flattery of others. But he couldn't pretend with Su Dafu. Tang Mingxing didn't know what the consequences would be, so he still told the truth. In front of a snack bar, Su Dafu slapped the table and said, waiter, bring up all the delicious food you have. My brother is rich. I have everything you want. I have plenty of money. The sound was so loud that everyone in the store heard it. Fuck. If you act so pretentiously, people will think we are idiots. After all, he bought a lot of food, and Tang Mingxing was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to look directly at the waiter in the snack bar. The waiter said, sir, the total is 207 yuan. Scan the code here to pay. The other person was friendly and a girl with a sweet smile, but this sweetness made Tang Mingxing always feel that she was making fun of him. After paying the bill, Su Dafu was no longer tired. He walked leisurely with a bag of food in his hand. No one tried to snatch it from him, so it all belonged to him. Actually, he is only a few months younger than Tang Mingxing. They are the same age, but they always act like children. After visiting the #1 spring in the world and seeing many other scenic spots, it was getting late and the group prepared to go back. At this time, a taxi stopped outside the Lin family courtyard. Yang Yueying was packing her things at the door and watched the taxi stop in front of her. Then the driver opened the car door, got out, walked to the back seat, opened the door, stretched out the back of his hand, and asked the woman inside to get out of the car, a complete set of gentlemanly actions. I saw a middle-aged woman sitting inside, who got out of the car calmly. The driver then opened the trunk and started moving the gifts without a single complaint. Excuse me, is this Lin Yushan's home? The woman, wearing a simple coat, said to Yang Yueying. Yang Yueying, who are you looking for? Hello, I'm Tang Mingxing's mother, Zhang Yuanying. Yang Yueying was overjoyed when she heard this. Ah. In-laws? Oh, welcome, Lao Lin, come out quickly, Mingxing's mother is here. Zhang Yuanying smiled and prepared to go in. Madam, you haven't paid the bill yet, said the driver, who had just got into the car and was wearing an Armani suit, with a serious expression. Lady? Yang Yueying was surprised. How could a taxi driver speak like that? She must be an aristocrat in a novel. Zhang Yuanying turned around and glared at him fiercely. The taxi driver quickly said, no, that lady, you haven't paid yet. I'll do it. Yang Yueying said enthusiastically, how can you spend any more money if you come to my place? Zhang Yuanying also quickly took out her phone, it's okay. I'll do it. How much is it? 8,000. As soon as the taxi driver finished speaking, Yang Yueying was stunned. Where did he get the taxi from? Zhang Yuanying regretted not rehearsing in advance. All of his top bodyguards were skilled and loyal, but they sometimes didn't think well. A bunch of trash, Zhang Yuanying suddenly showed a hint of his usual severity, but quickly retracted it. The driver felt something was wrong. That 800? Or 80? Forget it, I don't want it. Enjoy your meal, bye. Enjoy your meal? What meal? Yang Yueying and Zhang Yuanying were stunned. The young bodyguard couldn't act anymore. He knew he had made Zhang Yuanying angry, so he thought of using some professional rhetoric to save the situation. I immediately thought of the delivery guy's enjoy your meal. After saying this, the bodyguard stepped on the accelerator and prepared to leave. Hey! Young man, there's a dead end ahead and a wall. You have to turn around. Yang Yueying saw that he was driving very fast and was afraid of a car accident. But Zhang Yuanying's bodyguard is no pushover either. He could clearly see that there was a wall in front of him. Just as he was about to hit it, the taxi did a beautiful drift and turned 180 degrees, raising clouds of dust. He walked away under the gaze of Zhang Yuanying and Yang Yueying. Yang Yueying was stunned. Taxis are so fierce? This is not a movie, right? Zhang Yuanying quickly explained, maybe Meng Xing gave him money. Nowadays, young people can do anything with a mobile phone. This reason was a bit far-fetched, but Yang Yueying still accepted it. Lin Xiaodong also came out to greet them and helped move a bunch of things into the house. Tang Mingxing was also on his way back with a few people. Passing by the village entrance, more than a dozen luxury cars were lined up neatly. Oh my god! Who is so rich? Mu Yuni poked out her little head and looked at the roadside in surprise. Su Moli and Lin Yushang were also attracted by the scene. Only Su Dafu was still eating the cake in his pocket, staring at the mango on it, determined to save the delicious part until the last bite. Tang Mingxing also glanced over and felt a strange emotion in his heart. These people were related to him. There is no doubt that people who can organize such a grand trip must not be ordinary people, and at the same time they appear in this remote village. This is no coincidence. And the license plate numbers are all MOA, are they from Shanghai? Thinking of what my father Tang Hai told me, my mother had returned to China and went to Shanghai first. Could it be? Mom is here? Tang Mingxing thought of this, slowed down the car, rolled down the window, and drove towards the convoy. Meng Xing, do you know him? Lin Yushang asked. Tang Mingxing was silent for a few seconds. It should be my mother's team. Hiss. Several people took a breath of cold air. Not to mention how domineering this is, Tang Mingxing's mother is the mother-in-law of Mu Yuni and Su Moli. She will soon be Lin Yushang's mother-in-law. Some girls were inevitably a little nervous. Lin Yuchang and others quickly took out mirrors from their bags and began to tidy up their appearance. When the car drove into the Lin family's yard, Tang Mingxing got out quickly. I haven't seen my mother for a long time, and I must miss her very much, even a little excited. Sure enough, Zhang Yuanying was in the room. Mom! Dream star. It has been 7 or 8 months since the mother and son last met. The number of times we meet each year is limited, especially in the past 2 years. It is even more difficult to meet. Most of the time we communicate through video, phone calls, and WeChat. Tang Mingxing quickly stepped forward, hugged her mother and picked her up. Mom, why are you here? Both mother and son were very happy. Zhang Yuanying touched Tang Mingxing's head and said, you little brat, you've lost weight again. I'm so heartbroken. Lin Yushang and Su Moli stood aside and didn't dare to talk. Mu Yuni looked at Zhang Yuanying and thought of Tang Hai in the previous video. How could this happen? Tang Mingxing's parents were very ordinary looking. Although her mother was somewhat pretty, she was not particularly beautiful. How could she give birth to such a handsome son like Tang Mingxing? Tang Hai also had doubts about this question back then, and so did Zhang Yuanying. But their suspicions were different. As little Tang Mingxing continued to grow up, Tang Hai discovered that although his son looked a bit like himself, he was too handsome. Could it be that maid is not his, and Zhang Yuanying is having an affair? Then, without telling his family, he secretly took a few strands of hair to do DNA testing. Zhang Yuanying suspected that her son was taken away by mistake. She knew that Tang Hai was the only man and the child in her belly must be Tang Hai's. But what if the hospital made a mistake, or someone switched it? After all, both her families are big families, so it's inevitable that people are watching them. So I had DNA tests done in 4 or 5 hospitals. It was not until they each received the test results that the child was definitely theirs that they felt relieved. 4 or 5 years ago, Tang Mengxing also secretly took her parents' hair and did a DNA test. Because he grew up and found out how damn handsome he was, and then he looked at his dad. It's hard to describe. Damn, I'm not adopted, or I was actually abducted? No, I want to find my biological parents. As a result, as soon as he handed the hair to the hospital for identification, he was immediately taken away by a group of mysterious people. How do you have their hair? The mysterious man threatened Tang Mengxing. He was still a minor at that time and was really scared. My parents. Nothing happened afterwards, and the mysterious people disappeared. Chapter 54 Prettier than the other 3. However, Tang Hai still found out about this. And that group of mysterious people were the personnel responsible for the Tang family's security within the territory of Long Country. Later, Tang Hai comforted Tang Mengxing. You must be my son, don't think too much. What are you doing with DNA? Zhang Yuanying also advised, you are so beautiful, just follow me. Why do you do DNA secretly? The family of 3 each has their own ulterior motives. Tang Hai also took out a photo of Tang Mengxing's grandfather when he was young. Look how much you look like your grandfather, handsome, right? Tang Mengxing was relieved. His grandfather was indeed very handsome when he was young. Tang Mengxing could see that at a glance. I am 70% similar to my grandfather. It's just dad. Grandpa is so handsome, how could he give birth to such an ugly son like you? Are you grandpa's biological son? Get lost, I'm not his son, how can I give him a grandson, UTM? And now, not only Mu Yuni, but Su Moli and Lin Yushan also have the same nouns. I just don't dare to say it. When Su Dafu saw Zhang Yuanying, he said politely, hello, auntie. In this regard, he is still very good and knows how to treat others politely. Zhang Yuanying smiled as soon as she saw Su Dafu. Oh, what a cute fat boy, how old are you? I'm 21, aunt. Do you know any pretty girls? Please introduce one to me. I don't have a girlfriend yet. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. In Su Dafu's impression, all matchmakers were women of this age, so he naturally thought that Zhang Yuanying must know some pretty girls. How big do you want? Zhang Yuanying still likes this little fat boy very much. Well, that Su Dafu stammered. Lin Yuchang patted him and said, tell me, let auntie help you keep an eye on it. Su Dafu then said, oh, someone younger than sister Yuchang and prettier than all 3 of them will do. Zhang Yuanying didn't stay long and was about to leave after an hour. Tang Mengxing felt a little reluctant. Mengxing, mom has transferred another 5 billion to you, don't be reluctant to spend it. And you have to listen to Emily and the others. Mom doesn't expect you to be successful, just be safe and sound. You still have your parents. Zhang Yuanying also felt a little uncomfortable as he spoke. Mom, please stay in a hotel nearby and stay longer. I want to be with you. Obviously this is impossible. Fortunately, Zhang Yuanying told Tang Mengxing that she would have time in a month and could spend some time with her family. Zhang Yuanying was about to leave, and everyone came out to see him off. Mom, let me take you there. No, I'm afraid I can't bear to give it up. Lin Xiaodong then asked, how are you going to leave? There are no taxis in this place. Let Mengxing take you. Hello, would you like a taxi? Before Lin Xiaodong could finish his sentence, a voice came from the door. Lin Xiaodong opened the door and saw a taxi. The driver was also a man in a suit, with a straight figure. Hello, is there anyone who needs a taxi? Even Su Dafu noticed something was wrong at this point. Damn it, how is this possible? Tang Mengxing shook his head. Ha, Dafu has seen it. Su Dafu said, how can a taxi driver wear a suit? Tang Mengxing, damn, shouldn't there be a taxi here? Zhang Yuanying stopped pretending. That's enough, Shan Ya. Stop acting. Then she turned around and held Lin Yuchang's hand and said gently, I wanted to keep a low profile, mainly because I was afraid that your parents would feel uncomfortable. We are a family now. As a mother-in-law, I wish you, Emily, Yunxi and Mengxing happiness forever. After saying that, he got in the car and left under the gaze of Tang Mengxing. In the car, Zhang Yuanying leaned against the window, crying. Tang Mengxing, on the other hand, looked lonely and reluctant. Su Dafu stayed for dinner tonight. Lin Yushan walked over aggressively with a broom in her hand. Tang Mingxing noticed something was wrong and hurriedly stopped him. What's wrong, Yuchang? Lin Yushang said, Mengxing, get out of my way. I'm going to kill this little fat guy. Damn, what do you mean by younger than me, and prettier than the three of us? Su Dafu, you're dead. Su Dafu held the bowl in his hand, quickly stood up from his stool, and ran to the corner. Brother Mengxing, you stop her. After saying that, he took 2 more mouthfuls of rice and looked at the furious Lin Yushang nervously. Lulu. Su Dafu made a face. It's a good thing I didn't marry you, you would have really killed me. Say it again. You can't marry me, not that you didn't marry me. Mengxing, listen to what he said. Lin Yuchang was carried up by Tang Mingxing. Hey, Yuchang, why are you fighting with him? Lin Yushang whined on Tang Mingxing's shoulder and waved the broom, but was helpless. Su Dafu knew that he had caused trouble, so he ran away after eating, driving his Cayenne at full speed, not daring to stay any longer. It was night again, but what was different today was that Tang Mingxing was tired. He planned to go to Nanhang City with Mu Yuni tomorrow. It was Mu Yuni's hometown, and he would visit Mu Yuni's home while he had time. But Su Moli thought that since they were staying with Lin Yushang, the other 2 would not follow her. It's a bit troublesome when there are too many people. But Su Moli heard Tang Mingxing and Lin Yushang every night these days, or she would be intimate with Mu Yuni. To be honest, I felt a little jealous. I just did some dirty things with Tang Mingxing in the car on the way to Jishui City. I still feel ashamed when I think about it. Late at night, Tang Mingxing was sleeping soundly when she heard Su Moli's voice beside her. Mingxing, is there someone you don't care about? Ah. Tang Mingxing was confused and didn't understand what she said. I love them all, it's all universal love. I'm sleepy. Seeing that Tang Mingxing was still sleeping, Su Moli felt a little annoyed. Why was she so useless now? If the boys don't take the initiative, let the girls take the initiative. In the dream, Tang Mingxing felt a tingling sensation. This feeling is very comfortable and very real. It was so real that he woke up suddenly and saw Su Moli lying on top of him. Damn, Teacher Su, something's wrong with you. Tang Mingxing didn't stop him, but he just felt that he didn't have enough strength. How could Su Moli, such a reserved girl, suddenly become like this? Mengxing. I can't leave you anymore after spending so much time with you. I can't bear to see you go away for 3 or 4 days. Su Moli no longer cared about her image and leaned over and gave her a passionate kiss. But I'm really tired. You take a rest, I'll do it myself. Early in the morning, Tang Mingxing was woken up by Lin Yushang with dark circles under his eyes. Let's take turns sleeping in. What bad things did Sister Moli do last night? Mu Yuni leaned close to Su Moli and asked in a low voice. Su Moli closed her eyes, but she could hear clearly. However, she did not want to answer. She pulled the quilt over her face and just said, I'm tired and sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Don't bother me. Mu Yuni insisted, tell me. Su Moli opened her eyes at this time. Mu Yuni, don't forget that I am your teacher. Do you want to fail the course? Chapter 55 not only for money, but also for sex. Mu Yuni and Su Moli have a good relationship. But this sentence also reminded Mu Yuni not to bother Su Moli unless necessary, as she was still her teacher. TSK, if you don't want to tell me then don't tell me. It's not like I haven't seen it before. I saw it clearly in the rearview mirror. Mu Yuni was scared, but she didn't want to suffer the loss and kept chattering. Su Moli's face turned even redder when she heard this. Tang Mingxing packed up her clothes and said, I'll try it with you another day. He said it easily, but Mu Yuni felt a little uncomfortable when he heard it, secretly. Don't do it in front of Sister Moli and Sister Yuchang. Bang, the door suddenly opened. Lin Yuchang walked in hurriedly, took out her cell phone and looked at Tang Mingxing. Get this done before you leave. What's up? Get the certificate. The marriage process in Longwei is extremely simple. You just need to fill in the information, scan your face, and upload your ID card, and that's basically it. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yushang soon became a wife. Your marriage certificate will be delivered tomorrow, address, Jishui City. Lin Yuchang was somewhat excited, but Tang Mingxing was not particularly excited at all, as if it was a very normal thing. Aren't you happy to marry such a beautiful wife like me? Lin Yushang asked, twisting Tang Mingxing's fair face. She saw clearly just now that after Tang Mingxing submitted the marriage review, he closed the app and seamlessly switched to Douyin to start watching short videos. Happy. I didn't say I was unhappy. Tang Mingxing gave her a dog-licking smile, and then stared at the dance of the female anchor on Douyin. So sexy. There was nothing to be excited about for Tang Mingxing. The girls he had in his control were all very stable and he could not think of any reason why they would not marry him. At this time, Yang Yueying walked in. Mingxing, look at what your mother brought yesterday. Why is there a watch? Yang Yueying was carrying a pile of things, all of which were small square boxes. Mu Yunqi went over to help open it. Wow, this watch is so beautiful. This is a Cartier full diamond bracelet, right? It's placed in a small bag like this? The two small boxes were filled with luxury items, including watches, jewelry, bracelets, earrings, and necklaces. Comes with a receipt. It was obviously opened and then repackaged. The original packaging of each luxury item must be too large, and it is estimated that 2 cars may not be able to fit it all. Zhang Yuanying directly had the product repackaged and attached a receipt as proof to show that it was genuine. This is a Rolex taxi, original diamond rainbow Dior? It's better to have it custom made. I don't know if it will fit me. Lin Yushan picked up a watch, which cost more than 3 million yuan and she had seen it in a magazine. The market price has reached 3.3 million, and I have wondered which idiot would spend so much money on a watch. And now I am the one who shows off. It was so beautiful that Lin Yushan took it in her hand and admired it carefully. Tang Mingxing took a look and saw a note inside. This is for my daughter-in-law. You can divide it among yourselves. If it's not enough, let Mingxing sell it. He just glanced at it and said, my mom gave this to you 3. Hurry up and divide the spoils. Yunxi and I will leave soon. After saying that, he walked out, sat in the yard and started playing games. This pile of luxury goods cost Zhang Yuanying nearly 70 million. For her, it's not even pocket money. Just to please the 3 daughters-in-law. Half an hour later, Tang Mingxing urged, Yunxi is almost done, are you going to leave? Wait a minute, let me try this necklace. Another hour passed before the girls finished dividing their clothes. Auntie, we're leaving, Mu Yunqi said goodbye to Yang Yueying sweetly. Mom and Dad, we're leaving, Tang Mingxing changed her words and called out Mom and Dad. This time, Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunqi booked the tickets directly for the trip to Nanhang. Otherwise, it would be a 7 or 8 hour drive and it would be dark when we arrived. The car was left at the Lin family, and after the national day was over, Lin Yushang and Su Moli would drive it back. Su Dafu drove Tang Mingxing and Mu Yunqi to the airport. Brother, see you in Yanjing. See you in Yanjing. On the plane, Tang Mingxing opened his mobile phone and the little blue book app reminded him, your friend Yunxi has updated his work. Yunxi is naturally Mu Yunxi. Tang Mingxing looked at her. The girl was taking selfies, trying to find different angles. Tang Mingxing clicked on her update and saw Mu Yunxi's selfie with the caption, Happy vacation, setting sail today, home. What they showed off was the first-class cabin they were sitting in and the luxury goods Zhang Yuanying bought for them. In the photo, Mu Yunxi is wearing sunglasses, showing her shoulders, and wearing a Bulgari necklace. Giving a smile full of high knowledge, the royal sister style comes to life on the paper. At the same time, this was her first time in her life to sit in first class, and it was also Tang Mingxing's first time. However, Tang Mingxing did not feel it was anything new. He was tired and exhausted after being forced to do that by Su Moli last night. But Mu Yunqi got excited. Mingxing, I made the right decision to marry you. Our mom is so rich. Oh, he. You're just after my money? Tang Mingxing asked deliberately. No? Mu Yunqi stared at her phone without looking at him, and replied directly, I'm still attracted to you. I wouldn't be interested in someone like Su Dafu, no matter how rich he is. This made Tang Mingxing's brain circuit short circuit. You want my sex? Then can't we trade sex for sex? You also want my money, then what can I get in exchange for your money? Mu Yunqi was stunned for a moment and looked around the entire first-class cabin. There were only 2 of them. After all, a 2-hour journey costs 18,000, so most people still take economy class. Mu Yunqi approached Tang Mingxing and said charmingly, you can also get high-quality service from me. This girl was very brave and directly put her hand into Tang Mingxing's clothes. Stop. Take a break for 2 days, please, Tang Mingxing wanted to cry but had no tears. The 3 were already very tired, and he still had 8 places. What should he do? The plane landed quickly and it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Mu Yunqi called her parents in advance. At this time, Mu Yunqi's father Mu Haiba was waiting for them at the airport. Tang Mengxing had previously spoken on the phone with his father Mu Haiba and mother Lu Lanfang. No need for excessive politeness. Good food is never too late. Although we had lunch at 2 o'clock, the food was really good. Not tasty. Nanhang doesn't seem to have any famous dishes. In Jishui City, they ate Shandong cuisine, the first of the 8 major cuisines, which was very much to Tang Mengxing's taste. But it's a bit lighter here. However, Tang Mengxing still ate with relish. After all, he was a little hungry, and everything tasted delicious. Mu Haiba and his wife were also very satisfied with Tang Mengxing. There were at least 2 things they liked about him. First, he is rich, which is obvious, but he is not arrogant or pretentious. The second, and most important point, is that he has extremely stable emotions. At least he is very patient with Mu Yuni. Chapter 56 The Fake Princess's Party. Mu Yuni didn't eat much. She just took a few bites and started posting to her moments. In her mind, she must show off, especially when she goes home. I don't have to be urged to get married. I'm a student at Peking University and Tsinghua University, my husband is rich and handsome, and I'm good looking. I'm a winner in life. After lunch, the 2 of them lay in Mu Yuni's bedroom and browsed their phones. Hey! Mengxing. I have an appointment with my girlfriends tomorrow. Let's go have fun. We are all together at this time every year. You can come with me. Mu Yuni spoke to Tang Mengxing as if making a request, which made Tang Mengxing feel a little strange. I'm not unreasonable. If my wife asks me to go to a party, then I'll go. Can. Are you sure? Don't regret it. Mu Yuni leaned very close to him, almost face to face. Tang Mengxing immediately felt something was fishy. Your party, cannibalism? Or is it illegal? Why should I regret it? Mu Yuni hugged Tang Mengxing and said coquettishly, well, just promise me to go. I will rent a dress in the afternoon, and then go and rent a car with my bestie in advance, rent a venue. Tang Mengxing still didn't understand, rent a dress? Rent a car? If I had known, I would have driven the car over. Would you wear dresses for the party? He looked at Mu Yuni's home. The conditions were average, just an ordinary family. For a family gathering, do you wear formal attire? Rent a car? Rent a venue? What kind of party is this? Why are you wearing a formal dress? Is there an heir to the throne in your family? What are you talking about? I am a little vain, I know that, but I will change in the future. My bestie and I make movies every year. Filming? Damn, do you have this habit? You didn't secretly film us doing that, did you? I don't want to make money from this. Bullshit. Mu Yuni was anxious, knowing that she had made a slip of the tongue and caused Tang Mengxing to misunderstand her. I mean, filming a party clip, using movie-level techniques, to make it look more noble, 150 yuan for 1 minute of video. At this time, Tang Mengxing understood and replied, oh, you are just pretending, I understand. Tang Mengxing thought he understood, but in fact he didn't understand at all. This kind of party was so hypocritical that Mu Yuni loved and was ashamed of it. Hotel Nanhangburg, a high-class hotel. A private room costs 3,800 yuan per night, excluding drinks and meals. The room has been almost decorated, giving it the feel of a European aristocratic gathering. 3,800? Last time it was 3,500. Mu Yuni's best friend Zhu Yeye was bargaining with the hotel. Tang Mengxing and Mu Yuni stood aside. They had agreed when they came this time that they were not allowed to show off. They are at the same level as others. Mu Yuni was somewhat unwilling, but still agreed. It's not that Tang Mengxing can't pretend, but not only is it boring to pretend with them, but he won't get anything. Not even happiness, so he might as well just have a simple meal. As the organizer, Zhu Yeye took great pains to finally negotiate a price of 3,600 per night. Also, we can rent alcoholic drinks. We just don't need to open the bottles. We still have to eat. Plus hiring a photographer, renting a car, renting a dress, etc., it's estimated to be around 11,000. After all, the lowest per capita here is 400. Zhu Yeye was counting the accounts. Tang Mengxing said, it's not bad, it's not a small amount. There are 15 people coming. I calculated that it's 1,100 for girls and 700 for boys. Can I get a refund if there's more and a supplement if there's less? Zhu Yeye looked at Mu Yuni and Tang Mengxing. Okay, then let's make it 1800 for both of us, I'll transfer it to you. Tang Mingxing did not hesitate and transferred the money directly. He came here purely to give face to Mu Yunxi, and he was also a little curious about how this thing worked. Mu Yunxi touched her neck and found that the necklace worth more than 70,000 yuan had been taken off. Tang Mingxing didn't allow her to wear it. Tang Mingxing whispered in her ear, "People are easily jealous. When you have real wealth, you won't care about these things." Zhu Yeye received the transfer and started contacting other people, but her eyes were always secretly on Tang Mingxing. Who doesn't love a handsome guy? I'm willing to marry a rich handsome guy, but I can also have fun with a poor handsome guy. Our dresses will be arriving soon. Let's go pick them out later. Zhu Yeye hung up the phone and took Mu Yunxi and Tang Mingxing to pick out clothes. Obviously, these dresses are in very poor condition. Many of them are printed with Chanel or Balenciaga logos, but they are all fake. What's even more infuriating is that a bag with Hermes printed on it is very similar to the one that Tang Mingxing bought for Mu Yunxi. But the label inside says, "I Lushi." Hey, it doesn't matter whether it's a mule or a horse. Tang Mingxing just thought it was fun and didn't care at all. Let's all pretend to be high-end people and stop looking down on each other. But Mu Yunxi felt uncomfortable. She pinched the bag with 2 fingers and looked disgusted. If it was today a year ago, she would have carried it if she was asked to. But now she has many such bags, all of which are authentic. I can no longer look down on these bags that are so fake that they can't be any more fake. And those dresses were as old as they could be. Tang Mingxing picked up a dress and tried it on Mu Yunxi. Mu Yunxi quickly took a step back, looking extremely disgusted. She also saw that there was a flower on the chest of the dress, and it said, "Bridesmaid." It was obviously worn by someone else as a bridesmaid, and it definitely hasn't been washed, otherwise why would the corsage still be there? I want to go back, Mu Yunxi began to act coquettishly. "Mingxing, just let me bring the real stuff. How can I wear those clothes? That bag faded when I took it, you spoiled me." You're blaming me for this? Didn't you ask me to come? To be honest, I feel sorry for you guys. Are you here to pick up junk? Tang Mingxing did not agree to her request. He pretended to be okay with the stranger and never saw her again after that. You can pretend to be good with your competitor and let him know your strength. You can also dress up with your loved ones so that they can share your joy. With friends, especially friends with whom you have a casual relationship? Don't pretend, unless you really want to help him. In the end, Mu Yunxi picked out a relatively clean one, but it was also the most ordinary one. It's so ordinary that no one would like this dress, so probably not many people have worn it. As for the bag, she really didn't want to take it. Save the money, I don't want the package anymore, Mu Yunxi made an excuse. Zhu Yeye said, "We are a group, and the money is shared by everyone. You will lose out if you don't carry a bag. These bags look good to me, and they are made quite realistically." No matter how much they persuaded her, Mu Yunxi still carried a Chanel bag. Tang Mingxing secretly took a photo and sent it to Su Moli and Lin Yushang. "Su Moli, it's fake at first glance, did you buy a fake bag for Yunxi?" "Lin Yushang, I just got married with you and you went bankrupt? Why did you buy Yunxi a bunch of fake clothes?" Tang Mingxing couldn't stop laughing when she saw their replies. Mu Yunxi pouted and looked at herself in the mirror reluctantly, but Zhu Yeye praised her. "Yunxi, you are so beautiful, my little princess.